the gentleman turned to the princess and said that he wanted to get straight to the point. She could never replace Titai. This scum is the princess's fiancé, named Wilhelm Umbrella, and he must join, or rather, should have joined their family. It would seem that the engagement went smoothly, but that was not the case. The lady turned to him and asked what he meant by this. Wilhelm wanted to tell the truth and maintain his self-confidence. The lady sighed and asked why he was saying this after their engagement. If he had said so earlier, it would have been much easier to break up. Willem said that he didn't want to break up, and he was completely confident that he could give her everything she wanted. But she must know that his heart belongs to another. The princess had no idea what kind of nonsense she was listening to, so she turned to him. The lady noted that not only does he allow himself to be rude, being a model knight, but he also proudly declares that he wants to become Tatiana's lover. She couldn't believe he was willing to stoop so low. Willem pointed out that this was only a marriage of convenience. If she wanted, she could also have a lover, because he was not against it. The princess decided to find out whether Tatiana herself and her husband, the Archduke of Gloucester, were aware of his decision. The gentleman said that Titi didn't suspect anything. It was just unrequited love. These words made the woman laugh. The princess asked if he had married her without thinking about the future, and now wants to become Tatiana's lover without her consent. In fact, this is a game world that was created a long time ago. The game's name is Hermen. The action takes place in an academy in a fantasy world. The person makes his choice and increases interest. It is a regular dating simulator with some heroes and different endings. The problem is that Karina Pioneer, who she possessed, is a minor character. The description said that she was much more beautiful and richer than Tatiana. But the reality was not like that. Thanks to the buff, the main character became beautiful, like a fairy, and everyone loved her. And Karina remained a puppet, against whose background Tatiana looked even better. But until the original game ended, it was bearable. Karina just lived quietly. But the main problem is the relationship. He was her first boyfriend, with whom they wanted to marry, even when they were in the womb, Duke Malfurion's son, Daniel. He was a handsome, kind, well-mannered young man, who was a contender for the title of the game's protagonist. Then he said that he couldn't marry Karina. Daniel decided to go down this path. Tatiana hoped that this would not affect their friendship in any way. Tatiana chose the main character. The game ended. She will not be mentioned again in the original. But Karina was very much mistaken, because the owner of the Magic Tower, a candidate for the main characters, Raymond Carousel, came to her. He proposed that she become his girlfriend. This handsome guy was also one of the heroes. Karina thought that if Tatiana chose Daniel, then she could be with him. But he said that the real mistress of his heart is Tatiana. Tatiana approached Karina and noticed that Raymond had suddenly started flirting with her, and she was also shocked. It's all clear. Tatiana is the main character. Even if she sits still, men will pounce on her like meat. It's not her fault, but the girl is still irritated by it. After that, she began to communicate only with secondary characters. And soon, she fell in love with the eldest son of one of the ordinary viscounts. All this time, she could not settle down in this world, and he became the only one who made her happy. She had a real relationship and lived happily. But suddenly, her boyfriend told her that he liked Tatiana. This broke her heart. In this world, even high-status, beautiful appearance and skills cannot compare to the title of the main character. It is completely unclear why Tatiana chose not the main character, but the Viscount's son. She had already begun to think that she was deliberately seducing her boyfriends, but it turned out that this man was from an ordinary family. He is the current emperor's half-brother and the only member of the royal family to go missing. His name is Andrew Lovron Gloucester. Naturally, the main character will always be close to members of the imperial family, almost immediately after their separation. She heard the news of the wedding with Tatiana. Now it's really the end, and the game was finished 3 years ago. Tatiana got married, and it turned out that now she will definitely not be mentioned. The girl thought that this time everything would be fine, but here she is, again stepping on the same rake. He said that it didn't matter what Tatiana felt, he would give her his whole soul. Karina asked again if he was really confirming that he was trash. She just threw her tea on his head. The lady noted that he would have to pay for everything he had said today. She was not going to tolerate it any longer. Karina sighed and remembered Wilhelm's words, that she could never replace him with TT. The game ended 3 years ago, and she thought everything would be fine now. but she was stabbed in the back again. Everyone did not understand why she was constantly getting divorced. This was already her fourth divorce. They said that the woman was simply obsessed with men and did not understand how she was not ashamed to appear there at all. They were also made to think by the fact that the Archduke of Gloucester was so kind to her. Karina was simply disgusted by these conversations. She didn't want to come here either, but she had no other choice since her father had gone abroad. She felt very uncomfortable here, but suddenly she heard that very voice. It was Tatiana who called her. She noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. That's why I wanted to ask how Karina was doing. They often met at the academy, and now Tatiana has already forgotten what Karina looks like. She also noted that Lord William told her that they were married. Tatiana didn't understand at all why Karina didn't share this with her, because they were best friends. Karina didn't consider her a friend. Tatiana noted that she shouldn't be afraid, because she wouldn't take him away from her, because she was already married. After that, she noted that it was just a joke. Again, people began to wonder why the Archduke is so nice, even though he has a warm relationship with Princess Karina. But they are completely different. Unlike her, the Archduke is simply an angel. These two are like light and shadow. Tatiana always behaves like this, pretends to be innocent, makes Karina a laughingstock. In this way, Tatiana makes Karina an unhappy bridesmaid. Karina said that Wilhelm told her that he didn't care about Tatiana's marriage, because he believed that becoming Tatiana's lover would be a great honor for him. Tatiana laughed and was shocked that she couldn't even laugh anymore. She said that when they saw each other, they joked about rumors about their romantic relationship, and he said that he doesn't care about any gossip, so she thinks he's cute. Karina remarked that she assumed this meant that she would not care if she met her husband alone, as she did with Wilhelm. After all, she said herself that they were best friends. Tatiana's face immediately changed. She didn't understand what she was talking about. Finally, Karina smiled, because now it was clear that Tatiana also understood that something was wrong here. She knows that she is the main character, Karina is just her ugly friend. At the same time, Tatiana thinks that everything in this world belongs to her and takes all the men from her whenever she wants. But this is too much. Tatiana turned to Karina and noted that she seemed to have misunderstood everything. But Karina pushed her hand away and asked if it was an accident or a misunderstanding, since she had already been dumped many times because of Tatiana. These relations are even those terrible. For this, the servant reported that the representative of the Archduke Pioneer passed. The girl almost exploded, but told Tatiana that they could talk later. The gentleman turned to His Highness and noted that even among the neutralists, the Archduke was famous for his honesty and sincerity, and was quite famous among the people. And if the Archduke helps the Lord, then everything will change. But His Highness didn't really want to listen to this, so she asked him to stop. After this, they brought in the representative of Archduke Pioneer, Princess Karina. The Lord gave her permission to enter, so Princess Karina entered and greeted His Highness. His Highness greeted the princess and noted that today was the first time they had met. This man is a lord of iron and blood who committed the brutal murder of the rebels and their families. A tyrant in whom there is not a drop of humanity, the same bloody emperor. He looks more harmless than the princess thought. Not quite. But this man is unrealistically handsome. In the game, he is Tatiana's first love, and he is clearly worth it. The gentleman turned to Tatiana because he noticed that she was lost in thought. The girl immediately realized and asked for forgiveness. The emperor suggested that she was standing in front of him and was in the clouds. It seemed she was thinking about the rumors concerning her divorces. The princess noted that this was by no means the case. She was simply surprised by his extraordinary beauty. The emperor was surprised and noted that she apparently was not afraid of him at all. Those of you who haven't heard of him usually tremble with fear. The lady said that she had gone through something similar, so she understands everything perfectly. Karina also said that getting to know a person yourself is much more important than drawing conclusions about him based on conversations. If you believe the rumors, Karina is a preoccupied woman obsessed with men. That's why Karina decided to find out if the emperor also thinks that this is all true. The emperor sighed and then remarked that he really enjoyed talking to her. After a short conversation, Karina thanked His Highness for listening to her. The gentleman said that he was left with a good impression from their conversation, so he would like to ask a final question. The lady, of course, was not against it. The gentleman said that he wanted to know if the place next to her was still free. He asked this question because he wanted her to become his girlfriend. Karina asked for forgiveness and said that His Majesty would still find his successor much better than her. But the emperor thought it was worth a try. He also noted that there would be an important announcement before the end of the banquet today, so she should wait and not run away. Karina planned to return home immediately after the audience, so she was a little upset, but she agreed. After that, Lord Wilhelm addressed her. Karina did not want to hear him, but still asked what he wanted to tell her. He talks to her as if nothing happened, so she thinks he's a complete jerk. The man wanted to ask what they were talking about. Karina didn't think that she had to report to him in any way. Their relationship was ruined because of him, and he was talking to her so calmly. That's why the lady didn't understand where his conscience was. Wilhelm sighed and noted that he had completely forgotten that she was not at all sociable. Karina said that he was right, and that she was like that. And now, after he confessed to her that he wanted to become the lover of the Archduchess of Gloucester, she demands a divorce. He started screaming, and the girl only added that he was very confident that day. So it's not entirely clear why he's embarrassed. Now Wilhelm approached her and said that she was exaggerating. Karina noted that she hadn't lied, so the man got angry and raised his hand to her. The girl wanted him to hit her, because after that, she would be able to blame him for all the troubles and destroy the family of the Marquis of Hanta. Then Karina heard a familiar voice. It was Andrew who was asking Wilhelm what he was doing. Andrew decided to ask if he really wanted to raise his hand to the lady. Wilhelm began to justify himself and say that he was just passing by. The lady was disappointed, because if he had hit her even once, she would have deprived him of all his funds. Karina could also disgrace him in front of the entire high society, so that he would be ashamed to appear in public. And in the end, she would have destroyed the reputation of his entire family. But then, Andrew intervened. The gentleman noted that he had not seen Karina for a long time. The lady was grateful to him, but immediately afterwards said goodbye to him. Karina was very angry because this scum wanted to raise his hand against her. He is such an animal. The girl did not understand at all how she could marry him, because he had no manners or upbringing. After this, Karina looked to the side and again saw Tatiana with different men. She didn't understand what she had done wrong to him. She didn't give a damn about Willem, but if Tatiana starts dating someone else, she will definitely interfere. Perhaps Karina should live alone. There are no men in this world who would not like Tatiana. And then the emperor approached her. He smiled and noted that he seemed to be asking her to wait and not to get drunk. The girl smiled and asked if he had come here to make an announcement. The emperor said that in fact there was no announcement, and he had deceived Karina. If he hadn't done that, she would have left right away. The girl said that he really knows how to charm people, and then she immediately said that she didn't want to say that, which made the emperor laugh. She's so funny she might take it as a compliment. His smile is just mesmerizing. She likes it. The operator asked how he could compensate her for the wait. Karina said that nothing was needed, and at that moment, she noticed that Tatiana was staring again. It seems like she is jealous because she is close to her first love. Karina asked if he could stand for a little while, like he was doing now. The emperor turned his head and noticed that it seemed that Archduchess Tatiana was standing behind him. The lady wanted to cuddle up to him and asked if she could do so, but the emperor himself hugged her. This gesture made Tatiana nervous. She turned away and said that she would go home. Karina was glad and noted that she had left. Therefore, she was very grateful to Her Highness that he had played along with her. The gentleman said that he is always happy to help her. He is very handsome, especially when he smiles. Karina suddenly thought that he might be different from other men, so she asked His Highness if they could really start a relationship. The girl realized that she had said this without realizing it. She had refused, and now he was asking her out. And so she decided that she would definitely think she was crazy. So Karina decided to ask for forgiveness and told him to just forget those words. The emperor believed that if they began to build a relationship, then one day he would be able to marry her. The lady was surprised that he wanted this. The gentleman promised that he would try to be the best man for her. Karina didn't understand what kind of dream it was. But when she raised her head, she almost went crazy because it was all real. She needs to calm down and remember yesterday because of Tatiana and her boys. She was very angry. And she remembers drinking a few glasses of wine and saying that the emperor knew how to charm people. She was shocked by what she said. She also didn't understand why her heart was fluttering so much. Karina couldn't believe that she actually proposed to His Majesty to start a relationship. That's why the lady thought she was just crazy. The servant told her that the emperor hoped that she would like all these gifts. He also said that the emperor had given her a letter and that she would soon be sent an official invitation to the palace. The girl realized that she needed to do something about it. In the letter, the emperor wrote that he hoped that her opinion would not change overnight. From Aster Lario Gracia, Karina realized that there would be trouble if she said that she had changed her mind. She imagined him telling her that she wasn't even the main character, so he didn't understand how she dared to play with him. Everyone will start talking about how Princess Karina seduced His Majesty, even got to the emperor, so the rumors were not lying. Tatiana will say that she is a fool because in this world she is the main character, not Karina. But then she came out of her thoughts, because someone called the mistress, the maid, was calling her to look at it. She held in her hands the Florian canvas that the Archduchess of Gloucester had wanted so much, but had been unable to obtain. The lady was shocked. She also noticed that she liked all these gifts. The servants said that only members of the imperial family could buy this perfume. Therefore, they assured the lady that she clearly pleased His Majesty very much. Lily, who was Karina's personal servant, was very happy. She said that her mistress was simply better and praised the princess. If Tatiana had seen this, she would have burned with jealousy and anger. After this, their father stopped visiting them, and Karina did not understand why he returned so early. And suddenly, the gentleman shouted for Karina Pioneer to come to his office immediately. Archduke Pioneer Karina's father. The girl did not understand what was going on here. Her father noted that the seal on all those things belonged to the imperial family, so he had to find out what she had done that made her receive gifts from them. Karina is not a free lady, so he wants to know what she is thinking. She should be ashamed in front of Wilhelm. Karina turned to her father and said that she really had something to say. She wants to divorce Kant. At first, my father was not surprised by these words because he did not expect to hear this. But when he realized he kept asking what she was talking about, Karina said that he heard her correctly and she is demanding a divorce. Father knew that she would not do this without a good reason, so he wanted to know what was going on. He didn't want to think that it was because of the Archduchess again. Karina confirmed it. Lord Wilhelm said that he wanted to become her lover. The father was beside himself and did not understand how he dared to do this to the family of the Archduke Pioneer. He promised to make a garden scarecrow out of him. The father was very angry because he thought that this man was adequate. It seems that this is all because of him. Father began to say that Marquis Haunt would give her from head to toe, so there was no need to worry, and if she wanted anything as compensation, she should say so here. In that case, the lady decided to inquire about Willem Island. The father was surprised, because he thought it was an abandoned area. Karina said that it was for now, but using the salt from these islands, they could open a perfume factory. Before the move, she really liked this game. Karina saw the endings of all the main characters, and she liked the ending with Wilhelm the most. The island of Sabon, which belonged to him, was located in a place where no man had ever set foot. From the salts of the sea that washed the island, absolutely any aroma could be made. They could also be used as bath products. The heroes released bath fragrances for sale. This was their main product, which was called Tatiana's fragrance. As a result, Wilhelm gained wealth and authority. Of course, now the process of his development has stopped since Tatiana chose another. Kant had the prospect of growth. So now it is necessary to cut off all opportunities from the very beginning. Building a successful business on the seized lands will be very problematic for Willems. The father agreed and said that their family had a lot of money, so she could do whatever she wanted. The father wondered if the emperor might have found out about her divorce and sent all these gifts. Besides, he recently summoned the Archduke, and they talked. The gentleman said that if she liked the emperor, then he would not be against it. On the outside, he really does seem like a good boy. But if he starts acting like a scoundrel, then she should break up with him too. He has flirted with different women more than once. If there is a reason, then you need to dump him immediately. If Karina doubts him, then she should not torment herself and leave immediately. The man said that her father was very capable, so she should not worry about the future of the family and do whatever she wanted. Karina was very happy and very grateful to her father. She showed Lily what her father gave her to cheer her up. The maid was shocked, because it was that same blank check. It's such a beauty. Karina said that she would soon go to the palace to meet the emperor, so she suggested going for clothes. The maid was shocked that she was suggesting to go together. The gentleman thought that she did not want to, but the maid jumped up and said that, of course she did, because she had not chosen outfits for a very long time. Probably about 2 years, Karina was stressed by people's judgmental looks and was afraid to meet her ex. That's why Karina didn't go anywhere all this time. But now all these people don't bother her. She was sure that now, as soon as she went out, something would definitely happen. When she went out, she met Raymond Carseal there, who remarked that they had not seen each other for a long time. Karina asked Raymond not to block her path and to go where he needed to go. The lady also added that they were not friends, so he should address her that way. The guy did not understand what she was saying, because he actually came to this place too. This tramp always wore only socks. That's why the lady noted that she didn't even know that he had a passion for boutiques of elite women's clothing. Raymond didn't understand what the problem was, because he came for a gift for Tatiana, and added that he was a VIP client here. The lady was not even surprised, because he is an ardent fan of Tatiana. He noticed that as soon as she came here, the prestige of this boutique significantly decreased. Karina didn't argue with him and asked him to get out of her way and go to another place. Raymond was shocked and asked if she had heard him. After all, the clothes from here do not suit her at all. The lady asked him what else he would tell her. He must stop these childish cries because he is no longer a child. So the lady told Lily to go with her, but the gentleman did not agree with this and asked her to stop. Raymond started saying that she was a useless girl Lily didn't understand at all, that he was allowing himself to do such a thing. The mistress told the maid that there was no need to do anything. This scoundrel was not worth any attention. When the worker saw the lady, she immediately began to greet the princess. The woman said that she was the manager of the Dior boutique. Her name was Firi, and it was a great honor for her to show her the gifts prepared by the emperor. Karina was surprised and asked again what the lady was talking about. Every famous boutique on this street received a message from His Majesty. He asked to select something special, especially for Karina. So the manager asked her to go up to the second floor with her. Lily told the lady to go quickly. The emperor ordered to look at her previous purchases from this boutique and choose a gift based on her preferences. Karina is of course very happy, but it seems like this is too much. She remembered how the temperature had risen on her hand, and he said that he would be the best man for her and would try very hard. She said those words while drunk, and he doesn't care so much that she's even ashamed. The woman told her not to be shy. She could look around here, and if she needed anything, she could call her. The maid said that she had found the most suitable outfits for her, so she asked to try them on as soon as possible. Lily said that the emperor seemed to be head over heels in love with her, so much so that he chose the best outfits. And then the lady noticed that time had frozen. She knew that it was clearly Raymond. The man was surprised that she had guessed Karina noted that he was the only one who used time magic so openly. The man noticed that she had become very picky, or that she had been hiding her true character all this time. Karina noted that they had been in a relationship for only 6 months, and he speaks as if he knows her better than anyone. Of course she doesn't know herself, so he decided to tell her. Raymond said that compared to Tatiana, Karina is just a worthless girl. Karina turned to Raymond and said that she also wanted to tell him something. It was a pity for him because he was running after a married woman. Oh, and he's also a loser, giving Tatiana all the money from the magic tower. A dog who pretends to be a lover if nothing else is said. Then she asks him to leave her because she has no time for him. Remont got angry and said that she was acting as if she had already become an empress. He made it so that Karina couldn't move at all. Repair ordered her to kneel and beg for forgiveness. But the lady did not agree to this because here I am, his academy. This is an island. If he uses a little more magic, the other wizards will immediately arrest him. Even though he is the owner of the tower, he will sit locked up there for the rest of his days. Raymond was very surprised and said that she had really changed a lot. But Karina didn't agree with this because she had always been like this. He just didn't want to see the real her. The man resigned himself and said that he would go, and then disappeared into thin air. Time flows again, as before. The maid said that she had chosen the most beautiful outfits for her mistress, but then she noticed that something was wrong with the lady, so she decided to ask again. Karina said that she agreed, so she wants to put on new clothes right now. The lady was informed that a carriage from the palace had arrived. Karina was very grateful to everyone for their efforts. She would be back soon. Karina said this boldly, but I can't even imagine how she can justify herself. They arrived at the place Karina believed that it was the emperor's personal palace. Luga said that since it was a personal meeting, he wanted to hold it in a significant place. Karina thought he shouldn't have taken it so seriously. She was in the Winter Palace. This is where Aster lived when he was a prince, and it's private property, so the only woman who's been here is the empress. It's a disaster the emperor treats her too well, and she can't tell him she made a mistake by being drunk. It wasn't something you could just forget. Then someone approached her. It was the emperor himself who welcomed her into his palace. This made the lady freeze and get scared. After that, Karina said that she was happy to meet the emperor. Aster said it was mutual. Karina decided she had to pull herself together right now. The emperor said that he would take care of the rest, so he decided to send the servant away. Today, he is wearing casual clothes, and it looks like he wants to hold her hand. The emperor noted that this was his first date, so he was very confused. She also added that he didn't know what she liked, and prepared a little bit of everything. The lady was delighted when she saw this beauty. Karina thanked him for his attention, and noted that she doesn't like sweets, but wants to try everything here. The emperor was surprised by this coincidence, because he also did not have a particular passion for desserts. He said that she had prepared his favorite tea. It was a little bitter, and thanks to this, she neutralized the sweetness. So he hoped that Karina would like it. The girl said that she likes to try different drinks. The emperor was surprised, and decided to ask if it was really only alcohol that was so bad. The lady got scared and said that it just happened that day, and that she was not usually like that. She just got very drunk. She asked for forgiveness for her rude behavior, and added that she was very ashamed. Aster laughed and said that he was joking, so there was no need to laugh like that. The emperor is not so stupid as not to be able to distinguish a drunk man from a sober one. He knows what she's thinking. She probably woke up this morning and started worrying about her family's reputation and stuff like that. Karina said that she wanted to ask him for forgiveness, but he believed that there was nothing to apologize for. However, he hopes that she has not changed her mind about their relationship. If she wants, they don't have to get married. They just have to continue dating. The emperor, of course, really wants to do everything in a big way. In this world where the main character decides everything, Aster turned out to be the biggest victim. Because everyone's favorite, Tatiana, got married, the imperial power was completely focused on him. Aster was the emperor, but had no influence to keep the title. He decided to destroy all the rebellious aristocrats. After this, the people nicknamed him the Emperor, sitting on the bloody throne. He is a very famous person throughout the state, and marrying the daughter of Archduke Pioneer will help protect his image. Even though she was drunk and made a mistake, he was still nice to her. So Karina decided to think about what she really wanted. Aster told her not to bother her head. In fact, he wants to be with her if she takes his side. Then Archduke Pioneer can become his ally. He will help her take revenge on Tatiana, so this is a good offer. The lady sighed and realized that he knew afterwards what was happening between her and the Archduchess. The emperor confirmed this and added that they were after all very famous in the empire. He thought she was too kind because he remained friends with her even after what she did. But that day, her eyes were filled with the desire for revenge. Therefore, the emperor was sure that he was right. The lady said that he was absolutely right, and she wanted to take revenge on Tatiana and all her exes. Otherwise, she will feel like a naive fool, but she does not want to cause problems for the emperor. After all, it's only between her and Tatiana. That's why, immediately after that, the author began to believe that she was against him supporting her. Aster wants her to use his help today. She is not drunk, so he wants to ask again. He swore before Karina, the title of emperor, that both politically and spiritually, he would always be on her side. So he invites her to become his companion. In that case, she will do everything possible to become his favorite girl. Aster added that it is mutual. Already in the evening, the lady turned to the maid and noted that it turned out that she and the emperor had a lot in common. They don't like sweets, they don't like crowded places. Lily said that she already approves of the emperor because she thought he was the best of all the men her mistress had ever had. Karina was grateful because she felt better after the maid's words. Lily was surprised that he was still there. The lady didn't understand what he was talking about, so Lily told her to look. This is a bracelet that Karina bought when she was 10 years old. Karina was surprised to hear about her first dark story, which was again connected to herself. She could not understand what exactly was happening, but decided to ask what this story was. Karina's first dark story was connected with Daniel, who said that he could not marry her. It was unexpected and painful for her, because she had been waiting for this moment. Karina remembered how Daniel joyfully ran to her, and Tatiana telling them that he had a gift for them. He was so happy and sincere that Karina remembered that moment for a long time. Tatiana was very grateful to him for the gift, because Daniel had been her fiancé since childhood. When they were younger, he often gave them gifts that supposedly symbolized friendship. As a child, Karina always felt that Daniel was more attached to Tatiana. At the time when their world was overtaken, she felt that her discontent was justified, but she did not know what to do. The maid noticed that something was wrong with the mistress and asked what was bothering her. Karina noticed something unusual, feeling something flash in the air. Perhaps Karina imagined it, or perhaps it was a cursed bracelet that ended up in her hands. She couldn't understand where it came from or what to do with it. The maid insisted that Karina give her the bracelet, claiming that she would burn it so that no trace would remain. She believed that such an object could be dangerous. Karina was against it because she couldn't understand where Lily got the bracelet from. It was strange and made her doubt what was happening. The girl noticed that it all reminded her of science fiction novels and decided to keep the bracelet. She didn't know what to do with it, but she thought it might come in handy. The father was very angry with his son, demanding an explanation. He asked what he had done and why the situation had escalated to such an extent. Karina filed for divorce and demanded division of property. The father, of course, could not understand what was happening and was furious trying to find an explanation for all this. He asked why Wilhelm thought he was not on the same terms with the Archduchess as he actually was. Wilhelm tried to explain that it was all a misunderstanding. Father was sure that Wilhelm was still chasing after Tatiana and acting like a guy who couldn't let her go. He was absolutely upset by this behavior. Wilhelm tried to explain that it was a misunderstanding and that his relationship with Tatiana was not what his father had imagined. However, Karina noticed that they were very close. When Wilhelm called Tatiana Titi, the father became furious. This name only made the situation worse, and he hit his son in the face, unable to contain his anger. The father asked if Wilhelm knew how much trouble a feud with the Pioneer family could cause. He was not going to tolerate such mistakes, and demanded that his son apologize immediately. The father did not even listen to Wilhelm and threw him out the door. He was too angry and believed that such issues should not be discussed with him. Wilhelm was sincere in his feelings, and it was difficult for him to pretend. However, he realized that perhaps it would have been better to simply lie to avoid conflict. Wilhelm and Tatiana had a long relationship that was difficult to call either friendship or love. It was something between these two states. It was unrequited love, and Wilhelm knew that if he let Tatiana go, it would all be over. However, he could not forget her, despite his pain. After Tatiana got married, Wilhelm tried to forget her. It was difficult, but he hoped that time would help him free himself from these feelings. When Wilhelm first met Karina, he found her rude and cold. Unlike Tatiana, who always greeted him with a warm smile, Karina seemed alien to him. Wilhelm married Karina for family and success, but after the wedding, they barely communicated. He felt that his life with her had no meaning and he was unhappy. However, after the engagement, Tatiana contacted him, and he immediately ran to the meeting. This was unexpected and greatly affected his feelings. Tatiana noticed that they had not seen each other for a long time, and Wilhelm thought that she was like a fairy. She remained as beautiful as before. They met after a long time, and Tatiana looked the same as before. She said that if he got married, they would be able to see each other more often without causing unnecessary questions. Tatiana hoped that Wilhelm would understand her hint and decide to become her lover, ignoring social conventions. She believed that it would be better that way. Wilhelm realized that Tatiana wanted him to be her lover. It was unexpected, but he did not know how to react to her request. As soon as the relationship with Karina began to deteriorate, Tatiana stopped communicating with Wilhelm. This became a great disappointment for him and made him think about many things. He was in a marriage with Karina that could be called effective, but he still hoped that she would understand him. He did not suspect that she was jealous of Tatiana. Wilhelm decided that he could not afford a divorce and began to make a decision that could save his relationship with Karina, despite everything that was happening. The maid asked Karina if she really planned to open her own business. Karina confirmed this, believing that it would help her focus on life. Sabin Island would soon become her property, and she would use it for her own purposes. Karina was no longer going to trust men and get married. Karina decided to focus on her work and take her mind off her personal problems. She felt grateful to those who supported her in this decision. But for now, she could not rely on him, completely believing that it was easier to continue the relationship with him than to make a decision about complete trust. Karina asked the maid how she liked the perfume she had chosen. Lilith noted that the scent was very delicate and would suit girls under 20. Lilith promised to choose a suitable fragrance for Karina that would harmonize with her image and style. Karina heard a whisper behind her, and then words about the princess. She realized that her life was not going unnoticed, and this worried her. People said that Karina had recently divorced again, but she looked very good. This surprised those who watched her life. Now, Karina is chasing the emperor, and it's a real nightmare. She was recently with another man, and now everyone is talking about her new hobbies. This makes her unhappy. Maybe Karina was dating two men at the same time. Who knows if this is true, but rumors are circulating, and it is impossible to understand what is really going on in her personal life. This world is just disgusting. Everyone praises Tatiana and her behavior, while Karina is harshly criticized. She feels how unfair it all is to her. Lilia advised Karina not to pay attention to rumors, because in her opinion, people are simply jealous of the princess. In Ukraine, this is not the first case and not even the second, so it is worth getting used to. Karina always pretends that she doesn't know anything and just ignores the ridicule and mean comments. She continues to go her own way, despite the fact that people try to hurt her. Sometimes she gets tired of it all, but she ends up in the same situation again. She ends up in the same place she was before, and it all starts over again. It's like an endless circle, so Karina decided it was time to pay attention to these conversations. She turned and informed the lady that it seemed they were discussing her, and let them know that she knew. Karina is currently going through a divorce, and her relationship with the cameraman is not mutual. It's no secret, but many are surprised how she resolves such personal issues in front of everyone. People were shocked to hear such news. Karina decided to state that she is not dating two men at the same time, to clear the air and prevent further rumors. Karina hoped that everything was clear now. She hoped that after her words, people would start spreading correct rumors and not continue to make up stories distorting the facts. Hearing her words, the people quickly apologized and hurried away. The maid was delighted with how skillfully and confidently Karina dealt with the situation and taught them the right lesson. Karina suggested going to another store this time. The maid was surprised when Karina mentioned its name because she had never heard anyone praise the place so much before. Karina said that she heard that the store is becoming more and more popular. She admitted that it is a great place for her business, which will help her expand her opportunities. When Tatiana saw Karina, she was very surprised. She immediately approached her and greeted her, noting that she did not expect to meet her in this place. It was an unexpected moment for her. Tatiana has not changed. She remains the same as before. Tatiana's husband noted that Karina did not respond to her greeting and insisted that she definitely respond. Karina met her first ex-boyfriend, Daniel Malfurion. He had been her friend since childhood, and they remained on good terms, despite the fact that their romance had long since ended. Daniel Malfurion was an important figure in Karina's life. Although their relationship had long since ended, he remained the friend with whom she shared many important moments in her life. Mrs. Karina asked her maid to wait a little. She decided that it would be better to spend time without unnecessary witnesses in order to calmly talk to Tatiana and sort out the situation. She also asked Lily not to let anyone into her room until they finished their conversation. The maid promised to fulfill her request and remain on guard so that nothing would disturb her. If Duke Malfurion or Archduchess of Gloucester were to press Karina, she should call for a maid at once. In that case, Lily could intervene and protect her mistress. Lily was ready to act decisively, even with the use of force. If necessary, Karina always considered her maid crazy, but also admired her loyalty. Karina promised to be careful to avoid such conflicts and tried to avoid situations that could lead to unpleasant consequences. The lady was interested in what Tatiana wanted to ask her. Karina understood that the conversation would not go without unnecessary questions and was ready to answer any of them to avoid misunderstandings. Tatiana wanted to find out if the rumors were true. They say that Karina has already reached the emperor, and she was interested in what was really going on in her friend's personal life. Karina asked a counter question about what got there meant and suggested that Tatiana forget about it. She also expressed interest in why Tatiana cared so much about her connection with the emperor. Karina could not understand why Tatiana was so interested in her relationship with the emperor since they were not engaged. Her curiosity remained a mystery to Karina. Karina suggested that Tatiana felt strange because she could not take the emperor for herself. This could cause her irritation and anxiety. Tatiana didn't understand what exactly Karina was talking about. She was worried that she might have misunderstood the relationship between Karina and Wilhelm, and so she decided to clear things up with her help. Karina asked Tatiana again if she really claimed that she had misunderstood the situation between them. She couldn't understand why everything was so complicated and why Tatiana couldn't accept the obvious. Mrs. Karina stood up and said that if a married woman showed up with another man, everyone would think she was loose. That was the standard opinion of society, and she didn't want to be judged. Despite their childhood friendship, Daniel Malfurion continued to treat Karina as if they had never been separated. This brought back unpleasant memories and reminded her of her past. He was the first to betray her, leaving a wound in her heart. Daniel said that he liked Tatiana, but at the same time, he assured her that his marriage with Karina was a sham and therefore could not be real. Tatiana and Karina agreed that their relationship with Daniel had nothing superfluous because they were just friends. This should not have been the reason for rumors and speculation. Karina asked Tatiana not to interfere in her relationship with the emperor anymore and to stop asking about her personal life. She wanted her business to remain her business without unnecessary questions. Tatiana was shocked to learn that Karina was calling the emperor by name. It was so unexpected that she could not hide her surprise and misunderstanding of the situation. Karina apologized, explaining that she actually called the emperor that when they were alone. But since then, it had become a habit, and she couldn't give it up even in conversation with Tatiana. Even though it was a lie, Karina felt relieved that she had finally spoken out. She had made no secret of the fact that she didn't care how people perceived her, and she was ready to say it openly. For her, they are not friends at all. So they were immediately surprised, and Tatiana asked what she was talking about. Karina asked what they did when the dirty rumors started. Daniel was more interested in Tatiana than in her, even though Karina needed help. Rumors had it that she was so obsessed with sweet Daniel that he quickly got tired of her, and when he came to the academy, he expressed complete indifference in response. Daniel wanted to ask for forgiveness, but Tatiana shouted that they were still friends. That's why I extended my hand to Karina and suggested that they make peace. Karina shouted at her to stop talking nonsense and pushed her away. Tatiana was very upset because her bracelet was damaged. Karina realized that this was the jewelry that Daniel gave them when they were 10. Daniel told Tatiana that everything was fine because he could buy her a new one. But Tatiana didn't agree because she only needed this one. Karina was shocked that she was still wearing this old thing. Tatiana was collecting beads and said that it was too much. After that, she ran out of the room. Daniel tried to stop her and asked her to wait for him. After this, a maid entered the room and wanted to say that they were crossing all boundaries. Karina asked if she really had been eavesdropping on them. Lily noted that she had to restrain herself, as the lady was worried. If they had said a word, Lily would have dealt with them. Karina laughed and noted that Lily was the only one on her side. The maid thought what a shame it was and was very curious about what was wrong with those two. Karina said that she had no idea and was very glad that she didn't marry him. While Karina was drinking tea, she noticed some strange sounds. She noticed a bead that had fallen from Tatiana's torn bracelet. Karina noticed that the level of sympathy was visible above the characters. Karina remembers that the same interface was in the original game. As soon as I touched this bead, a window appeared. Then Tatiana burst into the room and asked what was in her hand. Karina turned to the maid, and she was immediately ready with a tray. But the lady was not about this and asked her to leave them, and also not to let anyone down. Karina said that it hurts, so she asks Tatiana to remove her hand. Tatiana told her to give this bead to her then, because it belongs to her. Karina asked if she was really talking about this bead, and then raised it up. The girl noted that now it was her turn to take things from Tatiana. She thought they could share absolutely everything with each other. But Tatiana told her not to talk nonsense, and to give it to her. After this, the lady gave this bead to her, and said that she did not need someone else's, because she was not Tatiana. The girl asked in horror if she really saw it. Karina asked if she was talking about the girl crying outside the window. Tatiana noted that since she hadn't seen it, everything was fine. Karina asked if she was talking about those numbers above Daniel's head. It looks like she's been seducing her exes with the bracelet all this time. Each of her engagements fell through because of Tatiana for her. It's just a game. Tatiana said that it is not so. Well, Karina noted that she is funny because she acted like that all this time, and now she dares to be jealous of Asterer. Tatiana began to say that it was because the Emperor was special, and her feelings for him were too. Karina had a sense of déjà vu because she had only heard such nonsense from her ex-husband. She didn't understand what it was. She wasn't married, and all the main characters were in her hands, so it was unclear what else she needed. She noticed that Daniel was eavesdropping on them, so she decided to try to provoke him. She asked Tatiana if her words meant that her feelings for the Emperor were sincere. Well, it looks like Tatiana is missing 3 men besides her husband. She began to say that Daniel, Raymond, Wilhelm, someday, they would all get married, become the husbands of other women, and forget about Tatiana. Tatiana said that this was not true, and they had always belonged to her. It's been like this since the beginning. Daniel, Raymond, Willem. Everyone. She won't let anyone take her boys, and she doesn't know anything. Then Daniel entered the room and addressed Tatiana. The girl immediately became frightened. She approached Daniel and said that it was not so, then asked how much he had heard. After this, Daniel turned away and began to leave. The girl tried to stop him. Daniel apologized, but she would be going alone today. Karina noted that now, not only Daniel, but also others will see her true face. Tatiana told her not to even make her laugh, because she wouldn't succeed, because unlike her, she was special. Karina noted that they would still see who would succeed, and also suggested that Tatiana smile as usual, because she won't be able to enjoy it for long. Karina told Tatiana to take care of her bead, and added that they would see each other at the festival. As many as 4 people, Karina was not only angry at Tatiana and the men who betrayed her, she was also worried that the problem was in her. Well, it was all because of this thing. She remembered how Tatiana said that with the help of the bracelet, she would make all the guys hers. Karina laughed, because it seemed like she thought she was the only one. But Karina also has a bracelet. The girl just realized that she was doing something wrong. At first glance, this bracelet seems like an ordinary decoration, and perhaps her bracelet does not have any powers. Perhaps increasing the sympathy level is the only goal of the game. But despite all her efforts, she failed to seduce Aster. The girl decided that she needed to check it out. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Now Tatiana will be in her shoes. When the Emperor read the letter from his mistress, he thought that it was very wonderful. Karina was ready, but she thought she looked too vulgar. The maid said that this was just the thing to teach this terrible lady a lesson. There is no empress in the country, and the first dance discovered was always danced by a pair of archdukes. Therefore, all the attention usually belonged to Tatiana. Karina avoided such events because she did not want to see her. But now everything is different. The maid asked the mistress if she really had to wear that ugly bracelet. Karina said it was a bit childish, and she felt like she was 10 years old with him. But this is her chance to find out if there is power in this bracelet. After this, the lady noticed that someone was shouting behind her door, and therefore was interested in what was happening there. The Emperor felt bored at the festival. He thought that he really wanted the princess to come sooner. A gentleman approached him and noted that the Emperor seemed to be in a good mood. It was Duke Malfurion Aster said of course because this event was very well organized, but he wonders why he looks so sad at the moment. The Duke admitted that he was a little worried. The Emperor believed that a man whose face was written all over him should not be a politician, so he noted that he knew that he was the former Princess Pioneer. The Duke was very surprised, and then said that it was just a fictitious engagement. He and Karina had been best friends since childhood. These words interested the Emperor, and he asked again, and then the guy remembered that Karina was dating the Emperor. He said that they are still just friends, nothing more. The emperor remarked that looking at how he was clinging to the archduchess under the status of a friend, he wondered what this word meant to him. He also asked what the princess thought about this. And then the guy remembered how she said that she didn't care whether they considered her their friend or not. Then she also said that she did not consider them her friends. So the Duke began to think that Karina must be having a very hard time. He began to think about why he had not worried about her all this time, and told the emperor that he only wished her happiness. Because of this, the emperor asked him to be careful, because he was not as kind as the princess. Daniel promised that he would keep it in mind. He didn't understand why he had hurt Karina for so long. After that, he heard that same voice he didn't want to see her. Tatiana turned to the emperor and noted that she had not expected that he had been with Duke Malfurion all this time. Astor greeted the lady. Tatiana said that there was no need for these formalities, and he could simply call her TT. The emperor refused her, because in that case, strange rumors might start to spread. Daniel didn't understand why Tatiana seemed so insincere and thought it was because of that incident. He noticed that she had fixed the bracelet, and he knows that Tatiana values this thing very much, but he would really like to know what happened that day. He doesn't understand, but every time he sees Tatiana, he feels sick. Tatiana also turned to His Highness and asked if he knew that it was a coincidence that today was her birthday. The gentleman was surprised that she had a holiday. Tatiana looked as if she had a look that was full of expectation. The emperor believed that she wanted to hear congratulations from him, and Tatiana confirmed this. She wanted him to say something to her very much. Astor pointed out that if she wanted it so much, it meant Andy wasn't paying enough attention to her. Tatiana said that they became a family 3 years ago, and she just wanted to get closer to him. That's what she said. The emperor understood her, and therefore congratulated her on her birthday. Tatiana asked if he could give her a gift in honor of such an event. The emperor asked what she wanted. Tatiana wanted him to dance with her today. Suddenly, Andy came up to her and said that he had been looking for her everywhere, and here she was doing such things. He was shocked that she couldn't just stand still. Tatiana started to say that she just came here. Andy went up to the emperor and apologized to him. The gentleman thought that he had nothing to apologize for and came closer to Tatiana. Tatiana was very pleased, because this world still revolves around her. He says this because he is not a family, so he asks her not to involve him in her messy relationships. Then Karina came up to them and asked what was going on here. Wilhelm immediately rushed to her and said that he had come to talk. But the butler blocked his way and told the lady that they could go further. The Duke said that if the Lord suddenly appeared in William, he could safely throw him out. Wilhelm got angry and wanted to hit the butler. Karina asked him to stop. She told the butler that everything was fine, so he could step aside. She was very interested in why he came here, although it was for the best. If that happens, she will be able to check her bracelet. When she approached him, she saw that the percentage of his affection was visible above him, and it was 4 units. The number is moving towards 0. This was of course expected. This is such an absurdity. The lady noted that they had finished their conversation at that banquet. Willem said that she was too nervous that day, and he left. But the lady reported that she was completely and entirely of sound mind at the time. The numbers seemed to match his affection for her, and they continued to decline. The girl said that it was he who lost his mind and wanted to use violence against her. The guy apologized and said that he really was wrong. Since he sincerely repents, the lady decided to accept his apology. After that, she came and said that he could go. But he realized that he couldn't let her go. William grabbed her hand and asked her to think again whether she wanted to break off the engagement. Karina didn't understand why she should marry someone like him. Willem asked her to think carefully, because this would already be the 4th breakup. He believed that no man would want to marry a woman who had been divorced 4 times. The princess said that she would not marry him, so the guy decided that he would see her off for the last time. Karina noticed that he was in a great hurry and thought it was because of Tatiana, and then she asked what was going on. Karina noted that she heard that they were getting divorced and didn't want to see him anymore. In this case, she will definitely not accept his proposal because she will not benefit from it in any way. There will be rumors that she showed up at the banquet with a dissolute man. Karina is a realist, so we look at what is happening adequately. They and Tatiana have completely lost their minds. Wilhelm saw the princess's bracelet. He believed that it belonged to Tatiana and believed that she made the same one because she wanted to be like her. Karina said that this is not her bracelet and she is not trying to become Tatiana. If she thought she would resemble the Archduchess Kama and his feelings would change, then he asks for forgiveness. He said that his heart belonged only to Tatiana. After that, the butler came up to them and told the man that he was crossing all boundaries. If he starts insulting the princess again, he will call the guards. The lady noticed that suddenly the level of interest became higher. She did not understand why sympathy was increasing. She didn't want to think about what he thought that, for this reason to influence him, she began to imitate Tatiana. These are very nasty thoughts. She turned to him and said that if he had even a drop of feelings for her, then he must fulfill her last request. Their shaving brush was torn because of him, and she hopes it won't happen again. Lily hoped her mistress was okay. Karina thought that if she wore this bracelet, people would think she was imitating Tatiana. She will take him to the banquet and see the emperor's sympathy level. Thanks to the light, she can say anything to increase the emperor's sympathy. That's why she really wants to know how she differs from Tatiana. Karina is convinced that her bracelet has power too, but she is not sure if she should keep it. Karina asked the maid if she could put it in her room. That's a good idea, frankly. He's too ugly for a mistress. At the palace, Karina decided that she should not lose heart. After this, Princess Pioneer entered and was introduced. Karina noticed that there was a very strange atmosphere here. For some reason, her first husband is kind of sad. Tatiana and Andy are also strange. They seem to have had a fight. The emperor greeted Karina. The lady noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. Now she knew what it was like when someone was happy to see her. The lady noted that he seemed to be in a good mood. The emperor coughed and said that something interesting had happened before she arrived. Karina asked again what he was talking about, and then he whispered it into her ear. He whispered that Tatiana said that today was her birthday and asked him to dance his first slow dance with her. The emperor thanked everyone present at today's festival. He also hoped that today they would forget about hard work and have a good rest. Karina had no idea what Tatiana was thinking about. It seemed she really did think that all men belonged to her. She thought that perhaps Tatiana had also come here from the real world. But if she had known the original plot, she wouldn't have been so fixated on Cater, who is no different from the others. If you think about it, Karina thought all this time that Tatiana was just the main character of the game, but never tried to get to know her better. It really does have the power to surprise people. She wondered how she could offer the emperor the first dance when her husband was right next to her. Tatiana also lied that it was her birthday today. After this, the emperor turned to her and barely brought her out of her thoughts. Karina answered him immediately, but she was very scared because she didn't expect this. The emperor asked if she could dance the first dance with him. They danced, and during this, the emperor asked what she was thinking about, and then she got scared when she heard his voice. Karina said that she thought that he told her. The girl could not understand the Archduchess and did not understand what she was allowing herself to do. The gentleman noted that today he wanted her to just focus on him because he was very jealous. Karina asked for forgiveness and said that she didn't do it on purpose. The emperor knew about this, so he informed her and noted that now she could simply enjoy their dance. Karina thought that no one was discussing her today, but it looks like it started again. She was wondering what rumors would be spread about them now. But suddenly she heard that they were saying that, for some reason, they were very beautiful. The girls talked about how they really suited each other, as if they were looking at a painting. For the first time, Karina is happy that people are whispering about her, and she is about to cry. Karina said that her father told her that he would be here today, and asked her to come to him. But he went somewhere. Perhaps he is now with the mistress of the magic tower. Karina was very scared because her mother was here too. Aster was surprised and asked why she was so scared. He thought that it was normal for the mistress of the magic tower to attend a banquet. The mistress remarked that he simply didn't know much, and she still couldn't forget the day she graduated from the academy. After that, the girl said that now was not the time to think about it. She needed to find her mother before trouble happened. Well, after that, she noticed that her mother had already grabbed Tatiana by the hair and was asking how she dared to wag her tail in front of her daughter's partner. Andy asked her to stop because she was his wife. The woman screamed that since she was his wife, he should look after her as he should. She doesn't understand how pathetic a man must be to have his wife hanging around other people. Karina called her mother and asked what she was doing there. After that, her mother immediately calmed down. The woman was happy when she saw her daughter. She was shocked that she also came to the banquet. Karina pulled her by the hand and said that they needed to talk because this was not a magic tower for her. My mother said that she flirts with every man she comes across, and if she doesn't understand words, then she needs to be taught a lesson with her fists. The mother was angry when she heard the news about her daughter. Karina said that she should just leave her alone. Probably the father was afraid that the mother would be angry and ran away. All because he is very afraid of her mother. Karina asked if she would go back to the magic tower today, and her mother said that she didn't know. And she hadn't been here for so long, so she wanted to stay a little longer. Karina decided to find out where she wanted to stay. Mother said she wanted to stay in her house. Karina was shocked with you that she wanted to stay near her father. The woman said that this was her home, and she didn't understand why she should even live somewhere else. Father tried so hard to escape, she would still run into Mother at home. He really didn't want to hear her screams. Mother was very angry because Father constantly introduces her to all sorts of idiots and said that if he just caught her eye, she would turn him into a piece of shit. Mother said so and told him she later noted that she herself could tell about it. After this, the emperor approached them and noted that they had not seen the mistress of the tower for a long time. The woman was very surprised when she saw the emperor, after which she began to examine him. She asked what she was doing since he was the emperor. Aster noted that he knew that the lady was very worried, but he assured her that she had nothing to worry about, because he is a very nice guy. The woman decided that this meant that he liked her daughter. The emperor confirmed this. Already in the evening, the mother said goodbye to her beautiful daughter and wished her a good date, and said that they would see each other later. Karina asked for forgiveness and said that her mother was simply a special person. The emperor also found it funny and said that she was very interesting, and he thought that she looked like the archduke, but she looked more like Mother. Karina decided to find out if this was a compliment, and he confirmed it. In any case, they were finally left alone. Today, the emperor was waiting for just this moment. Tatiana was sitting in the restroom and crying very bitterly. She didn't understand at all how they could do this to her. Daniel asked her to calm down. He noticed that Mrs. Freya was always like that, so he suggested that they be grateful to Karina for taking her away. Tatiana shouted that she didn't mean that at all. When she asked the emperor to dance with her, he just stood behind her. He had to help her. Daniel was in complete shock because it was His Majesty's decision. Tatiana asked if he would care if she couldn't dance with the one she wanted. He didn't care that she was unhappy. Daniel noted that he hadn't said that. He hadn't noticed that she was so crazy. Andrew remarked that he had better leave, and he immediately stood up and obeyed the master. It's strange after Karina and Tatiana's fight. Something went wrong. Tatiana asked Andy if he was really angry, but the guy didn't understand why she thought so. The girl said that it was because she wanted to dance the first dance with the emperor. Andrew said no because he didn't even seem like the type to care who she danced with. The girl realized that something was wrong with her bracelet lately. She sees the level of sympathy very blurry. Andrew approached her and said that he didn't care, and asked her to remember one thing. If she doesn't keep her promise, it will be all over. Tatiana started saying that she will definitely try, and she also promised that she would not make any more mistakes. Andy said again that he would not repeat it twice. If she wants to live, she must take responsibility for her words. After this, the man left the room, and Tatiana sighed. She was very glad that Karina simply thought that this bracelet only showed a window of sympathy. If she had touched it, she would have had problems. And she also wondered what the problem was, because she had returned him to his previous state and did not understand what was wrong. It could be because Andy caught her or something else. Then Raymond teleported to her. She was very happy when she saw him. The guy also noticed that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and he missed her. After that, they hugged, and he asked if she was doing well, and if anyone had offended her. Tatiana said no, but he agreed with me, because his Tatiana's eyes are red like a rabbit's. He asked who had offended her. He assumed it was the Duke, and promised to help her. Titi said that, to be honest, something was bothering her. Titi's gaze is so mesmerizing and captivating. She said that it was connected with Karina, and made him fulfill her request. The emperor said that he would be very pleased to show this to the princess. She was already very interested in what was going on there. After that, they arrived at the place. Karina was in complete shock, and said that it was simply unearthly beauty. The emperor said that his father gave this garden to his mother, and it is cold here, so he asks her to put something on herself. His mother was a winter mage. His father built this garden for her, so that even in the cold season she could enjoy beautiful flowers. The lady noted that he was indeed a romantic. The guy said that was why he was heartbroken when his mother passed away. Karina remembered that the Empress died when Aster was 1 year old. He said that because he was born a summer mage and his energy was different from his mother's, it was very weak. And then the poisoning incident happened. The poison shouldn't have affected her at all. Well, for a weakened body, it was a huge blow. And she gave birth to him and died less than a year later. The father then said that his mother died because of him, and he should be grateful that he did not kill him and put him in the place of the crown prince. At every meeting, his father was angry with him and said that his mother died because of him. And what happened next? Karina knows. Because of her father's neglect, Aster's position as emperor weakened greatly. To strengthen his power, he had to kill all his brothers and those who stood in his way. Karina said that he was a complete coward and did not understand what his fault was. She couldn't understand how a 1-year-old child could do something like that. The one who poured the poison was to blame, but for some reason, they blamed him. Karina said that she takes back her words, and then that his father is a romantic. After this, the emperor laughed and noted that she was the first person he had told this to. For some reason, he wanted to see her about his past. Probably this was the answer he wanted to hear. The lady noticed that he had cold hands, and added that they say that people with cold hands have warm hearts. Suddenly, a thought came to her mind. Sincerity is wonderful, because the human eye is not able to see it. Suddenly, Karina heard someone calling her. It was Daniel. She recognized him immediately when she heard that voice. The emperor noted that Duke Malfurion seemed to be searching for her very diligently. But before Daniel only followed Tatiana, and something strange came over him. The emperor smiled and noted that although he was jealous, he trusted her, so they went out to him together. The gentleman ran up to her in horror and was glad that he had finally found her. He was very surprised that she was with the emperor. Aster said that he didn't know what had happened to him there, but he had interfered with their time together. Or perhaps he had already forgotten the words that the emperor had said to him this afternoon. The Duke said no way Karina decided to find out why he was looking for her. He only needs Tatiana. The gentleman hesitated and didn't know what to say. The emperor noted that this conversation seemed to be not for his ears, and he would move away. She could talk and return to him. The girl was grateful to him. Daniel turned to Karina and said that something was wrong. Tatiana was acting strange. The girl was outraged because he was looking for her. For this reason, Karina noted that she had always been strange. Although not even that, not only she, even their relationship had strange points. It is very indecent for a married girl to run around and call her by her name. Daniel was surprised by this, and Karina was irritated because she was already tired of repeating this to him. She said it over and over again, but he didn't hear it, didn't even want to think about it. They were friends in words, but he was always on Tatiana's side. But now that he thinks about it, he asks for forgiveness, because only now he realized what an idiot he was. At first, the girl did not listen to his words, but then she was very surprised by what he was saying. This is already the second apology. The first was from Willem. Karina can't get her head around it. She said that she accepted his apology, so the gentleman was very grateful to Karina. He felt as if the ignorance had lifted. Karina was surprised and asked again. Ever since he and Tatiana had a fight, he has been uneasy and feels like there is a crack in his heart. It seemed to Daniel that Tatiana was a fragile girl who needed to be protected with all his might. But after this day, Tatiana seems so deceitful. Just thinking about her makes me feel sick. It's just disgusting. Karina was shocked by the words he said about Tatiana. This is not the Tatiana he knew. She recently yelled at him for not helping her convince the emperor to dance with her. She did this right in front of her husband. Karina assumed it meant he was jealous when she danced with the emperor. Daniel confirmed this and added that he did not expect this from himself. She doesn't know everything, but she is sure of one thing. Tatiana's influence is weakening, and Daniel's complaints about her behavior are proof of that. While she wants to know what the reason is, it looks like it's all because of the incident with the bracelet. Daniel didn't want to think about the fact that she had always been like this. Karina said he just hadn't noticed. And also something interesting for Karina. She wonders if he remembers how he squeezed her bracelets with Tatiana. Daniel noted that she seemed to be talking about the bracelet that Tatiana always carries with her. Karina asked if he remembered where he bought them, and if the seller was a magician. The guy said that it was a long time ago, and he definitely doesn't remember. Well, if she suspects magic, she can ask her mother. He is indeed right. Karina said that she was grateful, but it was time for her to go, and she would give him one last piece of advice on old friendship. Karina said that he should reconsider his attitude towards Tatiana, and then he will get rid of many problems. Karina asked where her mother was now. The butler replied that she was resting in her room. The girl was surprised that she was not in the living room, but in the room. She didn't think that they could still have feelings for each other. After her breakup with Daniel, her parents divorced. Not only because of cooled feelings, her mother chose magic, and her father chose a family. They were so busy with their own affairs that they forgot about each other, and her breakup with Daniel was the last straw. The mother screamed that it was he who insisted on this crazy engagement, and he ruined their daughter's life, and she believed that he was not a real father to her. But he thought that he had nothing to do with it, because its representatives Raymond weren't very good either. Karina thought that a simple apology could have solved everything. She turned to her mother and asked if she had a minute. Mother whispered that she would be out now. After this, the lady ran out of the room and asked what happened. Mother was very happy. Karina decided to ask if she knew anything about this bracelet. The woman thought about it and decided to ask where she got it from. Karina immediately became scared and began to scream and ask if there really was dangerous magic there. The woman admitted with a slight hesitation in her voice that she was not entirely sure of her feelings, but she clearly felt something unusual and disturbing. Realizing that a quick glance would not be enough, she decided to take a closer look and invited her daughter into the room to do so. Mother looked at Karina with hope, assuming that she would agree to wait. Karina, in turn, was not at all against this proposal. Karina had not been in her mother's room for a long time, which was almost always locked. Looking around, she noted that nothing had changed inside. She noticed how her father clearly cared about her mother's room, indicating that he still had tender feelings for her, something Karina had always suspected. Suddenly, the mother asked about the origin of the bracelet. To this, Karina replied that Daniel had given it to her. The woman's face distorted with horror, and she anxiously asked if Karina was talking about the very man she considered to be the #1 scumbag. Karina was scared by her mother's reaction and hurried to warn her to be careful, otherwise the bracelet might break. The woman decided to take a closer look at it. She told her daughter that bracelets are a great base for magical artifacts, as they contain a mixture of seasonal and magical stones. Hearing this, Karina was amazed, because such materials are incredibly expensive. Her mother confirmed that the bracelet was indeed made of high-class magical materials. She explained that magic stones serve to store magic, while seasonal stones are capable of generating it on their own, which makes them unique. These stones are incredibly rare, and there is very little information about them. The woman was amazed that someone could mix them together to create a bracelet. Such a person must be either a genius or completely insane. However, the true purpose of creating this artifact remained a mystery to her. Karina suggested that the bracelet allows you to see people's feelings, but only certain ones, which makes it even stranger. It was indeed an unusual object, so the woman decided to take it to the tower to conduct a more detailed study. During the conversation, the mother unexpectedly asked Karina about the emperor and how they started dating. Karina admitted that the story of how they met was long and unexpected, and she herself does not fully understand how everything turned out this way. The mother remembered that her daughter was always careful and never rushed to make decisions without necessity. However, Karina objected, stating that this was not the case at all, and she had not always been so prudent. To this, the mother responded that sometimes it is worth listening to your heart, even if this leads to spontaneous actions. At the same time, she noted that Karina was able to show resilience and cope with the difficulties that arose with dignity. Suddenly, the mother turned the conversation to the divorce, with Wilhelm asking how the matter was progressing and when it would be completed. Karina reported that the divorce application had already been filed, but Wilhelm was behaving strangely and still had not given any response. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a strange sound that caught their attention, but they could not determine its source. Mother assumed it was a cockroach that had been darting around somewhere nearby. She assured Karina that she would deal with it herself. However, Karina insisted on catching the insect immediately if it really was there and not putting it off. Karina was about to kill the cockroach, but suddenly heard it begin to make sounds similar to a human voice. It turned out that it was the father, who suddenly confessed that he was that very cockroach, which left Karina in real shock. His mother screamed at him, indignant, that he had hidden so poorly and was unable to avoid detection. The father, on the contrary, claimed that he had hidden himself quite well, but the mention of Wilhelm's name forced him to give himself away. Despite all this, he tried to calm everyone down, saying that there was no longer any reason to worry. However, Karina still did not understand what exactly her father was doing here and why he was hiding at all. The mother assured her daughter that she could rely on them in matters concerning Daniel and people like him. They were ready to deal with it themselves. Meanwhile, the Duke and the mistress of the Magic Tower discussed the difficulties associated with Duke Wilhelm and his parents. Wilhelm's parents, the Marquis and his wife, reported that the divorce petition had been sent, but no response had been received from them. The Marquis spoke with concern about the fact that their son had changed a lot recently, which caused them concern. He also mentioned that Wilhelm had recently apologized to the princess for his actions. The Duke demanded clarification as to whether this was indeed the case. The Duke noted that his butlers were giving completely different information, so he decided to call Wilhelm to hear an explanation. Soon, Wilhelm came at his father's invitation. The Duke expressed his satisfaction that he had finally appeared. William greeted the Duke and the mistress of the tower, expressing the hope that everything would go without unnecessary complications. But the Duke said that things were not going as well as they would have liked, and he knew who was the cause of it. The Marquis turned to his son, reminding him that he had gone to ask the princess for forgiveness. This was an important step. Wilhelm recalled how the servants blocked his way, and the princess refused to speak to him, which left him confused and angry. However, he firmly believed that he was acting out of pure love. For him, true love required decisive action. He believed that the virtue of a knight lies in uncompromising loyalty to his feelings and the desire to be with his beloved woman Tatiana. Wilhelm admitted that he had apologized to the princess, but she insisted on a divorce. He acknowledged his mistakes and expressed regret. Wilhelm's parents insisted that they were against the divorce from the princess, asking the Duke to reconsider this decision. However, Karina's mother sharply asked Wilhelm what he meant by wanting to become the Archduchess's lover. Wilhelm began to justify himself, saying it was a misunderstanding. But his father demanded that he explain his words, claiming that the butlers had reported something completely different. He denied the accusations, claiming he had never said such words. Then the tower's mistress offered to teleport to their estate to check. All those present were invited to go with them. Wilhelm was shocked and repeated the question, not believing what was happening. The tower's mistress explained that magic would allow one to restore memories and find out who is telling the truth and who is lying. Despite Wilhelm's protests, his parents agreed, confident in their son's honesty. They decided to set out immediately. It was the perfect moment to uncover all the hidden secrets. In the blink of an eye, they were transported to the ducal mansion, ready for a frank conversation. Lena turned to Wilhelm with the assurance that she knew the true purpose of his visit. She was sure that he had come for a reason and knew what he was going to tell her. William was ready to swear by everything he could. His knighthood and his honor. William's parents, whispering to each other, confirmed that their son was incapable of lying and was acting sincerely. The Marquis, however, could not believe such statements. He had many doubts, and he believed that their son could not easily admit his guilt if there was any. Wilhelm firmly believed that he had done nothing wrong. He was only trying to apologize for his actions, but his words could not be taken without doubts and questions. He explained that he was ready to do anything to make amends. It was for this reason that the tower owner suggested that he undergo a test to test his sincerity and willingness to improve. The woman was determined and seeking the truth. She asked him to be patient, as the ordeal could affect his perception of what was happening, making him dizzy and doubtful. When they saw what was happening, the Marquis and his wife could not understand what exactly they were watching. Everything that was happening seemed absurd, and they could not figure out the cause and effect relationships of these events. Questions began to come to Wilhelm. How would he explain what was happening? He claimed that he did not remember anything like that, and could not have been so rude and cruel to people he valued. The woman approached him, and in bewilderment asked if he meant to say that her magic was lying. Her words could not leave him without an answer, and he felt that he was at a dead end. The Marquis suggested that they weigh all their options just in case. However, he was interrupted when the butler, apparently unable to bear it, intervened, declaring that they should not insult the pioneer family they served. What they were now seeing was not fiction, but what they had recently seen with their own eyes and heard with their own ears. And these events were now part of their reality. Karina, turning to the Lord, noticed that he swore by his knighthood and honor, and she wondered what it was like to look at herself from the outside, given everything that had happened. In her eyes, he was no longer a noble knight. This behavior was alien even to a common man, and she could not imagine how anyone could justify such actions in any social role. Karina now had no doubts about who was to blame for everything that had happened. The divorce was the result of actions that she now fully understood. Karina was pleased, because Willem's actions opened the way for her to acquire Soban Island. She just had to find a good perfumer to complete her business. Karina's mother sent her here for one purpose, but she couldn't believe that this sinister place turned out to be a perfume boutique. Everything looked completely different from what she imagined. As soon as she entered, a woman came out to her and noticed that Karina was standing in front of the store, and judging by her appearance, she had some kind of request that she was going to voice. Karina approached her kindly and asked if she could show her her fragrances. She was looking for something special that could inspire her to take further action. The woman wasn't sure she could find the right scent for her, but of course she suggested going inside and seeing what was available. Karina noticed that this place didn't really resemble a typical perfume boutique, and the selection was extremely limited, which further increased her bewilderment. She still decided that despite the small variety, she should smell at least one scent to understand whether it was worth continuing to look for something suitable here. The woman allowed her to do so, and Karina, holding the bottle to her nose, noted that the aroma was too strong for her. She decided that she needed to look for something more suitable. Soon, Karina found herself in a field covered with morning dew, where the soft grass gently swayed under her feet, and the air was filled with a light floral scent that enveloped her. The moment, like the scent, felt magical. She knew she had found what she was looking for, and was now ready to enter into a partnership that would open up new horizons for her. Karina apologized for her misunderstanding and decided to clarify whether this woman was the owner of the store, because she wanted to continue the conversation and establish business relations. The woman confirmed that she was indeed the owner, and her name was Nevea. She had been in the business for a long time and was familiar with important clients and suppliers. Karina said that she was pleased to meet you and introduced herself, specifying that she was the daughter of the mistress of the Magic Tower and the great Queen of Spring, and came here on the recommendation of her mother. The woman immediately recognized who was standing in front of her and realized that Karina was Freya's daughter. However, she was unclear why she had come here, because there was a more suitable store on the other side of the street. Karina explained that she was not interested in products, but in business partnerships. She was sure that Nevea would be a good partner for her future plans. But the woman told her to go away. She wasn't going to work with her. She drove the lady away screaming and believed that she too had been sent by the Archduchess. Karina was simply horrified and said that she did not come here from Tatiana. She asked her to listen to her because she was familiar with the rumor that Tatiana took 4 suitors from one girl. People from Venisa Street must have heard about it. The lady confirmed it. Karina said that she was that girl, and so she asked if she thought that Karina would be going to work as a messenger for Tatiana. The woman admitted that it seemed she had jumped to conclusions, and Freya's family could be trusted. But Karina did not understand at all where her reaction came from. The woman noted that she would be leaving here soon anyway, so she decided to tell this was about 3 years ago. One day, the Archduchess came to her and proposed cooperation. She said that she wanted to create her own perfume brand and entrust the management to her. But the woman found one tricky moment in the contract. There was a clause according to which all recipes she created would immediately become the property of the Archduchess. She left her boutique to her daughter, who followed in her footsteps and also became a perfumer. But when she raised the issue of property rights and succession of management, Tatiana suddenly became angry and furious because of her disobedience and even threatened to destroy her. Soon after this, the woman lost her clients, and people on the street don't even want to talk to her. They act as if she committed some crime, and the woman is tired of it. No matter how hard she tries, it's all in vain. That's why she wants to leave here. Karina noticed that this was indeed a familiar situation. She never crossed Tatiana's path, but there are so many dirty rumors about her. Karina didn't understand why they were making fun of her, why no one believed her, because she hadn't done anything bad. And then Astor came into her life. He was like a savior. He believed her words unconditionally. He was the first one to offer to help with revenge, and now it was her turn to lend a helping hand. So the lady asked if she would take advantage of it if she had one last chance. The woman said that her business was already destroyed, so she thinks that there is no more Chanson-Mi. Karina asked for permission to help her together. They will restore the business and make it prosper. The woman was upset because she had neither money nor clients. Karina said that it didn't matter, because she had talent, and she could think about why the selfish Tatiana would look for her. People will fall in love with her with just one breath. Nivea noted that she is an archduchess, so she can't do anything alone. It is very difficult to defeat such a powerful person right now. Nivea does not believe in herself. That's why you need to show her that there is a person in front of her who is not afraid of Tatiana. She needs to show that there is a person standing in front of her who is not afraid of Tatiana. The lady asked if she had heard the recent rumors. Karina is dating the emperor. She might become empress soon. That's why Karina asks if she really thinks that some archduchess will look to challenge the authority of the empress herself, and that with her the lady will succeed. Because of Tatiana's tyranny, she had no chance to show people her fragrances. But now everything will change. Moreover, her business will flourish like never before. There is no sweeter revenge than this. Karina noted that she was not rushing her, asking her to just think about it. And if she decided she could come to the Pioneer Duke's house. When Tatiana took everything from her, pushing her to the very bottom, Karina dreamed that someone would say such words to her. After that, the lady left Lena told everything to her mother, and she was shocked with you what a bitch Tatiana is. She still has the nerve to stick her nose up in the air after that. She is the main character of this damned world after all. The mother handed the bracelet to her daughter and said that even in the magic tower, they could not figure out where it came from. The perfect storage for magic. It's even surprising where poor Daniel got such value from. She doesn't want to have things from the apothecary like that bastard. Karina was simply delighted and thanked her mother because she made it better. Freya also cast her magic there. And she can do as she was taught and will always be protected. Mom said that Tatiana would definitely try to harm her, and it would be good if Mother could always protect her. But she herself knows that this is impossible. She has a friend who is very knowledgeable about magical instruments, so she can go to him and find out everything. But she must be careful and not get sick. After that, the mother hugged her daughter, and Karina asked her mother to be careful there too. A few days had passed since her mother's departure, and Karina had dressed up again. The maid said that she looked simply stunning and perfect. For today's picnic, she had not spent 3 hours on her hair for nothing. She looks amazing, she did it so elegantly, but at the same time so cute. Just like a doll, the emperor will be absolutely delighted. Karina was very grateful to the maid because all this was thanks to her. The weather is good, so they will walk a little. I'll also talk, they haven't seen each other for a long time. And when with that, the emperor comes to her with his clothes, so that she doesn't catch a cold. Lily said that the two people were getting closer. The trash was heating up. The lady asked her to stop. After that, someone called loudly for the lady. It was a servant, and the lady came out to find out what was going on. The servant reported that a man named Lela was looking for her. It seemed to be something urgent. Karina didn't quite understand who they were talking about, but said that she would come down now. Below, she saw a girl who was in tears and begging her to save her mother. It was Nevea's daughter, Lela. The gentleman was asking what had happened, and the girl told him that a fire had suddenly started in the store. Mom told me to tell her she came back herself, but they still can't put out the fire. Karina didn't understand at all why her mother returned to the burning store. It's all because there was a book with recipes for fragrances left there, and she went after it. But the fire doesn't go out, and the water doesn't help. A fire that cannot be extinguished with water means that it is not an ordinary fire. The lady ordered the butler to gather the servants and send them to Nevea's boutique and asked them to provide everything possible to fight the fire. Karina shouted for Lily to go to the Association of Magicians and called her mother's name. They should send magicians to the scene of the fire, and they get ready and go there immediately. Karina told her that there is no time, so she will go on horseback. Lela will catch up with her in a carriage. The girl did not want this, but the lady said not to worry because she would definitely save her mother. The gentleman arrived and asked the servants why the flame was so strong. They told her that this was an unusual fire. If you pour water on it, the fire does not weaken. Karina knew that this was a magical fire, and that such a fire could only be extinguished by other magic. Leela said she needed to go inside, but they stopped her because it was dangerous. The girl didn't see her mother, so she begged them to save her. Her mother still hadn't come out of the store, so she asked them to get her out. Karina understood that her maid would not bring the magicians here anytime soon, but a little more, and they would not save the perfumer. So the lady called the servant to her. She snatched the bucket from his hands and poured it on herself. She ordered everyone to listen to her. This fire was caused by magic, and everyone needs to wait for the mages to arrive. She is the daughter of the Archmage Freya, so she will understand everything. She asked Lella to be patient for a little while, because she would definitely save her mother. It's all because there was a book with recipes for fragrances left there, and she went after it, but the fire doesn't go out, and the water doesn't help. She remembered how her mother taught her how to channel her magical power and create the form she desired. Karina would really like to be as strong as her mother. The woman said that she is not even a magician, but she controls magical power, and it is brilliant. Here, magic needs to be protected only by magic. Therefore, if it masters it perfectly, then it will have nothing to fear. She had her mother's bracelet with her, so she was confident that she would succeed. She just needs to imagine the right form, a form that can protect her. That was great. Now the flames are not scary to her. Nevaeh must endure a little longer. She ran inside and heard a hoarse voice asking for help. She saw a woman sitting in the corner, clutching a book. She said it was dangerous here, so we had to leave. The woman said that she had injured her leg and would not be able to walk. Everything was fine. She could leave and pass this on to her daughter. Lella was a young girl with a lot to learn. She turned to Alan and asked him to tell her that her mother loved her very much. It was an important message. The woman fell to the ground, but the princess did not agree with this. She assured that they would be able to get out together, despite all the difficulties, and would not stay here. The help of the magicians was expected soon, and the princess asked the woman to be patient a little longer. However, the smoke was too thick, and she lost consciousness from fatigue. The flames raged around her, but it was impossible to breathe here. Karina realized that she had to concentrate to create a flow of air, otherwise it would be difficult for her to survive. Karina tried to focus, imagining a large dome filled with clean air that could make breathing easier. Her efforts began to bear fruit. After concentrating, Karina managed to create a magical airflow, and the woman felt relief. It became easier for her to breathe, although the situation remained difficult. Neva stood up, but her eyes were full of worry. She began to ask what was happening and felt better when the air became lighter. At this point, Raymond approached them, noting that the scene was quite touching. He added that the woman seemed to not care since she barely struggled. Tatiana did not have magic, and Raymond concluded that the fire could have been started by some magician. He wondered why he had gone so far. Karina was unhappy that Raymond did not understand her words. He did not know what fire she was talking about, because his goal was to save this woman. Karina hoped that the bracelet would help her get out. Raymond said that he was here to save people, and she was trying to turn him into a criminal. It was cruel of him, but Karina, realizing his attitude, replied that he was just a sick freak and asked him to take her out of there. Raymond replied that he was not going to do that. He emphasized that seeing her sympathy window would not change his mind. The guy noted that he was not a hero and had never acted selflessly except for Tatiana, who had always been his priority. He offered a deal. If Karina gave him the recipe book, he would lead the two of them out. This was the only condition for their salvation. Karina flatly refused his help, saying that the bracelet would not help. She used magic to prevent him from approaching her. Raymond said she was overconfident in her abilities, thinking that magic would help her get out. He noted that magic is not that simple. He grabbed her hand, claiming that if magic were that simple, then everyone would be a mage, not just a select few. And then Karina saw the choice window, another ability of the bracelet. Over time, the choice will be made automatically, and she will not be able to avoid it. Raymond noted that her sympathy for him had increased and asked if she was truly speechless from fear. He offered her to obey him as long as he remained kind. If she gave him the book, he would put out the fire and lead them both out. Karina realized that he would keep them in this place until she gave him the book, but she was not going to give in. It became clear to her that she had no other choice, and she was once again faced with a list of decisions that required an answer. The smoke made her feel very dizzy, and she decided that her answer would be simple. Tell him to leave her alone. Raymond was shocked, surprised by her resistance. Despite her almost lost consciousness, she could not do anything, but she still fought. He realized that this wouldn't work and said that she didn't have to give the book back. But that didn't solve the problem, and he began to act more decisively. Raymond thought that Tatiana might be angry with him. The thought of her anger led him to decide to act differently than before. At that moment, someone appeared behind Raymond, causing him to turn around abruptly. It was the Emperor, and Karina had not expected him to appear. When Karina opened her eyes, she found herself in a completely different place and did not immediately understand what was happening. Everyone happily noticed that she had come to her senses. Karina asked Lily to give her a glass of water, asking what had happened. She was slightly taken aback by what was happening. Turning her attention to her parents, Karina became frightened when she noticed that they were standing nearby and immediately felt anxious. Her father was anxiously asking if Karina was okay, and her mother was checking how many fingers she could see. This added to the excitement. Karina reassured them, saying that she was just a little tired, but in fact she felt fine despite what was happening. Her father and mother embraced her, expressing their joy that she had come to after such a long state of unconsciousness. They were in a panic because Karina had not regained consciousness for 5 whole days. During this time, they had time to be scared to the depths of their souls. Karina was in complete shock when she found out that she had slept for 5 whole days. She couldn't believe that she had been gone for so long. Freya asked Karina if she understood how scared she was, because her daughter had never acted so recklessly risking her life. Freya was very angry, but tried to calm Karina down, trying to smooth things over and prevent her from taking any more risks. She said that such recklessness could be very dangerous, but Nivea told her everything in detail about what happened. Nivea expressed gratitude for saving her friend, and Karina asked how she felt after everything that happened. Neva was fine. She was in the hospital and woke up even earlier than Karina, which was great news for everyone. Karina remembered that she had seen Raymond at the scene of the fire and wondered if he had anything to do with what was happening. However, it couldn't have been him, since Raymond was registered in the Magic Tower, and if he had started the fire, they would have known about it immediately. The magicians who arrived at the scene found only Karina and the woman, but did not find the arsonist, which confirmed Raymond's innocence. Despite this, Karina believed that Raymond was involved in what was happening, although there was no evidence of his guilt. She knew Raymond was too smart and too thoughtful to leave evidence. He had blocked the magic, and the memories were impossible to recover. The father said that they had done some research and found out that Nivea had insurance and that rebuilding the building would not be a problem. Karina was glad that her family was concerned about her health, and her father advised her to focus on recovery rather than finding someone to blame. Karina agreed that the most important thing now was to recover and decided not to worry about the investigations until she felt better. At this time, she noticed letters on the table and asked what these messages were. Her mother explained that the Emperor had written to her while she was sleeping. The Emperor looked at the sleeping Karina for a long time and then stood up and left, promising to send her letters every day until she answered. Karina smiled, thinking that she needed to write a reply urgently. Everything that was happening was unexpected for her, but she was glad for this attention. After a few days, Karina had almost fully recovered. She felt much better and could return to normal life. Every day, she and the Emperor exchanged letters. He was very busy calculating the defense budget, but he still found time for her. Despite her slight embarrassment, Karina was very happy with the Emperor's attention. He continued to show concern, and this brought her joy. The butler announced that Nivea had come to visit, and Karina was delighted, asking her to come in immediately. Nivea was grateful to Karina for saving her life, but still refused her offer, which greatly surprised Karina. Karina asked Nivea to think again, since she knew who started the fire and could help figure it out. Niva said she could no longer smell and explained that it might be due to inhaling too much smoke. At the hospital, she was told that the chances of a full recovery were minimal, and this greatly upset Karina, although she tried to support her friend. The woman was sure that her ability to create fragrances left much to be desired. She believed that a real perfumer should feel all the nuances, but she could not do it. Karina recalled that they had supported each other in difficult times. That is why Karina said that she would not abandon her in trouble, as she had not abandoned her before. The woman had been through too much to give up so easily, but admitting to herself, she knew that her strength was running out. She had lost everything that gave her confidence, and in this emptiness she found nothing to cling to. Karina, seeing her condition, resolutely declared that she was ready to help. She emphasized that hard times are not a reason for despair. The people needed for a new start will appear if she fights for her place in the sun. Karina continued to convince her that she should strive to become better. A woman must show everyone what she is really worth. Karina also reminded her that her daughter should see a role model in front of her to be proud of her mother. The woman had risked her life many times to preserve her knowledge and recipes. This wealth of experience was still there, and it was to become the foundation of her future. All of this meant that she couldn't give up. Karina begged her not to give up and fight until the very end. Her persistence and care touched the woman to the depths of her soul. She realized that Karina was really trying for her sake and decided to agree to her help. The woman expressed her willingness to follow Karina. However, she had one condition that she intended to voice. Karina was interested in what condition the woman wanted to set. She openly admitted that she dreamed of seeing her daughter as the main perfumer. She admitted with admiration that her daughter has a rare talent. However, the girl is still too young to cope with such responsibility. Karina clarified whether she is really sure of her decision. The woman firmly stated that her daughter was not just a talent, but a true genius. She believed that if she was trusted, the girl would create something unique that would exceed all expectations. She assured Karina that her daughter was capable of developing the perfect perfume. Nivea was persistent and convinced that this was the only right decision. Karina decided to accept her offer. Karina agreed to let the woman's daughter become the chief perfumer. Seeing her tenacity, she realized that this step could be key to their mutual success. The family was planning a masquerade ball this summer, a traditional event that had been held annually since the time of the first Duke. The ball had not yet begun, but it had already become one of the most discussed topics in social circles. The aristocracy was eagerly awaiting the event, knowing that it was always an unforgettable spectacle. Karina suggested placing their goods at this ball because aristocrats value their attractiveness. This would be an ideal advertisement for their products. There was one problem, however. There was only a week left until the ball time was catastrophically short, and the tasks ahead required high concentration. The woman assured Karina that it was not a problem. She was mentally prepared for such difficulties and was confident that they would cope with any task despite the tight deadlines. Karina had dealt with Nivea, but there was still one important person she had to meet. She asked the maid to prepare the carriage as she needed to get ready urgently. Another step towards her goal awaited her. The maid, concerned about her condition, reminded her that Karina had not yet fully recovered. She could not understand why there was such a rush. Karina replied that sometimes to catch a tiger, you need to get into its den. Her determination was boundless. She intended to declare war on this tiger. Karina realized that this world was unfair. It seemed to revolve exclusively around Tatiana, making her the center of everything. Karina always considered her the main character, and it was impossible to change that. No matter how much Karina tried to fight, reality did not change. Everything returned to Tatiana. She felt like a minor puppet in this strange game. But recent events, especially the fire, reminded Karina that this world was not just an illusion. Here she could suffer, she could die, and this realization was frightening. Karina thought about herself, about Nivea. They both looked like puppets, existing only to maintain Tatiana's importance. This realization weighed on her. At this time, the servant announced that the mistress would soon come down. Karina decided to wait patiently, knowing that her words had to be spoken at the right time and with the desired effect. When Tatiana showed up, she was surprised by Karina's visit. She was interested in what fate had brought Karina here, because she had not expected to see her here at all. Karina said in a reserved tone that she knew what had happened. She already knew that the fire had almost been fatal for her. Her tone was serious when she added that the realization of the nearness of death prompted her to tell Tatiana something that had long remained unsaid. This interested Tatiana. Tatiana seemed genuinely happy to see Karina alive. She admitted that the news of the fire had scared her, and she was worried about her fate. Karina said that although she herself was not seriously hurt, the owner of the store, Nevaeh, lost her charm, and this circumstance did not give Karina any peace. Tatiana was surprised. She listened attentively as Karina explained that Nevaeh had inhaled smoke during the fire, and that it had affected her condition. Karina emphasized that, for a perfumer, charm is the meaning of life. If it is not there, then a person loses everything he lived for. And Tatiana understood this perfectly. But Tatiana couldn't understand why Karina was sharing this information with her. Her face expressed genuine bewilderment. Karina asked coldly if Tatiana had any conscience left. She reminded her that she had repeatedly ruined her life without ever truly apologizing. However, according to Karina, even her suffering was nothing compared to what Tatiana did to Nevaeh. It was not just cruel, but incredibly cruel. Tatiana asked, confused, what exactly Karina was talking about and why she was being accused. Her voice was full of incomprehension, and it seemed fear. Karina noticed her frightened look and asked sarcastically why she looked like a criminal. This is exactly what she came to talk about. She firmly stated that Tatiana had ruined someone's life, and this fact was known not only to Karina. She wanted Tatiana to understand the consequences of her actions. Karina finished there. She made it clear that she had said everything she wanted to and intended to leave without giving her interlocutor time to justify herself. Counting to 3, Karina waited for Tatiana's predictable reaction. She knew that in exactly 3 seconds, her interlocutor would start screaming, making excuses. As expected, Tatiana was indignant. Her voice sounded as if she genuinely did not understand what she had to do with it. The reaction was predictable. This innocent heroine could not admit her guilt again. Tatiana did not accept the idea that she could be a criminal. It all looked almost comical. Tatiana began to blame Karina, claiming that she was to blame for everything. But Karina looked at her with bewilderment, not understanding what kind of ridiculous accusations these were. Tatiana was puzzled why Karina was interfering in her affairs again. She believed that Karina was trying to take away something that did not belong to her, and this angered her. She reminded that she wanted to hire Nevaeh, back when she was just thinking about the business. But Karina stuck her nose in again, ruining her plans. Tatiana accused Karina of envy. According to her, Karina interferes only because she wants to appropriate everything that attracts Tatiana. She reproached Karina for trying to take away people dear to her first asked her. Now Nevaeh. Karina just shook her head, thinking it was absurd. She reminded Tatiana that people are not things. They do not belong to anyone, and especially not to Tatiana. But she was not going to back down and continued to argue. Tatiana said that she could only allow Karina what she considered worthless trash. But she added that she would never give her the emperor. Karina, having heard this abruptly, interrupted her, asking her to shut up. She warned Tatiana not to dare mention Aster's name with her dirty mouth anymore. Tatiana was shocked that Karina hit her, but Karina calmly reminded that Tatiana herself had behaved the same way more than once hittings. Tatiana couldn't believe that Karina dared to do this. She was furious, believing that only she could decide how to behave in such situations. In response, Tatiana decided to use force as well. She shouted that Karina should know her place and not forget who is really the boss here. Karina calmly grabbed her hand, noting that Tatiana remained the same. Nothing had changed in her behavior and approach to such situations. Tatiana, feeling helpless, began to try to break free and screamed for Karina to let her go, calling the butler for help. At that moment, Karina turned on her earrings, and Tatiana, hearing the voice, felt how her words were recorded in the magical device. Karina calmly reminded that the earrings were an artifact, and they recorded everything that happened, including her every breath and word, leaving Tatiana unprotected. Therefore, despite all of Tatiana's threats, Karina was confident that her actions would not entail any consequences, since everyone in the house would know her truth. Tatiana couldn't understand how Karina could do this. She felt betrayed because she always considered Karina to be more fair and decent. Karina was sure that Tatiana was talking about meanness towards her, not realizing that she herself was the embodiment of all these mean actions. Karina quietly reminded that she had lost a lot because of Tatiana. Her friends, her love. Now she wanted to understand why Tatiana always tried to take people away. Karina noted that she was doing this over and over again, and at that moment, servants began to enter the room, asking if everything was okay with the mistress, and if they could enter. Karina simply pointed to her earrings, and Tatiana replied that everything was fine, ordering them to stay behind the door and not bother them with unnecessary questions. Servant Marina reminded that Tatiana should be careful not to lose those around her, otherwise she would end up all alone. Karina warned that the world she lived in would now definitely be less merciful to her, and Tatiana should remember this lesson for the future. Karina, leaving, said that the Archduchess wanted to have an affair with her ex-fiancé, and this became the cause of their small conflict, which she told about. Tatiana, hearing this, asked when Karina was going to end this conversation. Karina, turning to her, suggested that they listen to her words if necessary. Karina noticed that Tatiana had not said another word, and adding that it was time for her to go, calmly headed for the door, not wanting to waste any more time. Karina was not going to act right away, but she knew that Tatiana would pay for her life, and Nevaeh's life for a long time, which was unavoidable. In Karina's head, she kept returning to the thought that Tatiana would have to pay for everything she had done for her actions that had caused a lot of pain. At that moment, Karina was met by the Archduke, and Tatiana was surprised to see him in such a place. She did not expect to meet him in such a situation. The Archduke asked what Karina was doing there. Karina replied that she had only come to meet Tatiana, and that the conversation was already over. But when Karina was about to leave, the Archduke grabbed her hand, asking her to stop and not rush to leave his company. Karina was confused, not understanding what he wanted from her, and asked him to let go of her hand. There was a light flirtation between them, even after the wedding. The Archduke wanted to know if she would spare him at least a minute to talk. Karina was determined to leave quickly, not wanting to linger. Karina said that if the Archduke had anything important, he should submit a formal request to the Duke's estate if he wanted to discuss it with her. Karina was in a hurry, and realizing that she couldn't stay, she decided to quickly say goodbye to him, not giving him the opportunity to continue the conversation. Previously, when Karina saw the Archduke, tears would well up in her eyes. But over time, she learned to look at him differently, and now she did not experience such emotions. Karina no longer felt any desire to be with him. She decided it was time to go home and leave everything behind without prolonging this meeting. The maid offered to bring Tatiana some tea, to which she reacted with surprise, not understanding why this was necessary in such a situation. Tatiana noticed how the maid was smiling, and it seemed to her that this woman was simply mocking her situation, which irritated her even more. Tatiana asked the maid to leave, and not bring tea, because she wanted to be alone, in thought, not wanting to hear or discuss anything. The mistress stood by the door, listening to what the maids were saying. They were discussing the latest news about Karina and her behavior, which only added to her anxiety. The maids said they now understood why Karina had been looking so gloomy lately, and what rumors were circulating about her life. Tatiana was stunned, not knowing what rumors were being discussed, and began to get angry because she tried to do everything right, and everything turned against her again. Tatiana couldn't understand why she was so unlucky. Everything was going perfectly until that damn bracelet broke at the most inopportune moment. Everything was set for success, but now she felt that her efforts were in vain, and the result was completely different from what was expected. At the age of 19, Tatiana suggested that Daniel go to a new cafe. He happily agreed and promised to invite Karina, but Tatiana decided not to bother her. Daniel agreed, but suggested inviting Karina as well. However, Tatiana decided that it was better to leave her alone and not force a meeting. Daniel admired Tatiana for her kindness and caring nature, which made him feel more sympathetic towards her than towards Karina, to whom he seemed cold and distant. Tatiana always managed to impress everyone, especially the guys who admired her care. Karina remained an ice queen for them. Tatiana noticed Karina, but instead of continuing the conversation, she immediately approached her, deciding that it was time to talk in her own way. When Karina met Tatiana, she was surprised, but still decided that she should listen to her proposal. Both girls were 19 years old. Tatiana invited Karina to join her and Daniel at the cafe, but Karina apologized, saying that she had a meeting and could not go. Tatiana assumed that Karina was dating Andy, but she decided that it was not worth interrogating her and simply said goodbye to them without asking questions. After Tatiana said goodbye, rumors began to spread that Karina was dating a guy who, according to those around her, was too simple for her. They said she was dating a poor guy, the son of some small-time Vic, who wasn't worth her attention. It was part of the local gossip. These rumors confirmed the opinion that Karina chooses partners who cannot threaten her so that she will not be abandoned, creating the appearance of indifference. Tatiana was worried about her friend, but she thought about how long it had been since she had felt so free enjoying the moment and forgetting about her worries. After that, a girl came up to Andy and touched his hair, so he thought it was Karina. But when he turned around, she saw that Tatiana was there, and the girl immediately introduced herself as Karina's friend. She was very glad to meet him. Tanya said that his hands were busy, so he would shake her hand with his eyes. Tatiana was of course not against it, but in return, she wanted him to let her look at his book. When she had a window with a choice, she realized that she had not made a mistake, and therefore invited him to be friends. Karina was taking a bath. She felt very fresh, and her fatigue seemed to have disappeared. Lily told the lady to rest. She had worked hard, so it was time to relax. She decided to mix honey brown sugar, a little milk, and then they will get an excellent massage cream. This is her personal recipe. Lily asked the lady to let her know if it was hot or cold. The lady said she felt like she was in heaven. It was so refreshing, it was indescribable. The lady noted that Lily should open her own massage business. The girl noted that then her mistress should remain a regular client. Karina noted that this was not a bad idea, and she thought that in their empire, there were no good spas. Of course, every wealthy aristocrat has personal maids, but they often lack experience. Lily, full of enthusiasm, began to talk about how wonderful the business world was, but then gently reminded the lady that it was time to put on her dress for the upcoming event. Lily asked with hope in her voice if everything was to the lady's liking. She happily added that the current atmosphere, outfit, and general mood were all thanks to her, and she felt great. Karina, listening to her, noted that, returning to the topic of business, she would like to add one more important detail before continuing preparations. Suddenly, the butler entered the room and announced that His Majesty had arrived, thereby interrupting the conversation and adding tension to the air. Karina calmly replied that she would come down now, but her face became thoughtful. Lilia thought that if the lady was lost in thought, then it was already impossible to stop her. Karina decided to ask Lilia how she felt about her idea, and she, smiling, noted that if we are talking about business, then this is a truly brilliant idea. However, Karina explained that she had something completely different in mind and simply wanted to know how Lilia thought she looked in this dress. The maid confidently stated that the mistress looked magnificent and that she had nothing to worry about because His Majesty was already waiting for her with impatience. The Emperor was clearly overjoyed when he saw Lady Karina. Her appearance made him feel warm inside, as if everything around him had become brighter. Astor, with genuine concern, asked how she was feeling. Karina replied that, as he could see, she was much stronger than she seemed at first glance. In turn, Karina asked if he himself was tired, to which her father admitted with a smile that he often works at night, since this is his tireless passion. Karina expressed the hope that she was not causing him any inconvenience, but Astor assured her that this was not the case at all, because he truly loved his job, and meeting her brought him joy. He added that he had not seen the lady for a long time, and therefore was incredibly happy about this meeting, which in his opinion was long awaited. Karina, agreeing with him, suggested going for a walk to discuss everything in the fresh air, and also to unwind a little. During the walk, the Emperor, noticing her confidence, asked when she had managed to learn how to use magic, which made Karina smile. Karina said that her mother believed that her daughter should be able to defend herself, and so she taught her basic skills. The Emperor admitted that even the basics are given to her with exceptional talent. However, Karina sheepishly objected that her abilities were very modest. She could do little, and that on that day, her strength was clearly not enough. If it weren't for the Emperor, Karina admitted she and Nevaeh could have died. Astor was surprised, because he didn't understand what exactly they were talking about. Karina recalled that when he arrived, she was already unconscious. However, the girl is sure that someone woke her up, and the color of his eyes was the same as His Majesty. These memories made Karina wonder who really saved her from the fire back then, leaving her with this strange feeling. The emperor suggested that magical power often obeyed the wishes of its master, and perhaps her desperate heart was then controlling the magic. Karina agreed with his words, but added that she had definitely seen those purple eyes then, and could not be mistaken about it. Aster reassuringly noted that even without magic, she was impressive in her bravery and ability to act without thinking about the risk. He emphasized that not everyone would dare to dive into the fire to save themselves, and her actions were truly inspiring, to which Karina thanked him with slight embarrassment. However, Karina admitted that she still has doubts. Perhaps her actions were thoughtless and could have harmed other people. The emperor, wishing to dispel her worries, reminded her of the words he had spoken during her visit to the palace to give her confidence. He assured her that he would always be on her side, both in love and in politics. These words sounded with sincere warmth and support. The emperor emphasized that Karina should not doubt herself because he values her for who she is, and this is the main thing she should remember. Because he likes her exactly as she is, natural, sincere, not trying to seem like someone else. This is what makes her unique and inimitable in his eyes. Andy was seriously worried because he did not understand why the emperor suddenly decided to call him. It seemed that recently, there were no significant events that could attract the attention of the monarch. The servant greeted the archduke politely, pointing to the doors behind which the emperor was presumed to be. This gesture indicated that he had already been expected. The servant asked to follow him so that he could personally escort the guest to the master. When they arrived, the emperor greeted Andy with joy, indicating that the meeting would take place in a friendly atmosphere. The emperor invited him to sit down, making it clear that he clearly had no intention of scolding or debriefing. This beginning eased the tension a little. Andy noticed that the emperor seemed to be in a good mood, which surprised Aster, who smiled slightly at how obvious it was. The emperor said that he expected a visit from Lady Pioneer after dinner, so he suggested getting straight to the point so as not to waste time. He explained that he wanted to thank Andy for his action. This statement greatly surprised the latter, and he, without hiding his emotions, clarified what exactly he was talking about. Andrew couldn't understand what the emperor meant. However, as he thought about it, he remembered that a couple of weeks ago he was on Varus Street where an unexpected incident occurred. Andy said that a serious problem had arisen that day that required his personal intervention. He could not remain aloof from what was happening. The emperor explained that it was about a fire that broke out in one of the boutiques on that very street. The situation was critical and required an immediate response. Andrew was stunned because he clearly remembered that he had not met anyone he knew that day and did not think that anyone could notice his actions. Andy's thoughts were focused on Karen, who could possibly tell the emperor everything. However, he doubted it because he didn't want anyone to know about his involvement. The emperor explained that Karina was sure that Andy had saved her that day, but the hero himself clarified that he was not there and could not have been involved. However, the truth was that it was Andy who helped Karina. He admitted that he had not sought attention, but circumstances had developed in such a way that he had to act. He happened to be at the scene of the incident while passing by, and was able to provide assistance. However, Karina apparently mistook him for someone else. The emperor's gaze suddenly became strange, and it made Andy wonder if he had made a mistake in his words. It seemed to him that something had gone wrong. The emperor assured that everything was fine. He noted that to perform such a noble deed in secret from everyone deserved special praise and recognition. However, looking at the emperor's face, Andy could not shake off the thought that instead of a reward, he could be sent to the scaffold. Such an expression frightened him. The emperor looked at him as if he were interrogating a criminal. Andy offered to refuse the reward, claiming that he had only done what he had to. Aster insistently asked not to resist and accept the gift, a set of precious and rare seasonal stones. He considered it a fair sign of gratitude. The emperor expressed his sincere gratitude and apologized for distracting Andy from important matters. After that, he let him go in peace. As Andy walked away, he felt the emperor's piercing gaze on him, like a wild animal watching its prey. It made him uneasy. The emperor noted that the archduke's boutique was located directly opposite the burning shop. He also added that he knew about Andy's wife's dislike for Karina. One question haunted the emperor. Was this incident connected with the archduke's intentions? His suspicions grew stronger. The atmosphere was tense. Aster's magic was pressing. Andrew tried to explain that this was all some kind of misunderstanding, and that the Emperor was misinterpreting the situation. He said that he was returning home when he felt a powerful surge of magic. He also reminded that Raymond was in the capital, which could be related to this. The Emperor expressed surprise. How could Andrew claim that he had saved Karina by accident if he had met Raymond at the same time? The words sounded like a reproach. In the past, Andrew had often shown an urge to take away what belonged to the Emperor. This always irritated Aster and left a bad feeling. When Aster was a child, his father had said that winter magic would be more suited to Andrew than the heir himself. These words created a feeling of rivalry. Father even asked Andrew what he wanted. He promised to find him something better than what Aster already had, if necessary. Andrew did not object, because he was sure that in the future he would become an emperor. Regardless of the circumstances, he believed in his luck and strength. However, after the death of the emperor, a fierce struggle for the throne began. At this time, intrigues and conspiracies became an integral part of court life. After killing the second prince, who was the main instigator of the unrest, Aster immediately went to Andrew to deal with him personally. The maid, trembling with fear, begged Aster to spare her, explaining that Andrew had managed to escape. This news angered him, but did not surprise him. Aster thought that if anyone dared to encroach on his throne, the first suspect would always be Andrew. He considered it obvious. Despite everything, Aster showed generosity, noting that Andrew was damn lucky. The monarch's good nature sometimes amazed those around him. Killing Andrew now would be too risky for his reputation, so Aster said he would believe him despite his doubts. However, he reminded that saving Karina could have been a sincere act, which temporarily justified Andrew. After that, he let him go. When Andrew left the chambers, he was overcome with horror and fear. He felt that everything that was happening was turning against him. Returning home, Andrew immediately began looking for his wife to ask her questions. He was sure that she knew more than she was saying. The maid informed him that the mistress was in her room. Andrew went there without delay, determined to find out the truth. The maid had long noticed the strange behavior of her mistress. She became more withdrawn and sometimes looked scared. This worried the servants. The couple acted as if they were ready to harm each other. Such tension caused not only surprise, but also fear among the servants. On the first night, even a dagger flashed in the darkness, and this could not go unnoticed. Therefore, Andrew, worried, turned to the servants, asking if they were tired of living. Tatiana was extremely worried and decided to find out who was entering her room without warning. Her anxiety grew because it was clearly something unusual. She was surprised to see her husband and immediately asked him what had happened. The question was sincere, as the situation clearly left her confused and bewildered. Andrew ordered her to hand over the bracelet with cold determination. Tatiana couldn't understand why this was necessary and why he became so sharp, as if it was something important. Andrew immediately sensed that something was wrong. He demanded an explanation, asking where the magic he had put into her that first night had gone and what had happened to her. Tatiana, clearly confused, replied that she didn't know and didn't understand how Andrew knew if she had magic, if she wasn't even sure she had it. Tatiana was not a magician, and she continued to hide the truth from her husband. This became increasingly worse as her lies dragged on, and her behavior angered him. Andrew was desperate. He couldn't believe that she hadn't even tried to answer his questions. He begged her, realizing that the situation was getting out of control. Andrew yelled at her, claiming that he wasn't sure she had any conscience left in her soul. He was sure that she had ruined his life with her actions. Tatiana said that she did not understand what was happening and asked for forgiveness for her mistake, admitting that she was wrong in her actions. She asked him to forgive her. Andrew asked if she realized that Raymond had secretly used his magic and set the fire to cause harm. He wanted to make sure she understood the seriousness of the situation. Tatiana was shocked to hear that Andrew had learned the truth. He reminded her that their marriage was based on her promise to make him emperor, and that this was important for their future. Andrew is only looking to get back what was lost, and told Tatiana to stop engaging in empty talk that does not lead to results. Tatiana couldn't understand why he called her actions nonsense, because everything she did was to get back what she had lost in this struggle. She acted to get hers back, and that was her main goal. After that, Tatiana went to the magician to discuss her next steps. She knocked on the door and told Raymond that she had arrived. He greeted her immediately, welcoming her by opening the door and inviting her in. Tatiana was scared when she saw his face, but Raymond calmed her down, explaining that there was nothing to worry about. Everything was fine, and she shouldn't worry. He explained that a wolf had run through the backyard, and he had caught it. The situation was under control, and there was no reason to worry. Tatiana asked if Andrew had beaten him badly. Raymond had a hard time understanding what she was talking about, since he had not been in a fight with a man, but with a wolf. Tatiana thought that perhaps he was in pain, but Raymond didn't care, because he was ready to do anything for her, and couldn't let his Titi down. After this, Raymond asked what really brought her to him, because she didn't come just like that, and he felt that she wanted something so. He thought she had come with a request, and even offered to steal a recipe book for her if needed. He was ready to help with any questions. Tatiana replied that she didn't need it, and that he should just forget about what had happened. Raymond asked what she really wanted then. Tatiana always reacted like this when she wanted to ask him for something important, and Raymond was familiar with it. He knew her habits. Everything was fine, and Tatiana could speak calmly. She noticed that this time Raymond had to suffer because of her actions. Raymond replied that he had already told her. For her sake, he was ready to do anything. This meant that he would fulfill any request she made if she asked him to. It seemed that Tatiana could really ask him for anything, and Raymond was ready to fulfill it. He trusted her and her decisions. Tatiana should have just said what she wanted. She said she wanted to kill Karina, and that was her request, which she made without hesitation. Karina, being in the commercial area on Master Street, said that they had already arrived. This was due to her business and plans for the day. Lela and her mother greeted Karina with joy. Nivea invited Lady to come in and apologized for the small mess that still remained. Karina noticed that the mess was not so light and asked how they were doing. Hearing that they had new goods, she decided to look in and inspect them. The woman said that things are going well thanks to their efforts. She and her daughter spent 3 days researching, did not sleep, but do not worry. Everything is fine. The maid said that their eyes looked strange, but the mistress made a remark that such things should not be said, especially in front of strangers. Karina asked if they could show her the new fragrances. Lily had almost finished cleaning up, and everything was ready for the presentation. Karina was worried whether Nivea's daughter would be able to handle this, but the girl confidently replied that she would first tell about the new perfume format that they had developed. The new fragrance was created for strong women, and its spicy top notes leave a strong impression. It was an atypical and powerful scent. The middle notes are soft and glamorous, while the base notes are subtle and long-lasting. The scent starts out strong, but becomes softer and more refined over time. The girl did a much better job than Karina expected. The lady noted that her approach was very successful and asked her what she thought. Compared to the existing floral perfumes for women, this scent seemed sharper and stronger. It was something new on the market. The scent was completely unique and different from the usual ones. Karina wanted to know if it could attract the attention of noble ladies, if it would interest them. The girl was sure that this fragrance would be successful. Floral fragrances with bright top notes attract attention but quickly fade. Not only was this scent long-lasting, but it also had bright top notes that were refreshing during the warmer months. It was familiar, but with a unique charm. Nivea was not mistaken. Her daughter turned out to be a real genius. It was even better than the lady expected, and Karina was pleasantly surprised. Not only did she create amazing fragrances, but she also had a knack for understanding perfume seasons. Lily decided to try her hand at this too. The maid said that in her opinion, Lily was a real genius. Her success was unconditional, and everyone was confident in her talent. It was an absolute success, and Karina decided to find out if they had already come up with a name for this fragrance. Everything was going to be a hit. The girl said yes, but she and her mother couldn't decide who would name the scent. It was a big moment for both of them. The name would be Karina, and they decided it would be perfect for this scent. It was a tribute to her and a symbol of strength. The girl was shocked, asking if they really wanted to name him after her. It was unexpected, and she couldn't believe it. Karina objected, because this perfume is for strong women, and she does not consider herself worthy of being a muse for such a powerful scent. Being strong is not only about having power, but also about being able to wait and act at the right moment. Karina was grateful for these words. Nivea said that the scent reflected the image of the woman who fought the fire that day to save it. It was an expression of her strength and courage. If it wouldn't be inconvenient, Nivea asked to be allowed to name the fragrance after Karina. It was a gesture of respect and recognition of her strength. The girl decided to agree, because if that's what they wanted, she wouldn't object. It was their wish, and she was ready to support it. Lily was completely amazed by their talent. The scent they created amazed her with its beauty. It was amazing and could attract the attention of everyone who smelled it. The lady also liked the scent very much. She was glad that Tatiana did not manage to destroy such a unique talent, because the creation of this scent was a real art. The girl was happy that she was able to help Nevea and her daughter. She was sure that her actions eventually bore fruit and had a positive impact. She had never thought about teamwork before, but now, after everything that had happened, she understood how effective and important mutual assistance was in working together. The lady was looking forward to the ball for the first time, and the maid was also in anticipation. Everyone around was full of anticipation of this significant and upcoming event. There is good news at the palace. Mr. Astor's rating among the residents has increased by 20% compared to last year, which was an unexpected and pleasant surprise. The emperor was surprised and could not understand what had caused such growth. Apparently, his policy of friendly attitude towards the people brought tangible results. In addition, the support and strengthening of friendly relations with the pioneer's family also had an impact, proving to be an important factor in success. The emperor acknowledged the success of their work and said that they had done a good job indeed. Soon he was informed that Princess Karina had come to see him. The emperor declared that the report could be concluded at this point and that he would personally meet the princess to continue their conversation. He asked them to leave the room. The emperor apologized for constantly inviting her to boring work moments. He realized that these meetings were not always interesting. Karina replied that there was no need to apologize because she actually liked being around him. These meetings helped her feel closer to the emperor. Karina said that she was very pleased and actually felt special when she could be near him. She truly appreciated these moments. Today, Karina came with a gift that she wanted to give to the emperor. It was something important that she was ready to give him on this special day. The gentleman thought it was an invitation to a family ball, and he was right. It was an invitation to an event that was supposed to be important and significant. She assured him that if he was busy, she would not be offended and would accept his refusal, since it was an informal event and everything depended on his time. The emperor agreed with her words, and she accepted that perhaps he really was busy and apologized for causing him inconvenience with this invitation. The emperor explained that this was not what he had in mind. He wanted to say that despite his busy schedule, he would definitely make time to attend the ball. Karina was surprised to see that the emperor had indeed been very busy lately. She had not expected such an answer, and thought his words were honest and caring. The emperor did not deny this, but noted that now everything concerns exclusively their relationship. He appreciated her attention and tried to maintain a balance in life. He was careful, and Karina, realizing this, was grateful to him. Such an attitude towards her could not help but touch, and she felt respect for this approach. When Karina was getting ready for the ball, she was worried whether her outfit was too revealing. She was worried about how others would perceive her image at such an important event. The maid, noticing her doubts, began to ask what she was worried about, since she had tried so hard to make her outfit perfect and appropriate for the occasion. Karina's parents were surprised by her outfit, noting its frankness. They immediately began to discuss whether it was too provocative. The father thought the outfit was too provocative, while the mother thought it was light and not very appropriate for such an event. Karina said that she thought everything was fine. Her mother was surprised, reminding her that Karina had once said that she didn't like clothes that attracted too much attention. Karina was surprised by this remark and replied that perhaps she had simply forgotten her words. Mother, in turn, claimed that all this was quite normal. On her 10th birthday, Tatiana looked much more beautiful than Karina, which was unexpected for her, but she did not pay much attention to it. Karina remembered how worried she was then, but her mother noted that if she liked everything, then it meant that it was the best choice for her, and everything was fine. At that time, Karina was quietly worried, not wanting to attract unnecessary attention to herself, but today she decided that she had enough and she would shine in full light. Suddenly, the lights went out at the ball, and everyone present found themselves in complete darkness, not understanding what had happened and puzzled by this unexpected event. At this point, Karina came on stage and greeted the guests, and then announced that everyone present would be able to enjoy her surprise at this family ball. Before the event began, Karina wanted to give everyone present something unusual and completely new that they had not seen before. She invited them to enjoy the extraordinary evening and the aroma that she had prepared. Especially for this event, Karina was very pleased. The parents were amazed to see how much their daughter had changed. She had become so mature that they couldn't even believe that this was the same Karina. Karina used butterfly magic to allow everyone present to smell her scent. The paper butterflies were beautiful and exciting, creating a magical effect. The scent was amazing. It was impossible to describe in words. It was strong and soft, gentle and persistent, at the same time leaving an indelible impression. This fragrance amazed everyone with its uniqueness. It was interesting to all the guests, and everyone wondered who could create such a beautiful and fascinating creation. Karina was pleased that the guests had a positive reaction to her scent, judging by their reactions. She felt that the ball was going well, and everyone was happy with her creation. Karina once thought that she was losing suitors because of her role and status, but now she realized that she was limiting herself in this. This realization became important for her. Soon, someone addressed the butterfly lady. It was Daniel, and the lady was surprised by his appearance. He had suddenly appeared in her life at that moment. She addressed him by name, but he asked her not to reveal his name so easily, as it might become unnecessary. He preferred to remain anonymous. Daniel noticed that Karina was simply irresistible today. Karina thanked him, feeling that his words were sincere and full of admiration. She wondered when was the last time he had given her such a warm and tender look, and she couldn't understand what had changed in their relationship with him. Karina hoped that Daniel would have a great evening, and then began to leave. But he caught her eye and asked her to dance, waiting for her consent to dance. Karina, after everything that had happened, decided that she would refuse. She was about to say something, but suddenly she heard a loud sound of breaking glass. It was Tatiana who suddenly appeared and began asking how he could betray her, asking questions that shocked everyone present at the ball. 4 hours before the ball, Tatiana felt anxious and could not understand why she felt so uncomfortable. She felt a strange uneasiness, but could not find an explanation for it. It wasn't her. It was something alien and uncharacteristic of her. All this was happening because of that same Tatiana, and this thought worried her even more. She needed to get rid of Tatiana, get rid of this obsession and everything connected with it. She couldn't let it get in her way. At this time, the maid brought tea for the Archduchess. She noticed the anxiety on her mistress's face and anxiously asked if everything was all right because she looked upset. The maid helped Tatiana wrap her fingers and asked her carefully if she was feeling better since the mistress had not been in the best mood lately. The maid suggested that she think about whether it was worth going to the ball since her condition left much to be desired. But Tatiana was categorically against it. She had to go and shine. For her, this ball was not just an evening event. It was a chance to take Tatiana's place to make a statement and demonstrate who was the real center of attention here. Tatiana also asked where her husband was. The maid replied that he was not ready yet. This meant that she would have to go to the ball first, which upset her a little. Tatiana felt disappointed, but the maid assured her that there was no need to worry. Everything will be fine, and her husband will be ready soon. Everything will be fine. There is no need to worry. Yes, the maid was right. Despite all the doubts, Tatiana was special. She knew how to attract attention and stand out from the rest. Masks cannot hide true beauty, and her dress is something that everyone will talk about. Everyone wondered where she got it because its appearance was flawless. Tatiana was like an angel, and everyone around her admired her beauty. Everyone understood that her presence was a real sensation. She expected everyone to praise her and admire her sophistication. Tatiana knew that her beauty and charm would not leave anyone in the room indifferent. She was sure that everyone envied her. After all, in her world, she was the main character, the center of everything that was happening. However, everyone around was not discussing her, but the wonderful smell that emanated from Karin. This was the topic of conversation, and many continued to admire this aroma. The guests could not get enough of this aroma and continued to discuss it, saying that it was so enchanting that they wanted to inhale this wonderful scent again and again. Tatiana, intrigued by this, decided to come closer and find out what kind of perfume it was. When she saw it, she was amazed. Then she was met by Leela, who greeted Tatiana and offered to help. She asked if she needed anything else. Tatiana mistook Lila for Nevea, but later realized that this was not the case. The lady noted that apparently Lila is fond of fragrances. Lila explained that she and Nevea created this perfume and called it Karina. It was their joint creation, and Tatiana could appreciate it. The name of the fragrance turned out to be very successful, and Tatiana decided to let her smell it. It was a decision that seemed right to her, but soon Tatiana changed her mind. She decided that there was no point in listening to the scent because she had already felt it in the air. Her wish was granted. Tatiana began to suspect that something was wrong. She was shocked that Nevea rejected her interest and chose Karina. Then Tatiana realized that she needed to take the recipe book, but her attention was drawn to Daniel. She noticed that his sympathy for her had become much weaker. Tatiana decided that she needed to regain his sympathy because he had clearly moved away from her. She felt that the situation required intervention. She followed him, but was shocked when she saw Daniel ask Karina to dance. It was a misunderstanding and a betrayal. Tatiana put down her glass bitterly, not understanding how he could treat her like that, betraying her trust. Daniel was stunned when he saw Tatiana. He didn't know what to say to her because the situation was tense. Tatiana burst into tears, saying that she thought they did everything for each other, but now she didn't understand how he could do this. Daniel came up to her and tried to calm her down. He said that everything happened so simply and asked her not to cry. Karina intervened and asked to stop the scene because people might think that she was his wife, and this could cause unnecessary talk. Tatiana was shocked by her words. Karina continued that her husband was Archduke Andrew, and this was an unexpected truth for Tatiana. Tatiana screamed sharply that she had known this for a long time, but Karina, without thinking, asked why Tatiana was flirting with Daniel then. Tatiana didn't know what to answer. She said that they were just friends, and her words sounded uncertain. Karina understood the situation and said that they could continue to have fun, and she would not interfere with them. Daniel tried to stop her, but Tatiana couldn't understand where he was rushing to. Everything that was happening seemed absurd to her. Daniel said that they needed to talk, that they all needed to sort things out. But Karina didn't understand why they had to do that. She thought everything had been said clearly last time. She saw no point in further discussion. Karina directly stated that she did not consider them friends, and this finally put an end to the conversation. Daniel began to remind that they used to have a good relationship when they were studying at the academy. Karina didn't understand what was going on. She thought they had completely lost their conscience or reason, having forgotten her nickname. This nickname was their business, which arose back in the academy, and if they remembered it, they had no right to communicate with her. In the 17th autumn of Karina, when Tatiana began dating Daniel, she truly believed that she was the central figure in their story, the most important character. Karina decided that Daniel became her main character because she chose him for her life and believed that now all events would unfold around her. She believed that power and influence came from her, and therefore she was sure that her place in this story was key, and everything else, including Tatiana, was over. However, Tatiana was surrounded by positive attention due to her behavior, and everyone around her considered her sweet and attractive, which supported her reputation. When Karina was angry with Tatiana, she noticed how everyone around her protected Tatiana, believing that Karina should forgive her, especially if she asked for forgiveness. Everyone thought that Karina was exaggerating, was too angry with Tatiana, and that the reason for her anger was insignificant and her reactions were inappropriate. She felt like she was being perceived as a villain, and it hurt her because everyone was on Tatiana's side, and she was becoming the object of pity. Karina couldn't understand why they often got together without her. Tatiana said that she had been closer to him since childhood, and it had nothing to do with Karina. Daniel admitted that he always knew that he and Tatiana were closer, and even when the three of them walked together, He felt that their relationship was stronger. Another guy claimed that Tatiana was not in the way, but Karina, in his opinion, was a hindrance. Tatiana thought that Karina was just jealous of her. The guy said that Tatiana is so beautiful and sweet, and that is why Karina feels inadequate and can't help but be jealous. Women's envy was terrible, but the guys advised Tatiana not to worry about Karina because she was just an envious princess. This nickname became an integral part of her image. Karina could not understand how and why she began to be perceived this way. She didn't understand why everyone spoke so badly of her, and how Tatiana was happy when she was called an envious princess because they were once friends. Karina couldn't accept that Tatiana had become the main character of their story, and she remained just a secondary character. Despite this, Karina continued to consider Tatiana her friend, and therefore it was especially painful for her to see how everything had changed. During dinner, she heard the ladies discussing her as an envious princess, accusing her of terrible actions, which only increased her bitterness. They said that Karina had always claimed that she had been engaged to Daniel since childhood, and now everyone who wanted to be her friend had already turned away. These words hurt her. She felt that she had become superfluous and could no longer tolerate such an attitude that oppressed her. Karina decided to ask Tatiana and Daniel to stop the rumors stating that they were her best friends, and she sincerely hoped for their support. She wanted them to deny the rumors, Tatiana, taking her hand, noted that it must have been hard for her and promised to look into the situation. However, Tatiana believed that she was not responsible for spreading the rumors and did not see her fault in what was happening. Karina was shocked by these words. Daniel supported Tatiana, saying that these were just rumors and should not be taken seriously. Daniel also gave Karina advice as a friend. Rumors do not appear without a reason, and she should think about whether there is something she is not noticing. He reminded her that they were her friends, and she could turn to them for help if she faced difficulties or unpleasant situations. After they left, Karina realized that she was in the middle of a conflict between two people who clearly disagreed with each other. She realized that it didn't matter where she came from, what she looked like, or what she could do. Tatiana was the main character, and she was just a supporting character. Karina realized that her role in this story was insignificant, and she could be insulted since she was only a villain in the eyes of others. The lady said that during her school years, she was called an envious princess, but this reputation did not help her in her relationships with other people. Daniel began to justify himself, but the lady interrupted him, calling him a coward who was afraid of becoming bad and preferred to remain silent at the decisive moment. She stated that if he wanted to continue to falsely call her his friend, he should think about his behavior and who he was. Daniel noticed Tatiana starting to cry behind him, and Karina realized that she was once again on the side of the man who was using her feelings. Tatiana walked forward a little and asked Karina why she was so cold, because her behavior prevented them from being friends and having a normal relationship. Karina noticed that Tatiana was again playing the victim, just like at the academy, and it seemed to her that she hadn't changed a bit since then. Everyone began to discuss what had happened at the party, and it soon became clear that Princess Pioneer had made a mistake that had affected her reputation. Seeing the Archduchess crying on such a wonderful day, Karina felt her heart fill with pain from what was happening. Karina hoped that something would change, but the situation repeated itself again, and she found herself in the same position as before. Tatiana, having shed crocodile tears in public, once again found herself in the spotlight and took her role as the main characters. Karina was again an outcast, a villain, and Tatiana again found herself at the center of all events, attracting the attention and pity of those around her. But then the emperor approached Karina and offered to take her side, because 2 against 1 was not fair. At that moment, the Archduke appeared and said that there was no need for this, and Karina, seeing her husband, felt relieved. Andy asked Tatiana to stop making a scene and apologize, assuring her that this was the end of this whole misunderstanding. He said he would not repeat his words twice and waited for her to quickly fulfill his request. Tatiana, screaming that she was not going to do this, began to run away, leaving everyone perplexed. The Lord, seeing how happy the Emperor and Princess looked, sighed, realizing how everything had turned out. The Emperor apologized for his lateness and stated that he wanted to be here earlier, but did not have time and now asked for forgiveness. Karina reassured him, saying that it didn't matter because she didn't expect Aster to come so early. The emperor promised to try to win her trust and work to restore the relationship. It was a masquerade, and the emperor knew he had to hide his identity. It was an important part of the evening, so that no one would recognize him among the guests. Karina was surprised to notice that this was obvious, since all the participants in the masquerade tried to hide their identity. But it seemed to her that this did not need explanation. The emperor prepared diligently for the ball and was confident that his masquerade image was perfect. But everyone knew that it was he, the emperor, despite the mask. Karina agreed that despite her efforts, she still recognized him right away. She even thought about asking his name. He was so different. The emperor smiled and said that she could not lie at all. Karina decided to take this as a compliment because he highly appreciated her sincerity. He suggested that they have fun, noticing that they both enjoyed spending time together. He felt that they could share this moment of joy. Karina learned that the emperor does not like sweets. The more she gets to know him, the sweeter he seems to her, and she began to perceive him differently. The emperor admitted that he did not understand why so many people loved masquerades. However, after participating in one, he began to see their appeal. With the mask on his face, he felt more at ease because he could act naturally, knowing that no one would recognize him. This gave him confidence. Karina noted that on this particular evening, lies have no consequences, and one can be free by hiding one's identity. This creates the illusion of freedom. The emperor wondered if she really felt free to hide her identity. He expected her to give an honest answer, because she seemed deeply thoughtful. Karina was surprised by the question and asked it again. Astor noticed that she was always worried and thinking about something. He had been observing this for a long time. The emperor expressed the hope that at least this evening she would be able to relax and feel free, forgetting about her worries. Karina drank a glass and quietly admitted that she often experienced betrayal. It left a mark on her soul, and she could not forget past grievances. Every time she opened her heart, she was abandoned, and this made her doubt herself. This was the cause of her constant anxiety. Apparently, her worries were the result of these disappointments. It didn't solve the problem, but she still kept thinking about it. She decided to stop thinking and pressed her face with her hands. It seemed she was already a little drunk and felt it was time to get distracted. Karina suggested talking about something more cheerful, deciding to change the subject. It seemed like a good idea to get rid of the gloomy thoughts. The emperor agreed, saying that she had invited him to such a magnificent celebration, and he could not refuse her offer to have fun. He wanted to invite her to an official event that was to take place at the palace. It was an important event that she needed to know about. Karina assumed he was talking about the hunting festival. That was a good guess. The emperor was planning to hold it in grand style this year. Karina realized that this was an important event and wondered if she should attend. She wasn't sure if she should attend. The emperor reassured her, saying that if she accepted the invitation, that would be enough. It was important to him that she felt comfortable. Karina realized that he noticed her tension and understood what she was going through. She felt relief from his understanding. She thanked him and apologized for showing her vulnerability again. She didn't want to burden him with her problems. Astor said that she didn't need to apologize. He would always be on her side, and she could count on his support at any time. He emphasized that she could be selfish if it would help her, and use his help without hesitation. She could trust him. Karina was surprised by his words, and wondered if it was because of the alcohol that they had become so frank. But for some reason, her heart began to beat faster. Tatiana was upset, and decided that she needed to be alone. Andy, noticing her condition, asked the angel to look at him so that he could help. He noticed that Tatiana was already having fun and suggested that it was time for them to go back. He thought she was ready to end the evening. His gentle voice and warm palm contrasted with her cold gaze. She felt that there was still some distance between them. Tatiana refused to go back with him, saying she could handle it herself. She wanted to be alone and sort out her thoughts. The man whispered that he didn't care, and she could do as she wanted. He didn't insist, understanding her desire to be alone. He left, and Tatiana heard whispers around her. People were discussing their relationship and confidently saying that the rumors about them were true. The words about the bad relationship between them were confirmed in conversation, and this gave Tatiana the feeling that her worries were not in vain. Tatiana was very worried. She wanted someone to support her. At that moment, Daniel came up to her and she felt relief. She was surprised when she saw him, but he offered to walk her home. She felt that she had at least one faithful person. Daniel said that it was his carriage, and she could go with him if she wanted. He was always there to help and support in difficult times. He added that she could always turn to him. As her friend, he was ready to help, which gave Tatiana confidence in his sincerity. Tatiana thanked him and tried to take his hand, but Daniel pushed her hand away. She felt that he wanted to keep his distance. He admitted that Karina was right. In the future, he would keep his distance so as not to give false hopes and not to violate her personal boundaries. Tatiana rode in the carriage, thinking about Daniel's words, who claimed that Karina was right. He was going to keep his distance and not approach her as she expected. First Andrew, now Daniel. Look at her with such an expression. Tatiana could not understand what she had done wrong for them to change their attitude towards her. She came to the conclusion that it was urgent to get rid of this situation, since she needed to find out what Ray was doing and where he was now. Suddenly, someone threw himself under the wheels of the carriage, and the coachman tried to drive him away, trying to avoid a catastrophe and quickly react to what was happening. The coachman braked sharply, and Tatiana was startled by the unexpectedness, feeling great discomfort due to the abrupt stop of the carriage, which greatly alarmed her. The coachman asked the man in bewilderment who he was, but he did not answer, only approached the carriage, ignoring the objections and trying to continue on his way. Tatiana saw that it was Wilhelm in front of her, and her surprise was enormous. She did not expect to meet him in such a situation, and his appearance confused her. She asked him what he was doing, why he just climbed into her carriage without permission, violating all the rules of decency and etiquette. Tatiana noticed that Wilhelm's sympathy level was 99, and he asked in a panic why she was ignoring and avoiding him, not understanding the reasons for her behavior. He was in tears, and Tatiana didn't know how to react to this. She was confused and couldn't immediately find the right words to comfort him. Tatiana told him to stop crying, because she wasn't avoiding him. Her detachment was due to external circumstances, and things weren't happening the way he thought. She explained that there could have been problems with their relationship because people around them might think they were having an affair, which could raise suspicions. Willem was confused and did not understand what she was talking about. He thought that their relationship was normal because both were in a marriage of convenience. Tatiana didn't think it was a good idea to be on everyone's lips. She didn't want rumors and gossip to ruin her reputation and Wilhelm's. Wilhelm claimed that he didn't care what others thought. He was willing to give up everything for her and wanted nothing more than her presence by his side. He said that because of her, he had lost everything: documents, inheritance, work in the guard, and now he was on the verge of losing everything he had. He told Tatiana that he needed nothing but her company. There was no room in his eyes for other desires, only for her support and love. Wilhelm begged her not to leave him. Tatiana did not know how to answer. It was difficult for her to find words to calm him down and express her feelings. Tatiana smiled and confidently said that she would not abandon him, that he could rest easy because she had no intention of leaving him alone. A tearful Wilhelm asked if she really promised this, and if her words were sincere. He desperately waited for confidence and confirmation from her. Tatiana promised him that she wouldn't leave him, but she thought that he was acting like a real fool. She didn't know how to explain reality to him. Andy asked Tatiana if she was really asking to accept her lover into her guard, considering it not entirely reasonable on her part. Tatiana explained that Wilhelm is not her lover, but just a friend. Their relationship does not go beyond friendship, and there is no romantic connection between them. Andy said that for her, it might be so, but other people would likely think differently, which would make her situation even more difficult. He was worried that if he accepted Wilhelm into the guards, he would be considered a fool who had given up his position to his wife's lover. Tatiana replied that it was necessary because he needed strength. Wilhelm was one of the best swordsmen in the Empire, and his strength could help. If Wilhelm had enough power, he could have resisted and helped in difficult situations, which could have changed the outcome of events. Andy agreed that she was right, and promised to accept Wilhelm into the guard, to take back what was his, and that he was ready to fight for it. After this, Tatiana got out of the carriage, but immediately felt dizzy. She began to feel sick, and she realized that something was wrong. She fell to the floor and realized that this was the result of the excitement that had increased after the incident with the bracelet. and she felt ill. She knew that it was not time to give in yet, otherwise she would lose to Karina. So she gathered all her strength and tried to pull herself together. Today's party was absolutely fantastic, and the ladies sincerely thanked the mistress for the opportunity to take part in this magnificent event. They also asked when the perfume would go on sale, and Karina promised that she would let them know as soon as the boutique opened. Given the great response to the perfume, Karina thought that perhaps the packaging should be improved and an exclusive collector's edition should be released. A maid came up to her, and Karina was very happy to see her. She thanked her for her work and noticed that the maid looked pleased. Karina said that Lily had done very well today, but Lily replied that it was just normal for her and there was no need to thank her. Today was really fun, but Karina didn't quite understand what exactly Lily was talking about and was a little surprised by her words. Lily admitted that she saw Karina easily deal with dung beetles, waving them away with one hand, which impressed her greatly. And at the most necessary moment, the emperor appeared, who came to the rescue, and they both showed their strength and confidence in such an unusual situation. Lily said that if the emperor had not left, they would still be enjoying their time together, and she would not feel sad. Karina explained that the emperor was a very busy man, and she should at least be grateful that he came despite his busy schedule. Lily suggested not to stand and give Karina the opportunity to tell her all the details, but Karina refused, saying that she wanted to take a walk and work. However, Lily said that if Karina went with her, she could give her a special massage, which Karina happily agreed to in order to relax. After the massage, Karina felt much better. She thanked Lily for her care and said goodbye to her for the night, but noticed something strange. She noticed that her box began to glow, and remembered that she had left a bracelet there, which now attracted her attention with its mystery. A window popped up, congratulating her, as she confirmed the completion of Wilhelm Haunt's exciting show, which was a key moment. This event caught the attention of everyone who was watching his actions. The lady believed that this ending was unlocked because she took the C from Wilhelm and started her perfume business, gaining control over a new direction. This was an important step in her life. There was a sense of release around her. The space became more open and light. It seemed as if some internal download was taking place, which was now being completed. She felt a change in her world. Although she had guessed seeing the word stiffness with her own eyes was surprising, this feeling was something new for her, and she felt that her perception had become clearer. The world that revolved around the protagonist seemed ridiculous and absurd. She saw how his actions were not always logical, and the events around her seemed strange and inexplicable. Karina came to the conclusion that the reason for the strange feeling of Tatiana's increased influence was that she had gone through Andrew's ending, and this had weakened the initial constraint that had been holding her back. She found that playing through Andrew's ending weakened this impact, opening up new possibilities for action. She was now confident that the process was actually changing her perception. She was now certain that watching the ending would loosen the grip that had been holding her back. The experience had shown that such steps did indeed affect the way she saw the world around her. Karina decided that even if the outcome wasn't what she expected, it was important for her to understand what would happen if she just watched the last scene. It might give her a new perspective. She had hoped to see something important, perhaps the foundation of an honorary hospital once run by Daniel Malfurion, a man of some renown in his circles. It was an important place to her. Karina was willing to find and sponsor only those doctors who were researching new surgical techniques, helping advance medicine. This was her key intention, and she wanted her efforts to bear fruit. In order to open a hospital in this place, Karina had to go through the ending with Raymond. And this was the most difficult step. Raymond was her opponent and was very hostile. Raymond, according to the well-known endings, renounced his status as the owner of the Magic Tower and swore allegiance to Tatiana. This put Karina in a difficult position because she could not afford such weakness. He swore allegiance to Tatiana, and Karina could just imagine him saying this to her sincerely, but she was determined and had no intention of putting up with his intentions. He added that he couldn't live without her, but Karina was determined that this would not happen. These thoughts disgusted her, and she felt goosebumps at the fact that he could say this. The thought sent shivers down her spine. She knew it would be difficult, so she decided to put the topic aside and focus on other possible actions. Karina decided that she should first attack Daniel, who was her current enemy. She met with him and asked him what was the reason for the important meeting he invited her to. Karina said that she was interested in the western part of his lands, and she would very much like him to hand it over to her. This was an important step in realizing her plans for her. Karina said that despite the lateness of the request, she wanted compensation for the broken engagement and surprised him with this. He was stunned by her demands, but he could no longer refuse. She reminded him that Daniel himself had offered this land, but she had refused it. Now that she had changed her mind, he had to fulfill his promise and give it to her. His surprise was obvious. Daniel admitted his guilt and said that he would give up the land, but asked to choose others, since he had recently sold it to Tatiana. Karina was furious with his answer, because she did not expect such betrayal. Karina did not understand why Tatiana needed this land and demanded an explanation. Daniel explained that he did not ask Tatiana, but simply sold the land without going into details of her needs. Karina was furious that he sold the land without her permission and without explanation. It showed how unfair he was in his actions. Daniel apologized, but it did not calm her down. Daniel apologized, but Karina reminded him that he was the master of these lands and did not have to apologize to her. He was to blame for this, and his apologies seemed insincere and unnecessary to her. Karina decided that she needed to think about Nivea and her actions, because she had taken a path that she could repeat. She bought the land, and at some point she felt that it could help. Karina acted as if she already knew the endings of the events, and it was not a coincidence. She was sure that her knowledge could influence the future. She knew that among Daniel's friends, there was a mage who also practiced medicine. This seemed important to her plans, and she asked him to introduce her to this man. Karina reminded Daniel that among his university friends, there was a man who specialized in magic and medicine. This could be useful for her own studies and ambitions. She convinced him that perhaps she could open a hospital with this man. Even if the location was not the same, she believed that it would affect the endings of the events. Karina was determined. Karina asked him to introduce her to this friend so that she could learn more about his capabilities. This could be an important step for her future intentions. Daniel thought she was referring to his friend Robert, who could help. Karina agreed with his assumption, although the name did seem familiar. Karina admitted that he was probably right, and the name did sound like Robert. But now all she had to do was find this man and see what he could offer. Daniel hesitated, and Karina noticed his hesitation. She asked if he was going to refer to Tatiana again, saying that Robert was with her now. This disappointed her. He explained that after he was kicked out of the family, he and Robert stopped communicating. Karina was surprised and began asking what happened and why he was kicked out. Karina was puzzled and asked why he was kicked out of the family. It reminded her of the case with Nivea, and she wanted to understand what happened to Daniel. She suggested that something similar to what happened to Nivea could have happened to him, and she was intrigued. She wanted to understand the situation and find answers. Karina decided she had a favor to ask. She asked to find out where Robert was now, to find out what had happened to him. This was an important task for her. Daniel agreed to help and said that he would do everything to compensate for her disappointment. He also asked that she clarify her wishes and requirements so that he could help. He apologized for what happened at the academy and promised to give her everything he could. Karina agreed, but she was not in the mood for simple forgiveness. Karina asked him not to apologize anymore because these apologies could not heal her pain. Her heart was not ready for forgiveness, and she remained firm in her demands. Daniel agreed, but he said he was truly sorry. He tried to convince her of his sincerity, and it was clear that he was almost crying from regret. Karina pointed out that if he was truly sorry, he should no longer hide his feelings behind hypocrisy. This was the only way she could forgive him. She thought it would be easier, but it turned out to be more complicated. She couldn't get the land or find a suitable doctor, so she decided to try the ending with Raymond. Karina wasn't sure how closely the ending was supposed to match the original, and that confused her, but she was determined to figure out what was going on. The key to Raymond's ending was his loyalty to Tatiana. Karina understood that any action he took that showed loyalty to her could become a condition for a successful ending. She decided that she should experiment. But Raymond did not swear allegiance to her, which cast doubt on the success of her plans. Karina began to develop a new plan, confident that this method could work. Although Raymond was not going to promise her fidelity, she continued to look for ways to influence the endings of events. After a few days, Karina confidently declared that Raymond had been caught and asked what exactly had happened to him. This was her next step in implementing her plan. The guards reported that Raymond had invaded her home, but fortunately, they were able to stop him thanks to the preparations they had made after the Wilhelm incident. This prevention was a major success. Karina asked where he was now. The guards informed her that he was locked in a food warehouse, which gave her the opportunity to control the situation, preventing Raymond from escaping. Karina realized that Raymond couldn't just get caught. She was sure that he had some kind of plan and decided to go to him herself to find out his intentions and achieve her goal. Now she felt that everything was going better than she had expected. Everything was going according to her plan, and she was ready for the next step in her game with Raymond. Karina came to Raymond and asked him why he had come at such a late hour. She was calm, but her questions were precise and aimed at understanding his motives. Raymond began to resist, but Karina stood up and noticed that he could not say anything because his mouth was taped. This made it difficult for him to explain his actions. Karina noticed that he was always noisy, and now she decided to calm him down a little. She felt that her power was growing at this moment, and she could control the situation. She asked him how he felt now that he couldn't use his great magic. Raymond was now a normal human, and that gave her some advantage. Karina waited to see how Raymond would act without his magical powers. She knew that he was now vulnerable and unable to defend himself, which made him even more dangerous. Karina has dirt on Tatiana, and therefore, if he truly loves her, he will offer her a deal. Raymond told her not to joke, so it seems she seriously thinks he would make a deal with someone like her. The lady giggled and remarked that he should crawl at her feet even for the fact that she simply pretended to make a deal with someone like him. Raymond was in a state of extreme terror and was absolutely sure that Karina was behaving insanely. His fear was mixed with irritation, forcing him to accuse her of complete inadequacy. Karina, however, remained calm and asked him if he knew what the fundamental difference between them was. She looked at him with a slight smile, as if she already knew the answer. Karina pointed out that she, unlike him, is capable of self-criticism. Raymond being, Carcel is completely devoid of this quality, which makes him vulnerable. Even his own family rejected him, and he only dreams of becoming the master of the magic tower. This goal seemed to be becoming more and more unattainable for him. In addition, due to his disgusting character, he has made many enemies. His pride is so great that he is never ready to give in, even if it is necessary. Suddenly, Karina grabbed him by the neck and said that she had predicted his visit from the moment she sent the letter. She knew that he would try to break into her house. Her confidence was based on her ability to see right through people like him. Raymond, trying to maintain his composure, asked if she thought she was better than him. Karina was silent for a moment at his words. But after a moment, she burst out laughing and said that if he thought she was still the same Karina from the academy, he was very much mistaken. She then asked him with interest what he would do if she publicly accused him of breaking into her home. Her confidence sounded like a challenge. She reminded him that she now had evidence, unlike when the fire happened. This would be enough to ruin his chances of becoming the master of the magic tower. If he doesn't get it, the easy way she intends to act more harshly. She has promised to make public the recording of Tatiana that he just heard right there in the royal palace. Accusations of causing a fire and insulting the emperor could cost him his freedom or even his life. At best, he could face hard labor, at worst, the death penalty. At this point, Raymond, losing patience, asked what exactly she wanted from him. Her demands seemed absurd to him. Karina, smiling, said directly that she needed his body. Her words stunned Raymond, making him confused. He blushed and asked again if she was making fun of him. He insisted that she speak clearly and not joke at such a moment. Karina thought about it, and with a slight smile, noted that he had treated her the same way before. Now the roles seemed to have changed. She said that perhaps it was time for her to be more open and decided to make her intentions crystal clear. Karina announced that at the upcoming royal hunt, he would have to present all the spoils to her. Her words sounded like an order. Raymond, startled, asked if she was hinting that this was meant to symbolize his devotion and love for her. Her demands seemed strange to him. He thought she was perverted, suggesting that she was attracted to gifts from people she didn't like. But Karina countered, explaining the real reason. She admitted that she just liked watching his anger. In any case, he has a choice. Either lose the chance to become the master of the tower or fulfill her request. Karina gave him time to think, sending for guards to free him. Until then, he could consider her terms. When Raymond was released, Karina asked him if he had made a decision. If he agreed, he had to sign the contract. Raymond was shocked when he saw the document. The contract turned out to be much more serious than he expected. Karina emphasized that she could not trust him at his word, so a contract was necessary. Its terms were clear and strict. According to the agreement during the royal hunt, he is obliged to present the catch to Karina, and before that, he must unquestioningly obey her instructions. Any breach of the contract would result in him losing all his magical power and being excluded from the candidates for the position of the Master of the Magic Tower. His indignation reached its limit. Raymond shouted that it was an unfair contract, calling it Arabic. He categorically refused to sign it. Karina, remaining calm, declared that if he refused, she would immediately report everything to the royal court. Her confidence was unshakable. Frightened by the possible consequences, Raymond asked her to stop. He agreed to sign the document, although it was extremely humiliating for him. While signing the contract, he noticed that Karina had even cast a magic spell on him. This increased his irritation. He asked sarcastically if she was happy now. His emotions were mixed, and he still couldn't get over it. Karina calmly said that he could now go free. When he stayed put, she asked why he didn't leave. Usually, he would disappear like the wind using his magic technique. But this time, something went wrong. Raymond admitted that he couldn't use magic. Karina demanded that he repeat it louder. He shouted, stating that his magic power had not yet returned, making him helpless in this situation. Karina noted that the magical power had almost completely been restored. If he couldn't use it, the problem lay in his self-control. Raymond, angry, accused her of being responsible for his inability to use magic, demanding that she take responsibilities. Karina sighed, noting how quickly he started giving orders again. All she could do was ask him to stop talking nonsense and leave. Raymond was seething with anger, considering her merciless and unfair. He was sure that she was deliberately mocking him. He even promised that if he died at the hands of street killers, he would devote his entire afterlife to cursing her. At that moment, someone's shadow appeared behind him. When Tatiana spoke of her desire to kill Karina, Raymond carefully asked if she was really sure about this step. His voice sounded wary, as if he was trying to understand the true motives of her words. In response to his doubts, Raymond suggested that she think of something else to avoid such extreme measures. Tatiana, angry at his reaction, asked if this meant that he was against her plan. Her voice trembled with indignation. She reminded him that he himself claimed that he would do everything for her. Now, according to her, he looks like a liar because he does not support her at an important moment. Raymond calmly noted that prison was not a desirable place for either of them. He also emphasized that his hatred for Karina was not so great that he would resort to murder. His words sounded like an attempt to maintain sanity in a difficult situation. Tatiana realized that Raymond was not only unable to find the recipe book, but also unwilling to fulfill her request. Her suspicions were confirmed, and she concluded that he could not be trusted. Accusing him of being like all the other men, she resolutely declared her departure. Raymond tried to stop her, begging her to listen to him. He asked her to stay for a few seconds, then handed her an object. There was hope in his eyes that she would change her mind. Tatiana looked at the ring he handed her in surprise. It seemed strange to her why she needed it, since she already had a lot of jewelry, and this seemed unnecessary. Raymond explained that this ring was unusual. It was made from an ancient magical stone that had the ability to influence consciousness. His words sounded convincing. If she used the ring correctly, her complicated relationship with Karina would no longer be a problem. Raymond added that the ring's magic left no trace, which should have reassured her. Realizing how important this gift was, Tatiana happily threw herself into his arms. She thanked him and noted that she could only rely on him. Hearing her words that she had no one but him, Raymond was noticeably embarrassed. Tatiana sincerely assured him that he was the best, and confidence was visible in her eyes. He wondered if she was right, recalling recent events. He was outraged by the threats that the girl had dared to make. When the door swung open, Raymond asked irritably what was wrong this time, since he had done nothing wrong. His voice was controlled but tense. Karina was surprised to notice that she wasn't blaming him for anything. Her words sounded as if she was trying to understand the reason for his anger. She added that his guilty look might lead to strange thoughts. However, she assured that she saw no reason to be afraid. Karina could hardly believe that his magical power had not yet recovered. But he suddenly demonstrated something that made her think. The lady haughtily announced that she was assigning him security. She emphasized that this was a gesture of kindness for which he should be grateful. She said that the guards would protect him at the request of the princess, which sounded more like an order than a suggestion. Her tone was firm. The magician, noticing her expression, ironically asked why he should be happy. He was clearly unhappy with the current situation. He then added that he too was not thrilled with the turn of events. He regretted the missed opportunity to do things differently. Karina, having decided to go herself, did not understand why Raymond was following her. She was irritated by his persistence, and she made it clear. He countered that the street she was heading to was unsafe. Besides, he wanted to meet Robert himself, which gave him more motivation. Despite his warnings, Karina ignored his words and resolutely walked forward, showing her stubbornness. Raymond, realizing that she couldn't be stopped, asked her to wait again. This time, she looked back to see what he wanted. She noticed a man nearby, loudly complaining about not being able to collect his interest. For the month, his cries attracted attention. The poor guy looked completely desperate. Apparently, his life had gone downhill, and he was at a loss. Daniel guessed that they were dealing with creditors, and clearly illegal ones at that. His intuition told him that this was not a simple situation. He asked Karina to hide in a safe place, while he tried to deal with the problem himself. Karina watched in amazement as Daniel boldly approached the creditors. His confidence amazed her. However, it turned out that he himself was frightened. When he spoke, his voice was shaking, and he clearly did not know what to say. He explained that he had business in the house and asked the creditors to step aside for a while so as not to interfere. In response, they grabbed him and reminded him that they had arrived first, and therefore had the right to an advantage he had to give in. Realizing his mistake, he hurried to Karina and confessed that his plan had not worked. His words sounded with a hint of disappointment. Karina, watching his attempts, did not expect more. She knew that he would do exactly this. Deciding to act on her own, she went out to the creditors, not forgetting to wish Daniel luck. His face expressed surprise. The creditors, seeing her initially, did not understand what she wanted, but her confident actions quickly changed the situation. The girl sneezed and whistled, after which a knight appeared next to her. His sudden appearance stunned those around him. The creditors asked suspiciously if she was asking for trouble. Their threatening tone turned to uncertainty when the knight intervened. He immediately handcuffed them, declaring that illegal lending was prohibited. His actions were decisive and swift. After that, he said that he had the right to detain them. Karina calmly watched what was happening, feeling her superiority. She thanked the knight and asked him to convey her best wishes to the emperor. Her manner of speech was impeccable. Daniel, seeing all this, was amazed. He had not expected such a turn of events and could hardly hide his surprise. Karina reminded him with a smile that she was a princess and her security had been provided for in advance. Her words sounded like a reproach. Entering the house, she greeted him and looked around the room. Daniel informed Robert that the creditors had left and that he could now leave. Karina noticed someone hiding under the table. She came closer and greeted them warmly. He seemed to be losing his composure, shouting out requests for forgiveness, begging them to understand him. He repeated that this was temporary, and if they gave him a little more time, he would definitely return everything to the last penny. However, instead of the expected reaction, Karina laughed loudly. Her laughter was so unexpected that he froze in bewilderment. Then, as if mockingly, she asked what would happen if she was not the creditor he had to apologize to. At that moment, Daniel approached them. He stopped right next to her and explained in a calm voice that the creditors had already left. Then, leaning closer, he added that he was not one of them. He seemed to recognize her interlocutor. Daniel looked on with mild surprise, not understanding why the gentleman in front of him did not recognize him. He recalled that they had studied at the same university and probably expected that this would refresh his memory. Robert, hearing this, expressed sincere surprise. He asked again whether it was really the same person in front of him. After a short pause, he asked another question. For what purpose was Daniel here? While Robert was trying to comprehend what was happening, Karina came closer, greeted him warmly, and introduced herself as a princess. She immediately asked him if he could spare some time for a conversation. Robert looked at her in amazement, and soon noticed that he thought he had guessed who she was. With a slight grin, he specified that she must be the same princess with whom Daniel had broken off his engagement. Karina confidently confirmed his guess. At that moment, Robert turned to Daniel smiling. He declared that all this proved one simple truth. They say that when lovers quarrel, it is only to amuse themselves. However, Karina abruptly interrupted his thoughts, shouting at him not to talk nonsense. Her voice was firm and decisive. She explained that she had not come here to discuss relationships, but to ask him about one important matter. Karina got straight to the point. She said that her request concerned a serious proposal. She wanted him to take the position of chief physician at the hospital, and she hoped that he would agree. Hearing this, Robert said with a touch of irony that she might want to look for someone else. He made it clear that he doubted her choice. Robert added that he does not consider himself someone who could take such an important and responsible position. He explained that he has neither the rights nor the appropriate qualifications for this. That research that he conducted 3 years ago, he wanted to bring it to completion. Although she doesn't know the whole situation, nor does she know the exact reasons, she does know that back then, 3 years ago, his research was suspended. Karina asked Robert to become the chief physician of the hospital she was planning to build. She also expressed hope that he would complete the research that had been started, but not yet finished. Robert felt grateful for the trust, but he believed that there were more worthy candidates for such an important position. He did not consider himself suitable for the role, although he appreciated her offer. Karina immediately thought Robert had someone specific in mind, and soon he named Eric Foreman and Allison Cameron. They were the ones who had worked on the study and could continue it. Robert insisted that these two doctors were much smarter and more worthy than him, since they were the ones conducting the important research. He convinced Karina that she should consider hiring them. Karina disagreed with his opinion, believing that Robert underestimated himself. However, he insisted that this was all he could say and that the decision was hers. Then he politely asked them to leave his office. At the last moment before they left, Robert expressed his gratitude and asked Karina again to leave him. He added that he would be grateful if she left, and then sent her and Daniel away. Karina couldn't remember all the details of that moment exactly, but she was sure that at the end of the game, it turned out that there were 3 doctors. She remained in thought about this ending of the story. She decided to ask Daniel if he knew the doctors Robert had mentioned. She hoped that the guy could provide some additional information that would clarify the situation. Daniel replied that he knew little and said that all 3 had worked and studied under Dr. Gregory. After his death due to an incurable disease, they had gone their separate ways. Karina could not understand why such a successful project was stopped after the death of the leader. She believed that there was much work left to do, and it was necessary to continue the research, despite the loss of the leader. Daniel, in turn, could not answer this question. He did not think about the reasons why the project was closed. However, his opinion could not help Karina understand the reasons for what happened. Karina was interested in what Eric and Allison were doing now. She asked Daniel to tell her everything he knew about the subsequent fate of these doctors and what role they played after graduating from the lab. Daniel said that Eric, who came from a poor family, was forced to drop out of school due to financial problems after the lab closed. Allison, on the other hand, continued her career in medicine and was Tatiana's attending physician. Hearing the mention of Tatiana, Karina felt a slight tension. Her reaction was immediate because this name had a special meaning for her and evoked many emotions. In fact, he never hid anything from Karina on purpose. It just so happened that she never asked direct questions and conversations on this topic passed them by. Besides, he knew perfectly well that the topic of Tatiana always spoiled Karina's mood. That's why he preferred to avoid mentioning her so as not to aggravate the situation once again. However, Karina, having gathered her strength, directly asked him to speak honestly and openly. He tried to explain that he did not do it on purpose, He apologized, adding that it was all a mistake. That was how he always explained situations related to his relationship with Tatiana, but Karina could not accept such excuses. In the end, he admitted that he broke up with Tatiana and went to the ocean because of a series of mistakes, too. He started this conversation because he wanted to seem like a good person in her eyes and deserve forgiveness. However, Karina disagreed with him. She noticed that his desire to be a good person spread to everyone around him, which made his aspiration devoid of sincerity. For Karina, such excuses seemed hypocritical. Her patience ran out, and she turned around and began to leave, making it clear that she was not going to discuss this topic anymore. Despite this, Karina did not count on Daniel's help. However, she firmly decided that the end for Raymond should not repeat the scenario of the game where his fate was tragic. She wanted Daniel to have the same ending as in the original story. This meant getting the three of them together and nominating Robert as the head doctor to ease the tension and get things working together. The first step was to find out the reasons for the discord between them. Daniel made an attempt to stop Karina, hoping that she would be interested in his proposal and would not leave completely. He asked Karina if she wanted to find Eric and Allison. His question made her curious, and after thinking for a moment, she decided to clarify his intentions. Karina turned to him and asked him what exactly he was talking about. Daniel then mentioned that he had information about the whereabouts of Eric Foreman that might be of interest to them. Eric was in the general lab. Karina, surprised by this fact, began to ask how Foreman ended up working in this place and what brought him there. Daniel explained that as far as he knew, Tatiana had arranged for Eric to work at the lab at Allison's personal request. This again threw Karina off balance, since Tatiana was once again involved. Karina began to think she remembered Nevaeh, and she realized that Tatiana seemed to be connected to these events, as well as the quarrel between the three, which was now interfering with their interaction. Daniel called Eric, and Eric immediately rejoiced when he heard his voice. Eric had not seen Daniel for a long time, and meeting him was a pleasant surprise after many years of separation. Along with Daniel, Karina was greeted by Princess Pioneer. She politely introduced herself and expressed her desire to meet Eric to discuss something important. Eric was surprised that she was specifically looking for him. It seemed to him that her interest was connected with some important matter that required his participation. Karina heard that he was working under Professor Gregory on ways to combine magic and medicine. He confirmed it. That's why Karina asked why he wasn't doing it now. The gentleman said that he was from a poor family, and the issue of money had always been important to him, and thanks to the fact that he had studied a lot before, he now somehow makes ends meet. Karina asked if he wanted to continue working on the professor's research. This surprised him, and he asked again, not understanding what she was talking about. He did not expect such an unexpected initiative from her. Today, Karina met with Robert to discuss this issue. He recommended that she contact Allison and Eric, believing that their assistance could be useful in her project. He was surprised that Karina had met with Robert and asked how he was feeling. His interest was genuine, even though he didn't know exactly how Robert was doing after their breakup. Karina felt like she and Robert and Eric used to be very close friends, but now she realized that they didn't seem to have the same warm relationship as before. Eric didn't know how to explain that Robert had unilaterally broken off their communication. Karina thought that perhaps something serious had happened between them that had led to the breakup. It was hard for Eric to talk about it. He thought Karina understood, but he didn't dare tell her the whole truth. He thought Karina would figure out what had happened herself. She understood him and reassured him that everything would be fine. In any case, she planned to open a hospital and invite him to be part of their team and to continue his research. She promised him a 4-day work week, flexible hours, paid vacations, and better conditions than he had now. She hoped he would accept the offer. Of course, he doesn't have to make a decision right away. While he's thinking, she's going to talk to Robert and Allison to convince them to join in too. If he has any questions, he can write to her. The gentleman was grateful for the offer, but asked to convey his words to Karina if they met Robert again. He wanted her to understand his position and to say that they had no other choice. He asked Karina to tell him that at that moment they had no other choice, and they did what they thought was right. He didn't want her to think badly of him. Later, the servant reported that Karina had received a letter from Mr. Eric. The letter was obviously important, and Karina began to open it with interest, hoping for good news. Karina felt that there might be good news hidden in the letter. She opened the envelope with a smile, hoping that everything she asked for would become clear. She and Eric had made sure that he was now with them, and Karina hoped that she would soon find out what had happened between Robert Allison and Eric, and why they were no longer in touch. All the information that Karina asked to find out was collected through the association. As she expected, everything happened 3 years ago in the same month after the professor's death. After the professor's death, Allison became the attending physician and Tatiana took on other duties. This coincided with the time when Karina contacted Nevea, which may have influenced events. Karina was grateful for the work done, but at that moment, someone called her. She was a little surprised that she was distracted, but soon realized that it was her maid. The maid was acting strangely, and clearly didn't understand what was going on. She was in a hurry, and Karina felt that something had happened that made her hurry so much. Lily ran into the room screaming, as if something incredibly terrible had happened, her voice trembling and her face distorted with fear, as if she had witnessed something extremely unpleasant or unexpected. Karina, worried by the maid's behavior, anxiously asked what had happened, and whether something so terrible had really happened to bring Lily to such a state. In order to calm Lily down a little, Karina immediately ordered the butler to be called, asking him to bring a glass of water, since the maid was so excited that she was breathing heavily and could not come to her senses. Seeing how upset Lily was, Karina asked if she was okay, since her pale face and gasping for breath indicated that something had really thrown her off balance. Lily, catching her breath, reported that a new perfume boutique had opened nearby, right across from the store they were preparing to open. She assumed that Tatiana was involved in this case again. In addition, Lily added that according to rumors, this boutique belongs to the Marquises of the House of Haunt, which surprised Karina because usually such things are associated with the Ducal House of Gloucesters. Karina thought about it and concluded that Tatiana had probably decided to act secretly using the Marquis to implement her plans in order to avoid unnecessary suspicion. Lily continued to share rumors and said that Lord William had recently been appointed Master of the Knights of the Silver Dragon, a knightly order associated with the Dukes of Gloucester. She noted that the order was led by a master, and that there were no other commanders or captains. However, this whole situation seemed strange and absurd to Lily. Karina tried to calm her down, but Lily couldn't believe that a man like Wilhelm was in the role of a master. In her opinion, it would be better for him to live a quiet life without getting involved in such matters. Lily suspected that this was another of Tatiana's tricks. She sent Wilhelm to the order, and in return demanded that he help open a new boutique. Meanwhile, the butler returned with water, but Lily could not pull herself together and indignantly said that everyone around her seemed to have gone crazy and completely lost touch with reality. Lily claimed that the boutique opening right across from their store could not have been a mere coincidence, and that the Lord had deliberately planned it to harm their business. Karina understood that there was some truth in Lily's words, because such behavior from competitors could well be expected in such a cruel environment. To reassure the maid, she said that competition in business was normal, although Lily believed that such actions were contrary to business ethics. Karina explained that their competitors' behavior was not surprising, since ethics had never been a concern for them. According to her, such challenges can be turned into opportunities for growth. The girl assured that everything is working out for the best, and the crisis only opens up new opportunities, so their task is to make their boutique even better than planned. The atmosphere was tense. Everyone was hostile and serious. There was even a poster with a motivational slogan about survival in difficult circumstances hanging on the wall in Karina's office. After the recent masquerade ball where Karina was presented, they had a new problem: the unexpected appearance of a competitor ready to ruin their plans. The new perfume boutique that appeared opposite managed to open literally a few days before the opening of their store, which caused Karina's indignation and desire to destroy them. She felt that there was no point in talking about any business ethics, so she decided that they had to win this competitive struggle at any cost. At the meeting, it was decided to focus on one goal: to cope with this challenge, leaving all other issues for later. Karina announced that the opening of their boutique would have to be postponed in order to prepare for the competitive battle. Nevia, her daughter, and the maid had difficulty comprehending what they had heard. They were overcome with bewilderment and confusion. They could not understand what Karina meant. When the meaning of her words reached them, they began to ask in fear why the lady was suggesting postponing the opening, since in their opinion, this was the most important task now. They assured Karina that on the contrary, it was necessary to speed up the opening so as not to give competitors the opportunity to capture the market before them. Moreover, thanks to the ball, their perfume became popular and discussed in high society. Karina agreed that this advantage should not be missed. She then showed the team the papers and asked if they knew what they were hinting at their significance. It turned out that this was a list of clients who were ready to buy her perfume, inspired by its aroma at the ball. These buyers act as pioneers. In the initial phase, they will distribute the first batch of perfumes exclusively to 100 high-ranking individuals from a pre-compiled list. This will create the basis for further promotion. As was noted at the ball, the most effective marketing tool is word of mouth. Personal recommendations and reviews create a reputation faster than any other method. In a small community like this, news travels like crazy. She is convinced that word of the new perfume will spread like a virus, affecting every corner of society. When the perfumes become the talk of the town and interest in them reaches its peak after the royal hunt is over, that is when they will ceremoniously open their boutique, attracting maximum attention. This boutique will be a real pearl in the empire, the best place to buy perfume. It will belong to Nivea and Lella, becoming a symbol of their success and impeccable taste. This prospect caused them genuine delight. The plan proposed by the lady turned out to be truly thoughtful and inspiring confidence in the future. Karina noted that this helps them get rid of fear and avoid hasty decisions such as spontaneously and thoughtlessly opening a store which could harm them. Instead, they will take a break to gather strength and let the brand grow gradually. Her plan is built on two principles: wide availability of products and their high quality. The concept of the boutique will be carefully thought out. The first floor will be devoted to mass market accessible to a wide audience, and the second and third floors to premium perfume lines. Nivea approached the princess with a proposal she had been nurturing for a long time. Her idea was to expand the range, and she wanted to hear the lady's opinion. In fact, this proposal had been brewing for a long time, but financial difficulties did not allow it to be brought to life, leaving the idea only at the level of dreams and fantasies. The idea was to create a basic cosmetic line that would harmonize with the scents of their perfumes. For example, body creams or bath products that could complement the collection. Such products will allow even those who do not use perfumes to enjoy aromas. This will be an additional advantage and will expand the audience. In addition, when using cosmetics, the aromas of perfumes will be revealed more fully and deeply, creating unique impressions. Karina added that the combination of cosmetics and perfumes will give clients the opportunity to create individual unique fragrances, emphasizing their uniqueness. However, Nivea noted that there is a serious obstacle to implementing this idea that cannot be ignored and requires discussion. Preserving the aroma in cosmetics requires the use of alchemical technologies. This complicates the task and adds additional stages of production. 3 years ago, the Carmel family received a patent in this area. To bring the idea to life, their help or the use of their developments is needed. But after the Archduchess's departure, the family's funding ceased, and the alchemists, including members of Carcel, severed all ties with her. This caused her irritation. Karina, having listened carefully, calmed Nivea down, promising that she herself would find a suitable alchemist who could help in this matter. She then suggested that they discuss what the lady thought of Raymond Carcel's candidacy, which surprised Nivea. Nivea explained that her intuition told her that Archduchess Tatiana was acting in conjunction with the alchemists of the Carcel family, who were registered with the association. These alchemists avoided contact with her at all costs, as if they were afraid that it would only bring them trouble. Obviously, it was not a matter of simple hostility. However, Raymond Carcel stood out among them. Although he is not a member of the association, as a member of the clan, he can exploit certain loopholes. Even if it was because of him that she lost her formulas and reputation, emotions should not interfere with the matter. The most important thing now is the success of their enterprise. Their main task at the moment is to open a business and make it profitable and prosperous. Everything else will be decided later. Karina thought about how much the woman standing in front of her had changed since their first meeting. She was a different woman now, more confident with a firm determination in her gaze that spoke volumes without words. She looked at the woman carefully and noted how she had changed. Seeing her determination, Karina made it clear that she had heard her supporting her with a gesture and words that showed her readiness for dialogue. Looking at her interlocutor, Karina said that Nivea is a really strong person who managed to remain steadfast even in the most difficult circumstances. This statement brought a sincere smile to the woman's face. Neva smiled and then, warmly embracing Karina, admitted that she really had nothing to fear with the princess. Her confidence seemed to be transmitted to everyone around her. As Karina expected, choosing Nivea as a partner turned out to be the right decision. This collaboration was a well-thought-out step that opened up many prospects for both parties. Taking the next step, Karina announced that she would contact Raymond as the time had come to use their contract. It was strategically important to achieve her goals. Despite her desire to cooperate with Raymond, she made it clear that she would not allow Nivea to meet him in person. This was her fundamental condition for continuing their alliance. She expressed hope that they would agree to accept her as a mediator. The strategic alliance with Raymond was a temporary necessity, but in the future, Karina intended to take revenge on him. Her plan was to make Raymond pay for everything he had done. It didn't mean immediate action, but Karina was moving steadily toward her goal, developing a strategy for revenge. Raymond, seeing Karina, indignantly asked why she had come. He had not expected her visit, and her words about matters where he could be useful irritated him. He sarcastically stated that her request sounded ridiculous, as if he had signed a contract to become her servant. His tone was harsh, but Karina remained calm. He reminded her that his magical powers had already been restored and suggested that she take her guard and leave his domain, emphasizing his displeasure with her presence. Karina asked ironically what was wrong and suggested that he was afraid that she would make him do something strange. This statement made Raymond displeased. She actually noticed a shadow of fear in his eyes, and he, without hiding his anger, demanded an explanation of where she got such thoughts from. Raymond noted with a grin that she sounded funny. Karina calmly pointed to the papers she had brought, saying that there was nothing unusual about them, but they required his attention. He looked at the papers and asked with irritation what it was. Her persistence caused him mixed feelings, but he began to read the document given to her. Karina explained that the document structured all the tasks he had to complete. She added that she would cover all the costs associated with the research. Raymond asked incredulously if she was suggesting using alchemy to develop cosmetics. This suggestion surprised and indignantly aroused his surprise. He stated that it would be better to ask people from his family, since he was now a magician and did not practice alchemy, and her idea seemed strange to him. He added mockingly that she seemed to think that the future great master of the magic tower would be involved in alchemy. But Karina reminded him of what he was like as a child. She indicated that she did not care about his dislike of alchemy or his relationship with his family. The contract obligated him to fulfill her terms, and he could not contradict hers. Raymond warned her with a threatening tone to wait, because once the contract expired, everything would change and she would feel it. Karina calmly replied that the contract was already ready. She would provide all the materials for the research, and his task was to follow the terms of the agreement and do only his own thing. Raymond asked irritably how much longer she was going to behave so arrogantly. Her confidence was clearly driving him crazy, but Karina did not back down. She specified that the guard would remain with him, since Raymond needed constant supervision. This statement caused him misunderstanding and indignation. Karina explained that the guard was needed to prevent possible attempts at sabotage or theft of secret recipes, since it was impossible to predict his behavior. Raymond mockingly asked if she seriously thought he would do that after signing the contract. He insisted that she take the guard. The knight sitting in the chair declared that he was quite comfortable, which further irritated Raymond, who began shouting at him to get up. Karina calmly said that they would start working next week and demanded that Raymond prepare, reserving the final word for herself. As she left, the knight remarked that Raymond should thank her for the opportunity. He said it with a barely perceptible grin. Lilia brought the lady tea and Karina noted her care with sincere gratitude. This gesture seemed simple, but was significant for her. Lily thought that she had been working too much lately, and it was starting to affect her condition. She caught herself thinking that even at home, she couldn't relax because she was always thinking about business. Hearing her words, Karina was surprised and asked again what she meant. Lily, smiling a little embarrassedly, explained that the opening of the boutique had completely deprived her of the opportunity to rest. The maid asked with concern whether the mistress planned to rest tomorrow, since today she had successfully concluded an important contract. In her opinion, this was a good reason to rest. Karina replied regretfully that she wouldn't mind relaxing, but the thought of how to organize the space of the third floor of the boutique kept spinning in her head, which didn't give her any peace. There was so much to do that she didn't even know what to tackle first. She had to oversee the creation of new perfumes, check the addresses of orders, design the packaging, and do a lot of other tasks before the royal hunt. In addition, according to the guard, Raymond had made many enemies, and almost every second one dreamed of harming him. This caused her some concerns. Although Raymond wasn't too concerned about her fate, she knew that a recipe leak could be disastrous, so she had to figure out who in his circle could pose a threat. The maid noticed that the lady really worked a lot and was always busy with things to do. She expressed her concern for her condition, worrying that such a workload would affect her health. The maid suggested that they rest a little, take a bath, and relax. She assured that she would take care of her mistress, giving her a massage to relieve the tension, at least for a little while. Karina was touched by Lily's care. She admitted that this was exactly what she was missing right now. She was surprised that the maid could sense her needs so subtly. An idea immediately occurred to her. Why hadn't she thought of placing a spa area with massage on the third floor before? It would be a great addition to the boutique. She enthusiastically noted that all products for this spa will be exclusively their brand, which will add additional charm and uniqueness to the project. Lily, smiling, noted that she tried to talk about the need for rest, but the lady still managed to switch to work. She again confirmed that Karina was restless. Karina apologized, admitting that perhaps she was born with an entrepreneurial spirit. She couldn't stop thinking about new ideas even during her downtime. Freya was surprised when the emperor wanted to meet her instead of her daughter. She thought that he must have enough free time to address her daughter. The emperor, realizing that both were busy, said that he would prefer to get straight to the point so as not to waste time. He was ready to discuss important issues without unnecessary talk. He said that he had recently learned of Lord Raymond's illegal entry into the duchy, and now he wanted to find out why those who should have stopped him were so lenient towards his actions. The emperor was serious and wanted to understand the reasons for this behavior. He expected explanations from the lady, since the situation was not only strange, but also dangerous for everyone. The woman could not understand what the emperor was talking about. He noticed that she apparently did not spare her hair for the sake of her daughter's well-being, which in his opinion was strange. He noted that Raymond was still fine, but also expressed confidence that the lady was well aware of how he hated the princess, and that he was hiding his intentions from her. The emperor did not believe that she could not know about Raymond's actions. He was sure that a magical trap had been placed on him, suppressing his abilities, which could be important for his actions. The woman admitted that because of this, she now allows Raymond to threaten her daughter, and immediately understood what the emperor was hinting at. It was one of her hardest decisions. Aster noted that he wanted to calm her down, but he couldn't do it because he was worried about his beloved. He was also worried about the situation, although he tried not to show his emotions. The lady said that she thought the emperor was meeting with her daughter for political reasons, and was surprised that he showed human feelings because she did not expect this from such a person. The emperor was shocked by her conclusions. He could not believe that she really perceived his relationship with her daughter in this way, and it made him think about his behavior. Freya noted that if she had to regret anything in life, it would be introducing her daughter to Raymond. She knew it was a mistake that would lead to many problems later on. She admitted that she believed she and her daughter had found someone who was right for them. They seemed different from the other children, more mature, more reserved, as if they were hiding something from them. Freya thought that their unusual personality traits would make them similar, but as it turned out, she was wrong. Their relationship was not what she expected, and now she realized her mistake. She realized that not only had she failed as a mother, but she had also inflicted emotional wounds on her daughter that were now difficult to heal. These thoughts tormented her, and she realized the full gravity of her mistake. The Emperor wondered why she had left Raymond on the list of candidates for the owner of the Magic Tower. It made no sense if she thought he was so dangerous. She explained that she believed that the tower's owner had the right to remove candidates, and she didn't see the difference, because she was sure that Raymond would never become the owner. In her eyes, it didn't matter. It had been about 10 years since their first meeting. It was in the old Carcel Research Center, where research was underway at the time. That was where it all began. They met in the old Carcel laboratory when she came to pick up an order assigned by the laboratory. By chance, she bumped into Raymond, which became a turning point in her life. She noticed that he looked too young to be a worker and asked who he was. She found this odd, as his presence there raised questions. The man told her that he was the son of the Carcel family, who was said to be talented in alchemy, which is why he was accepted to work in the laboratory despite his young age. He looked thin, like his skin was stretched over his bones. His body was covered in scars and puncture marks, which made her even more wary. She felt that something was wrong with him. She asked if she could talk to him a little later. It was her wish to know more about him and understand what brought him here. She felt that this boy was special. The man replied that this was impossible, since according to the laboratory rules, only other employees could contact workers. He explained that such rules were strict here. She admitted that it was a pity, but there was nothing to be done. She had just received an order and needed to continue her work, so she decided that the time for further discussion had not yet come. It seemed that she used magic to contact him, as her desire to speak to him was strong. This was part of her unusual ability to influence events. She was on the third floor of the research center in the test room when important events took place that would later play a big role in her life. The boy was lost in his thoughts. He couldn't understand what had happened because he was sure he had seen something shining brightly. Maybe it was just his imagination. But suddenly, this glowing petal lit up right in front of him, and this woman appeared in front of him. He was stunned, not knowing what this phenomenon was and what it meant for his future. She approached him and kindly asked if the person in front of her was really the same genius alchemist who was famous for his amazing discoveries in this field. They had met recently during the day, and perhaps he remembered her, but the boy asked in confusion who she was, not understanding who he was talking to. The woman smiled and explained that she was just a magician passing by, and for that reason, she would very much like to know his name. The boy introduced himself as Carcel 3627, but she was surprised to notice that it was his home number, and not his name, calling him a fool, and asking him to tell her his real name. The boy insistently insisted that this was his name, and in response to her reproach, he said that she herself had called him a genius of alchemy, so it was all correct. Anyway, after their meeting, she decided to examine some documents in the lab to understand what was going on there. Once in the lab, she discovered that the boy was conducting secret experiments, codenamed Project Magician, that were quite unusual. As part of the project, children who do not possess magic, or who only partially possess it, are injected with magical power, synthesized through alchemy. After this, the magical energy begins to regenerate the body on its own, thus creating an artificial magician, which of course raises concerns. The results of the experiments were terrible. All 11 subjects died, with the exception of the boy himself, which called into question the safety of such experiments. Even though he was the only survivor, his condition was still critical, meaning that the success was only half achieved. Raymond agreed with her conclusions and added that despite all the efforts of the drugs, he still had too little magical power to exist fully. She asked him how old he was. The boy thought for a moment and replied that he was about 11 or 12, which also did not explain his strange condition. The woman noted that he was almost the same age as her daughter, but she thought he was no more than 7 years old and wondered how a teenager could be so thin. She offered him some bread so that he could at least eat something. Apparently, he hadn't been fed for a long time, because he immediately pounced on it like a hungry dog. Freya sighed slightly and asked if she should tell him outright that he probably wouldn't live to reach full puberty unless things changed. Let the alchemists continue their experiments, But as a magician, she saw the problem. He was dying not because of a lack of power, but because of an excess of it. In fact, there was too much magic in him, and this caused his tragic state. But others did not see this as a problem. The problem was that he couldn't control the power of this magic, which was introduced into his body in too large a volume. Raymond was surprised by her words and asked what she had just done. But before the woman could answer, she added that the situation was very dangerous for his life. She explained that if his magic remained uncontrolled, he, like his unfortunate comrades, would soon perish, possibly due to an explosion. The boy burst into tears when he heard this, but the woman calmed him down, saying that she had not meant to make him cry, but was only warning him of a serious threat. He was shaking with fear, and the woman tried to convince him that she had not meant to scare him, but the situation really did require immediate intervention. At one point, Freya asked if she needed to tell him how he could survive, so that he wouldn't die because of the magic that was in him. In return, she asked him to keep this secret and not tell anyone that she had helped him, and asked if he could keep it. Raymond, in desperation, promised that he would do whatever she said, just so that she would not hurt him and leave him alone with this horror. The woman asked him if he really thought she could hit him, such a small boy. He replied that she was doing it right now in front of him. Freya pointed out that he should listen to her carefully, because from that day on, every night, she would teach him magic so that he could cope with its power and control it. In a month, thanks to her help, he will be able to get out of the laboratory. After that, he will need to go to the Association of Magicians and present a letter of recommendation. By becoming a member of the association, he will be protected from possible attacks by alchemists, but will find new enemies among the Karsel family. His life will turn into a solitary existence full of wanderings. The boy replied that he didn't care, and that he could even give up his last name. However, the woman advised him not to do this, but rather to keep it. Freya added that if he were to gain power in the future, the family name would prove useful. When the truth came to light, its importance would be obvious, and he would not regret his decision. The woman also remembered that the name Karsel 3627 could not be used in documents. She began to choose a new name for him. At first, she thought of calling him Karina, but that name belonged to her daughter. Freya decided that his name would be Raymond, and suggested that he use this name to start a new life, with a new status and a new purpose. Thus, Raymond became an official member of the Association of Magicians. He was elected as a candidate for the post of the future owner of the Magic Tower, which gave him special significance and prospects. The Emperor was shocked that illegal experiments were not only being carried out, but were achieving astonishing success. This was a real revelation for him. The woman explained that although he had not achieved complete success, His Highness knew very well the main law of alchemy, according to which something can only be obtained for something of equal value. Astor, hearing this, asked if he meant the law of equivalence, and she confirmed that he was right. In order to receive something, one must give something of equal value and equal in strength. Raymond was an ordinary boy with no magic, but now, thanks to alchemy, he has become the owner of enormous magical power, becoming a candidate for the place of the owner of the Magic Tower. All of this was made possible by the magic created by alchemy. However, Raymond will be forced to pay for the powers he gained, paying a price in the future. Thanks to Freya's lessons, Raymond was able to master magic and survive in this dangerous world. This allowed him to become an adult and was ready to face the challenges ahead. At this time, Karina approached Raymond knocking on the door and asked if he was home, wanting to hand over important research materials to continue her work. She apologized for coming so early, but explained that she needed to hand over materials for further study. In this regard, she asked permission to leave so as not to detain him. Freya began to say that Raymond had very little time left before the moment of reckoning, that soon he would have to face the consequences of all his powers. A guard suddenly ran out of the house, visibly alarmed. The lady immediately asked him about Raymond, as she thought she heard him cough. Her voice was full of anxiety and impatience. The guard, a little out of breath, reported that Raymond was inside the house. However, his condition was of grave concern. He was clearly not feeling well, and the situation seemed urgent. The guard added that he considered it necessary to call a doctor immediately. Hearing this, the lady was seriously frightened, and she was overcome with great concern for Raymond's condition. Without wasting a second, she rushed towards him. As she ran up, she noticed with horror how Raymond was beginning to lose consciousness. His weakness was becoming more and more obvious. They quickly put him to bed, trying to figure out what condition he was in. Everyone in the room, overcome with anxiety, asked one question: was he alive? When the lady touched his hand, Raymond suddenly grabbed it tightly. Karina screamed in fear, accusing him of madness, and reminded him that she was not Tatiana at all. Despite this, Raymond began to mumble that he would try as long as he was not left alone. His voice sounded pleading, if a little incoherent. Karina decided that he was talking in his sleep because his words were so incomprehensible that it was difficult for her to grasp their meaning. She began to suspect that something strange had happened before she arrived. Everything seemed somehow unnatural and sudden. However, the night assured her that Raymond was perfectly fine in the morning. But later he began to cough violently, and there was blood in his sputum. This shocked Karina. The night confirmed this, and then added that he would like to tell you something important that could explain what was happening. He mentioned the assassins he had spoken of earlier, most of whom he knew were sent by the Carcel clan. Karina was shocked that Raymond's family was involved in these assassinations. She couldn't understand what he could have done to make his own family want to kill him. Raymond slowly opened his eyes, looking around, and noticing Karina, rudely said that her concern for him was completely inappropriate. Karina, despite his tone, felt relieved. He had finally woken up. Raymond, trying to comprehend what had happened, asked why he had lost consciousness. Karina replied that she should rather ask this question since he was clearly unwell, and it was important for her to understand the reason for his condition. Raymond dismissed her guess, insisting that nothing serious had happened. He had simply coughed and lost consciousness. For him, this was a normal occurrence, not worth worrying about. However, Karina noticed that his "just coughed" was accompanied by blood and accused him of feigning strength. She said that ignoring one's condition was dangerous. Raymond waved her off, saying he was just tired. From the day he assured her that he had always been strong and that nothing serious would happen to him. He added that he had never had any health problems, and Karina seemed to think he was as weak as she was. She retorted by suggesting that he let go of her hand if he was so sure. Raymond noticed that he was holding her hand and quickly pulled it away, clearly embarrassed. The gesture suddenly made him feel insecure. Karina said that since his condition had improved, she was leaving, but warned that the doctor would be coming soon. She asked him not to argue and to take his health seriously. Raymond was surprised by her words and assumed that she had not just come for no reason. Obviously, she had a specific goal since she appeared in his chambers. Karina confirmed that she had brought alchemy materials, which she left on the table. She advised him to work on them when he recovered, and for now to rest and heal. Raymond, hearing her words, could not believe his ears. He asked again if he was really allowed to just rest instead of working. Karina insisted that rest was necessary. She asked if he really wanted to work despite his condition, as if testing his resolve. Then Karina handed him the bottle, and Raymond, surprised, asked what it was and why he needed it. Karina explained that it was an aromatic oil for fatigue made by Lily. She added that it was a gift that she was even a little sorry to give to him. She mentioned that Lily had personally prepared it herself, and joked that if he died before completing his work, it would be extremely unpleasant. Raymond, hearing this, asked with irritation who was going to die anyway. It seemed to him that Karina was worrying unnecessarily about trifles. Karina was about to leave, but as she reached the door, she heard him call out to her. His voice sounded uncertain, as if he was trying to say something important. He started talking, and Karina assumed that perhaps he wanted to thank her for her care and help, although that was not at all like him. But suddenly, Raymond shouted that she had come and set up a spa in his chambers, and now he was expecting gratitude. His tone was both angry and embarrassed. Karina, smiling, noted that the oil was just a gift. She reminded him to stay on schedule and not to forget about his research. Raymond arrogantly declared that this was natural. After all, he was a brilliant magician who would create cosmetics that would exceed all her expectations. Karina approved of his attitude, but added that their conversation was over. She thought she had said everything that needed to be said. Raymond felt utterly humiliated. It seemed unbearable to him that he had allowed her to see him in such a helpless state. Meanwhile, Tatiana tried on the ring, noticing that it was clearly too big for her. She thought it was meant for a man. The ring, created from an ancient magical stone, had the ability to control consciousness. It contained power that could be used to one's advantage. Tatiana hoped that with the help of this ring, she would be able to resolve her complicated relationship with Karina, getting rid of constant uncertainty and problems. Ray once promised to help her, but then disappeared. Tatiana was sure that the ring he gave her was just a way to get rid of her presence. Now she was suffering from headaches again. Every time she tried to think seriously about her situation, the migraine returned with renewed vigor. Andy knocked on Tatiana's door, saying he was coming in. She was happy to see him, because his presence always distracted her a little from her dark thoughts. She asked what brought him to her so early, and at that moment she threw away the ring, not wanting to think about it anymore. Andy said he was going to the palace. The imperial hunting season was about to begin, and he had to be there. He added that the hunt would be officially announced in a week. Tatiana clarified whether Karina would be at the event. Andy confirmed that Karina would definitely show up. The hunt is an official event, and it is important for the new empress to show herself in public. He also noted that this was the first hunt since the rise of Emperor Aster. Tatiana decided that in that case she would not go either. Andy didn't understand why she was avoiding the event. He wanted Tatiana to share her thoughts and explain what was bothering her. She reminded him that she had promised to make him emperor. She sat down next to him, looking him in the eye, and began to talk about her plan. Tatiana confessed that Andy was the only man in her life. She begged him to trust her so that she could give him back what he had lost. She promised that she would do everything for his good. There was determination in her voice, backed by a strong sense of responsibility. Raymond received a letter from Tatiana where she demanded that he fulfill his promise on the upcoming hunt. He looked at the oil Karina had left behind and quietly apologized to himself. He had already made the final decision that could change everything. The guest room of the Duke's estate was filled with soft light, and its interior was striking in its sophistication. Tatiana, looking around the spacious room, casually asked Wilhelm about how things were going with the opening of the boutique. The man, looking closely at Tatiana, confidently said that he had done everything exactly according to her instructions. Thanks to this, there were so many customers that the boutique could not cope with the influx. The perfume named after Tatiana became especially popular just one day after the launch. It was almost completely sold out, which became a real sensation. The heir of the Carcel family, Ethan, played a key role in the success of the perfume. He spread the word that Tatiana was a regular user of it, which caused a stir among buyers. With such success, everyone began to forget about Karina perfume, which had been discussed for a long time but never appeared on sale. Tatiana noted that she considers this event to be exceptionally wonderful. The success of the boutique was obvious because Tatiana herself was behind the development of the plan. Wilhelm, sincerely admiring her, emphasized that he did not expect anything else from her. For him, Tatiana was not only beautiful, but also incredibly talented. He wondered how she managed to be so perfect, to which Tatiana, slightly embarrassed, noted that his words made her blush. Having learned from lady friends about pre-orders for the limited Karina collection, Tatiana decided to ask Wilhelm if there was any news about the opening of their perfume boutique. Wilhelm said that the Perfumers Association had reportedly decided to postpone the opening. He didn't know the details, but he assumed that their competitors had gotten scared and decided to back off. However, Tatiana was sure that it was not fear, but another cunning intrigue. Her guesses made her wonder what their competitor had planned this time. Wilhelm agreed that the princess, unlike the sincere Tatiana, had always been cunning. He noted that her actions were often aimed at vile tricks. Tatiana decided to find out what her competitor was up to. Wilhelm tried to stop her, worried about her sudden intention to leave, but she was already heading for the door. The lady stopped and asked Wilhelm what he wanted to say. The man hesitantly admitted that he wanted to know if she was busy at the moment. He suggested checking out their boutique together. His offer came as a surprise, but he sincerely hoped that Tatiana would agree. However, Tatiana smiled and said that, although she would be happy to agree, she already had plans for that day and most likely would not be able to join. She explained that she had a meeting with Andy that day, adding that her husband could drop by at any time. At that moment, Andrew entered the room. William, seeing him, immediately bowed, demonstrating deep respect and greeted him with special joy. Andrew, however, reminded them that the knights were currently busy training and asked why William was here instead of being with them. Wilhelm explained that the Duchess had asked him to talk to Tatiana. Intervening, added that they were only talking about a couple of issues related to their boutique. Having received the answer, Andrew allowed William to return to the knights. The man said goodbye, promising that he would be glad to see him again. After he left, Andrew noticed that Wilhelm was looking at Tatiana like a devoted puppy and joked that he considered her his mistress. Tatiana disagreed, explaining that Wilhelm most likely felt gratitude towards her for helping him in difficult times. Andrew just chuckled, saying that it sounded funny. Then he stood up and said that he had to leave before it got dark. Tatiana tried to stop him by grabbing his hand, but Andrew suddenly pulled away and she lost her balance and fell. Andrew calmly told her to refrain from such touching Tatiana, admitting he was right, apologized, adding that there would still be an opportunity to fix everything. Tatiana admitted with slight embarrassment that he was right and apologized for her words. She consoled herself with the thought that there would still be an opportunity to correct the situation and everything would go as it should. The Verrey's shopping street third quarter was full of life and the noise of visitors. Tatiana could not hide her surprise when she noticed the Duke and Duchess, who were clearly not frequent visitors to such places. At first glance, they looked like a harmonious and wonderful couple. Tatiana noted with pleasure that those around her also shared this opinion. However, her attention was drawn to conversations nearby. Someone was whispering that not everything was as smooth between the spouses as it seemed, and their ideal harmony could be just a pretense. Tatiana turned around to see who had said it, but no one was around. She began to think that she had simply heard wrong, or that it was a figment of her imagination. Andrew noticed her concern and asked what had happened. Tatiana, slightly confused, replied that it was nothing serious, and nothing serious had happened. She explained that she must have just misheard something. Andrew nodded, showing understanding, and suggested that they continue walking to take her mind off things. When Andrew unexpectedly took Tatiana's hand, she blushed slightly from surprise and confusion, not knowing how to react to such a gesture. Andrew, seemingly not noticing her embarrassment, explained that the more people saw them together, the better their reputation would be strengthened in the eyes of society. Tatiana agreed that he was right, and added that such behavior would indeed attract attention to their couple, which could prove useful in the future. Andrew confirmed her words, and noted that all this was necessary for the sake of their future together, which required such preparation and effort. The crowd actually began to watch the Duke and Duchess with interest, expressing delight. This could not but please Andrew, who was clearly pleased with the result. Tatiana, smiling, reminded that the last time they saw many of these people was at a masquerade ball, which had been quite a long time ago. One of the ladies, clearly curious, asked Andrew the reason for his visit there. Tatiana, forestalling him, noted that he was usually busy with his affairs at the palace. She added that free time was rare, and today was an exception. People were praising them, noting how cute they looked together, and lamenting the closed street. Hearing about the closure in the first block, Tatiana thought about it. She knew nothing about it and assumed that perhaps something important had happened. The lady explained that nothing serious had happened, but it seemed that some aristocrat had rented part of the street, paying huge amounts of money to all the shops. Rumor has it that this was done for the sake of his beloved. Then, the conversation suddenly turned to the topic of children, and the couple was asked a direct question about their plans for offspring. The lady remarked that such a beautiful couple should have a wonderful heir who would become the embodiment of their beauty and virtues. Someone added that if the Duke had a son, he could become the crown prince since the emperor was not yet married. Tatiana gently replied that they wanted to spend more time together, enjoying each other's company, before thinking about children. Andy leaned towards Tatiana and said that the conversation was going too far, and he was becoming uncomfortable with the attention of strangers. He was indignant in his thoughts. Why discuss children at all if he himself does not see the point in it? He has other goals far from this topic. Andy reasoned in his mind that he didn't need children. As soon as he killed Astor and took the throne, he planned to get a divorce and return to Karina, who was the most important thing to him. His thoughts were interrupted when Karina appeared in front of them. Tatiana was shocked to see her in this place, completely unprepared for the meeting. Andy also looked surprised and immediately asked Karina why she was there, as if hoping for an explanation. Karina reminded him with a slight smile that she was in the same family as the emperor, although Andy had apparently forgotten or didn't know about it. She calmly added that she had an appointment with His Majesty in the first quarter today, which completely baffled Andy. Tatiana, overcome with emotion, screamed, accusing Karina of lying. Her indignation was so great that it seemed she was barely holding back from breaking out into an open quarrel. Karina calmly asked again, clarifying whether she had understood correctly that she had been accused of lying. Her tone remained even, but her gaze betrayed surprise and slight irritation. Tatiana was convinced that Karina and the emperor's relationship was something completely impossible. Moreover, she believed that Karina was incapable of being with someone she had failed to win over. Tatiana's views on Karina were biased. She believed that someone like Karina could never meet the emperor, and this only irritated her more. The Duke intervened in the conversation, noting that perhaps Tatiana was upset because she had not found anything to say in response. Her silence seemed especially unconvincing. Andy, as if trying to soften the situation, asked Tatiana if everything was really as it was said. He also mentioned that the Duchess and the princess had always been close, and now Tatiana was part of the imperial family. However, it turned out that the Duchess knew nothing about Karina's meeting with the emperor. This news clearly hurt her pride, causing a wave of indignation. Tatiana confirmed that the rumors about the meeting were true, and although she was sincerely happy for her friend, the thought flashed through her mind that it might be a lie. She admitted that as a friend, she felt an unpleasant disappointment. Emotions took over, and because of this, inappropriate words accidentally escaped. Karina noted that she did not consider it necessary to tell the Duchess about her relationship, and even more so to resort to deception in such matters. Karina apologized for the delay, mentioning that she was running late for a meeting. She was about to leave, but Tatiana suddenly asked her to stay. Tatiana asked if Karina would mind if they went together, since, as she said, they were now one family, thanks to the emperor. However, Tatiana noted that recently it has been almost impossible to see the emperor as he is constantly busy. She would like to take the opportunity to say hello to him, and if Karina is telling the truth, she certainly won't object to the meeting. Karina calmly replied that Tatiana could do as she pleased, so they headed off together as if nothing had happened. Tatiana noticed that Karina's appearance really did attract attention, but her restraint and coldness made her, in Tatiana's opinion, boring. She did not understand how Karina could interest the emperor and believed that she was superior to her in all respects. Therefore, Tatiana could not explain why the emperor continued to meet with Karina. She was sure that she was much better. In the midst of her thoughts, Tatiana noticed that Karina was already talking to the emperor. This knocked her out of her thoughts, forcing her to focus on what was happening. Karina greeted the emperor with an expression of sincere joy, and he in turn was also very happy with her presence. This did not go unnoticed by those around her. Everyone noted her emotions. The emperor, seeing that Tatiana and Andy had come with Karina, immediately took notice of their presence and asked with interest what had brought them here, showing curiosity about the situation. Karina explained that she had met Tatiana and Andy on the way. Tatiana, in turn, added that she had come to express her joy and to greet the emperor, emphasizing the importance of this moment. Tatiana came closer, expressing her joy at meeting the emperor, and Andy, in turn, also greeted His Highness, demonstrating respect and reverence for his status. The emperor, noticing this situation, concluded that they had probably interrupted their date and suggested not to interfere with them enjoying the moment together, showing concern for the personal time of the interlocutors. Tatiana, noticing the emperor's behavior, tried to stop him, which attracted his attention. The emperor stopped and, turning to her, asked what exactly was bothering her, expressing interest in her intentions. She began to tell that she had known Karina since childhood. They studied at the same academy, and had always been close friends without secrets. The emperor was genuinely surprised by this statement, as he had never heard of their close friendship. Karina, in turn, did not understand what Tatiana was getting at, but she continued claiming that many secrets had appeared in recent months. Tatiana continued that if they hadn't met by chance, she would never have known about their relationship. Her eyes filled with tears when she said that it upset her. Tatiana said that she felt as if the emperor had taken her friend away from her, which she could not help but perceive as a personal disappointment. The emperor, surprised by her words, noted that she was so upset that she even began to cry. He added that this was a good opportunity for her to become more independent. He stressed that they were adults, and knowing every step of their friend was not normal, and they shouldn't continue to act like that. Tatiana hastened to justify herself, explaining that this was not what she meant, and added that she would like to say something else, firmly squeezing the emperor's hand. Tatiana suggested that they should meet up sometime and have lunch, since first she needed to establish contact with him. She admitted that Karina's presence was unpleasant, and that the emperor would soon see the difference between them. He would understand which of them was better. Tatiana added that harmony in the family is extremely important. She was sure that when the emperor realized this, his choice would fall on her, and he would not notice Karina's disappearance. Tatiana believed that once the emperor understood her position, his preference would be on her side. Then he would not even notice how Karina disappeared. She wondered if Andrew and Aster were to fall in love with Karina, who would be the emperor. Then, it was an interesting question for hers. But suddenly, the emperor's laughter was heard, and he asked with curiosity what kind of harmony in the family Tatiana was talking about. Aster noticed that the Duchess was a truly funny person, and that her words only provoked laughter. Tatiana, however, did not notice this. Andrew intervened, apologizing for Tatiana's words, but the emperor said there was no need to apologize. He said everything was fine, and they had had a good time. The emperor, looking at Tatiana, added that, before interfering in the relationship of her childhood friend, she should pay more attention to her own family. The emperor turned to Andrew and said that if he had told Tatiana more about his childhood, it would not have occurred to her to talk about harmony in the family. He came closer and suggested that Andrew tell Tatiana what exactly his late father had done to him, and also not to forget to mention the second prince. The emperor also suggested telling her about the prince's rebellion, which was known among the people. It was a story full of tragedy and treason. Andrew said he would enlighten the Duchess, and smiling wished the emperor a good walk. The emperor in turn nodded in agreement. The emperor, addressing the princess, apologized for the fact that she had to wait for him for so long. He expressed his joy at meeting her and thanked her for her patience during this period of waiting. Aster, watching the proceedings, closely noted that despite the limited number of words they had exchanged, it had already become obvious that the princess was an extremely unpleasant woman. Karina was grateful to the emperor for not taking Tatiana's side and supporting her. The emperor's presence gave Karina a sense of confidence and security, which increased her calm. The emperor was puzzled by the fact that men still easily succumbed to Tatiana's charm. He could not believe that none of them noticed the true essence of this woman hidden behind her appearance. Karina, observing the situation, came to the conclusion that perhaps all these feelings that the men were experiencing were caused by the bracelet, which she believed was the cause of what was happening. She wondered if Tatiana could use the bracelet on Aster. Perhaps the situation would change, but he remained unfazed despite all her efforts. The emperor showed no interest either. After this, the emperor smiled and suggested that the princess leave the place without delay. Andrew was also ready to leave, but was in shock from what had just happened. Andrew noticed that even with the bracelet, Karina was unable to attract the emperor's attention, which surprised him greatly. He could not understand how this was possible, given the strength of the effect. Tatiana said that today's incident was unexpected for her, but she does not consider it final. She promised that next time, she will definitely demonstrate all her true capabilities. Tatiana admitted that the current meeting was only a preparatory stage, a kind of training, and next time, she will be ready to show everything she is capable of, revealing her full potential. However, Tatiana felt unsure in her soul. This had never happened before, and she could not understand why events had developed this way and how exactly it had happened. The bracelet showed Tatiana that the emperor was not susceptible to her influence, which in her opinion meant that he did not perceive her charms and did not fall under her magical influence. Karina smiled softly, her voice slightly curious, as she asked if Aster had really rented the entire first block of Varus Street. She wondered why he would need such a large-scale rent, as it was clearly not a routine action. The emperor, smiling slightly, explained that he needed to check the hunting suit he had given to be tailored. He added that the area was usually very crowded, which meant it could be unsafe. For this reason, he decided to simplify the task by renting a block. Karina wondered how difficult such an operation must have been. Renting out an entire block was no easy task, especially if you wanted to hide your identity. It required not only resources, but also great caution. She noted that it would be more logical to send the costume directly to the palace. Astor agreed with her idea, but explained that he wanted to spend time with her. They had not seen each other for a long time after the recent masquerade ball, and he was dreaming of a date. The emperor suggested that his attention might be tiring her, since she must have a lot to do anyway. However, Karina hastened to assure him that this was not the case, and on the contrary, she was glad of the opportunity to take a little break and rest with him. Astor, hearing this, smiled reservedly and said that it was wonderful. But Karina noticed that he looked somehow different, as if he was worried about something, or even offended. She began to wonder if she had imagined it all. His gaze sometimes seemed distant, and she really wanted to understand what exactly he was thinking. But they had to put their thoughts aside as they continued on their way to the studio, where they had been heading from the very beginning. When they entered the Boutique de Massa studio, they were immediately greeted by a man who immediately dropped to his knees. He greeted them with such pomp as if they were members of the imperial family. Karina was stunned by this behavior and did not understand at all why the man behaved in such a way. Even the emperor looked confused. The man solemnly declared that he thanked them for choosing the best tailor shop. He noted that they literally smelled of money, assuming that they were high-born aristocrats. Wanting to please his important clients, he added that he had already prepared 10 samples of suits for each of them, which were ideally suited to their measurements. All that was left was to choose one of them, and the man could barely contain his joyful excitement, anticipating the profit that inspired him. The emperor noticed that Karina did not need a hunting suit. He reminded her that he had said earlier that if she accepted the game he had caught, that would be enough. He added that Karina had probably already decided that she would simply accept the trophy without participating in the hunt itself. Karina was surprised that he remembered their previous conversations so well. She admitted that she had not managed to tell him about her decision earlier. She then explained that it was a hunting festival and she wanted to take part too. She had sent her measurements to the atelier in advance. The emperor noted with interest that she constantly managed to surprise him. Half-jokingly, he asked if she planned to continue to amaze him with her unexpected actions. In fact, Karina had a plan to meet Allison on a hunt, but decided not to reveal this idea to Astor, knowing that he would begin to dissuade her. Realizing that her plan could be considered dangerous, she simply laughed nervously, hoping to distract his attention from her thoughts. Astor, narrowing his eyes slightly, noticed that she was clearly plotting something. He added that he was simply asking, but he couldn't hide the note of suspicion in his voice. Karina turned her attention to the consultant standing nearby and tried to discreetly give him a signal to distract Astor. The consultant politely informed me that the men's suit was ready for trying on and suggested that I start trying it on right away so as not to waste time. The emperor nodded and suggested postponing the discussion. For later, Karina agreed and, smiling, told him to quickly go to the fitting room without making her wait. The store employee politely pointed Karina to the chairs in the back of the room, asking her to wait a little. His gesture was full of professionalism, and his look seemed to hint that he was ready to help if needed. Karina breathed a sigh of relief, for now the conversation had been avoided. However, the thought of the need for an explanation was nagging at her. Before Astor returned, she needed to come up with something reasonable so that everything would look natural and believable. Her thoughts turned again to the fact that from His Majesty's side, the situation might look ambiguous. Perhaps he would think that she was hiding something. She was used to dealing with everything on her own, avoiding asking for help. This was also the case during the fire, when she had to act immediately and independently, trusting only her intuition. Then, if it weren't for Astor, who intervened in time, her story could have ended tragically. His help became her salvation, for which she was sincerely grateful to him. However, Karina never told Astor about the project she was involved in with Raymond. It was their joint work on creating a perfume boutique, which remained a secret even for those close to them. She also kept silent about her plans to open a hospital, although His Majesty always supported her without asking any questions. His sincere desire to help had saved her in difficult situations more than once. And today, when she brought Andrew and Tatiana with her, she knew that it had come as a complete surprise to Aster. Her actions often seemed impulsive and unpredictable. From the outside, her behavior could indeed seem cold and indifferent. Such thoughts made her wonder how she appeared in the eyes of others. Realizing all this, Karina decided it was time to act. But at that very moment, the Emperor entered the room and asked how she liked the costume she was trying on. Karina was slightly embarrassed, but quickly replied that the suit suited him very well. The Emperor accepted her praise with pleasure, glad that his choice had been successful. Inspired, he suggested trying on 9 more costumes that had been prepared in advance so that Karina could evaluate them all. Karina, smiling, noted that by the time he tried everything the sun would have set. This was her way of tactfully expressing her unwillingness to wait that long. So she turned to the store employee and announced that they were taking all the suits. A person would pick them up later, so as not to waste time now. The seller assured that everything would be prepared in such a way that they could pick up their purchases at any convenient time. His politeness left a pleasant impression. Karina then turned to His Majesty, and with a determined look declared her final decision, which, judging by her tone, was dictated by personal considerations. The Emperor asked with interest what exactly they were talking about, and Karina explained that she had long dreamed of spending time with him alone. Her offer to go for a walk seemed sincere and romantic. When they went out, Karina was delighted. The walk gave her a feeling of lightness. She always dreamed of doing something that would make her feel joyful and carefree. At one point, she couldn't hold back, and like a child, she shouted something loudly in the middle of the city, enjoying the current moment and the complete feeling of freedom. The Emperor kindly said that her smile made him happy. Karina added that they had not been able to afford such a calm and pleasant evening for a long time. Remaining grateful for the walk, Karina expressed that all this became possible thanks to his support. However, the Emperor corrected her, pointing out that she herself found the time for this meeting. Inspired by his words, Karina took his hand and confidently declared that she wanted to be frank with him and share something important to her. Looking at him seriously, she asked him to listen to a story from her past that she had long wanted to tell, but kept putting off. It happened in her 3rd year at the academy, when the situation was far from the best for her. Her project partner suddenly announced that he was now on a different team. Karina tried to understand why she hadn't been warned about this earlier. She believed that if she had known about the change of partner, she would have had time to find a new team. Tatiana explained that the situation had developed this way because of mistakes made last year, adding that she also needed understanding from Karina. Raymond, in turn, said that he would not work without Karina, which only complicated the situation and made the decision more difficult. This really put everyone in a difficult situation because the task could not be completed by 4 people, and leaving someone alone was also difficult. Then Daniel suggested leaving the team and working with Karina to somehow resolve the conflict that had arisen, but her opinion was different. Karina resolutely refused, stating that she could handle it herself, and the others could continue working together as originally planned. This was a familiar situation for her. During her 3 years at the academy, she was often left alone, accustomed to relying only on her own strength. Karina realized that at some point she had shown excessive trust. At that moment, she accidentally met Andrew, who immediately attracted her attention. She was surprised that he apologized to her, although they did not even know each other. Andrew seemed sincere, polite, and very courteous person. Karina, noticing him for the first time, was a little surprised, but this did not embarrass the young man, who continued to smile and behave calmly. He explained that he had recently transferred to the academy, introduced himself as Andrew Lovron, from an ancient family of viscounts, and said that he was glad to meet the princess. Now Karina understood everything and apologized for her behavior. She noticed that she had been too carried away by her experiences and thanked him for understanding. After that, she went on thinking about her next steps. Andrew turned around in surprise as he watched Karina walk away quickly. He couldn't understand why she was in such a hurry and looked so upset, as if she was carrying a weight that was too heavy for her to bear. The teacher, having waited for everyone, finally explained the reason for calling them. He announced that he intended to discuss with them an important topic related to their final work, which was a mandatory part of their studies. He recalled that participation in a group project is necessary for successful completion of the academy. However, according to him, their names are not on the distribution list. So the teacher suggested a possible solution. They could team up and work together, and he would include them in the list. This option, in his opinion, might be the simplest and most effective. Andrew agreed to the proposal without hesitation, but Karina suddenly turned to the teacher and insisted that she wanted to work on the project alone, despite the difficulties. Karina confidently stated that she was ready to accept a lower grade if necessary. The most important thing for her was the opportunity to complete her studies independently. The teacher warned her that completing the group project alone would be an extremely difficult task that would require a lot of effort and time. However, Karina insisted on her own and assured that she would try to cope. Then the teacher turned to Andrew, asking if he was also ready to work independently. The teacher noticed that Andrew seemed to still have doubts. To give him time to think, he suggested discussing the matter with Karina and making a decision by the following week. Addressing Karina, the teacher tried to convince her that completing the project in pairs would significantly simplify the task, and a lower grade could be avoided. Karina replied that she would think about this proposal. After that, the teacher left the room, saying that they would continue the discussion in the next lesson. Andrew, gathering his courage, approached the princess and cautiously offered to work on the project together if she did not object. He hoped that she would not refuse, as it would make the task easier for both of them. He admitted that he had just transferred here and hadn't had time to make friends yet, which explained his desire to work with someone who had already settled into the academy. Andrew's words suggested that some unpleasant history had prompted his transfer. Although he avoided details, it was clear that the past haunted him and influenced his behavior. The boy understood that getting close to the princess could cause gossip and unwanted rumors. This made the situation even more tense and difficult for him. The princess, in turn, calmly reminded him that she had already decided to do her final project alone and advised him to look for another team. She made it clear that she was not going to change her mind. After that, Karina turned around and walked away confidently. As soon as she was out of sight, several girls approached Andrew, inviting him to join their team. The girls said they would be glad to see him in their group if he agreed. The offer sounded friendly and sincere, as if they wanted to help the newcomer get settled. They recalled that Andrew had personally witnessed how Karina had treated him. The girls also noted that she was known for her abruptness and lack of manners, which often alienated those around her. They added that communicating with Karina usually only spoils the mood. Having advised him not to waste his energy on her, the girls assured him that he would find a comfortable place in their teams. Meanwhile, Karina, walking around the academy, overheard other girls discussing her. They wanted to invite her to lunch, but hesitated because of her reputation. One of the friends advised the other not to insist on the invitation. In her opinion, communication with Karina could only result in trouble and empty accusations. Someone mentioned that Karina had recently yelled at one of her students, Tatiana. These rumors only confirmed the opinion of many about her arrogance and harshness. Behind her back, they always said that her behavior was caused by low self-esteem. They called her rude without thinking about the fact that in reality, Karina did not show offense and silently endured condemnation. In the past, gossip had hurt her deeply, but over time she stopped paying attention to it. Now she didn't care what people said about her, and this became her defense. In her eyes, the academy and everything that happened there were just a decoration in a big game. She believed that anger or tears would not change anything, so she tried not to pay attention to unnecessary emotions. Karina was ready to endure everything: the loss of a loved one, betrayal of friends, false accusations. It seemed to her that none of this mattered, and she calmly accepted her fate. But at that moment, when she was thinking about her loneliness, she heard footsteps behind her. This came as a surprise to the girl who was lost in her thoughts. Andrew stood before her, holding his lunch. He apologized for the intrusion, saying he hadn't thought anyone was there. His sudden appearance confused her a little. Karina assured him that she had almost finished her dinner and invited him to stay. She tried to act calmly so as not to give away her feelings. Andrew noticed that she had barely touched her food and gently chided her for it. He expressed concern, advising her to take better care of herself. Despite his politeness, Karina asked him to forget about her and suggested that he find another place. Her coldness served as a kind of protection from any manifestations of care. Andrew, with a slight smile on his face, offered Karina to have lunch together. However, the girl immediately, without further thought, refused him, maintaining her usual coldness in her behavior. But a moment later, she reconsidered her decision. Karina thought that there was no one she knew around anyway, so it didn't matter that they were having lunch together. In the end, she answered indifferently that he could do as he saw fit. They sat down at the same table to have lunch, but Karina felt extremely uncomfortable in his company. Her thoughts revolved around how strange this scene would look from the outside if someone were to see it. To ease the tension, Karina decided to strike up a conversation and asked Andrew how things were going with his senior project team. It seemed like a neutral question to her. Andrew replied that he had not yet been able to find suitable people to work with. Karina was genuinely surprised, as she was sure that he had joined the team of Sophie and Ruby, who were known for their excellent academic performance and organization. However, the guy admitted that although he was grateful for the invitation, he ultimately decided to decline their offer. His voice was calm, but there was a sense of firmness in it. Andrew explained his decision. He would not work with people who spread false rumors about others without knowing their real history. There was something principled and unwavering in his words. Hearing this, Karina felt a slight twinge of awkwardness. Her gaze involuntarily slid to the side, and to hide her embarrassment, she silently returned to her dinner. Andrew, not wanting to get into the unpleasant subject, suddenly asked if he could ask her a question. He was curious about what kind of sticker she got on her sandwich. Karina looked at him in confusion, not understanding what he was talking about. He explained that the sticker was always under the packaging, and this caused her genuine surprise. After that day, lunches with Andrew became a regular occurrence for her. Gradually, their communication grew into something more, and they began to spend more and more time together. Andrew's social status was much lower than Karina's, but she didn't attach any importance to it. It didn't play a decisive role for her. Moreover, his position meant that he was not the center of attention. This is what made their interaction so comfortable for her, as it suited her current desires. Andrew became a real support for her. Karina felt calm next to him, even if they were just silent. She could discuss any topic with him, and in difficult moments, only he was always on her side. Only next to Andrew did she stop feeling like the main character's friend. She could just be Karina, herself without masks and pretense. Autumn brought a sense of the impending end to their academic lives. There was only one semester left until graduation, but thanks to Andrew, the year was filled with warm memories. However, the rumors did not leave them alone. Karina knew that her romantic relationships were being discussed behind her back. Wondering how the princess could choose someone of such low status, she tried to ignore the hatred and ridicule directed at her. Although this did not mean that she did not care at all, she learned to contain her emotions. But when the rumors began to affect Andrew, she could not stand it. Her indignation resulted in a scream with which she tried to protect him from unfair attacks. However, at that moment, someone addressed her directly. Karina immediately turned around and asked what exactly was needed from her, not hiding her irritation. She was informed that a letter had arrived from the Pioneer Duchy. This news took her by surprise. Trouble had come from where it was least expected. Andrew anxiously searched for Karina and finally felt relief when he spotted her in the distance. He quickly approached, feeling happy to see his friend. Andrew approached Karina, wanting to know what she was doing, but as he got closer, he noticed that she was crying. This made him uneasy, and he persistently asked what was wrong. Karina, with tears in her eyes, asked Andrew what she should do. She told him that she had received a letter with terrible news. Her mother was missing, and she had no idea what to do. This happened a year and a half after her parents divorced. Since then, Karina's mother had no permanent place of residence and wandered around different places for the sake of her research, which became her life. During one of her studies, her mother disappeared in the mountains. Now Karina remembers this period more calmly, knowing that everything ended well, but at the time, she was very scared. Then Karina felt like her world was falling apart. She couldn't get rid of the thought that her mother might never come back. That scared her the most. Andrew tried to console her, assuring her that her mother would definitely return. He reminded Karina that her mother was the great mistress of the magic tower. But Karina was still overcome with fear. She was tormented by the thought that loved ones could leave her life one after another. At such moments, Karina could not understand how she would live on if one day she would be left completely alone. She believed that if such a fate was prepared for her, then she had absolutely no idea what she should do in such a situation. This made her despair. Karina didn't understand why everyone she loved was abandoning her. Over time, she began to think that maybe she shouldn't have been born at all. Hearing this, Andrew asked in horror how she could say such things. It hurt him to hear that Karina doubted her worth. She imagined a world where she was the main character. In it, she had real friends, a man who truly loved her, and no one looked down on her. In her imagination, it was a world where people appreciated each other for their actions, where tragedies did not happen, and every day brought joy. This is how she saw the heroine's life. In this world, Karina was happy and loved, but in reality, she felt far from such a life, and it hurt her. Then, Andrew came up behind Karina and hugged her. He quietly asked if he could make her world the way she imagined it. He burst into tears, saying that he would never leave her. Andrew promised that he would always be there no matter what happened, and his feelings for Karina would remain unchanged. Andrew's words sounded so tender and sincere that Karina felt anxiety in her soul. She didn't know if she could trust him because he could leave her too. She was terrified that if she was around Andrew, she might hurt him or cause him to be humiliated by others. Karina wanted to believe Andrew's words because she loved him too, but it seemed to her that her feelings and thoughts would not lead to anything good. Deep down, she considered herself a secondary character who could not change anything, so Karina decided not to dwell on her emotions. She spoke trying to convince herself that it was all true, that she loved Andrew, and that he, in turn, loved her. But these reflections did no good. The real problems remained unresolved. She was just a minor character in someone else's story, anyway. Karina understood that she was not given the opportunity to influence the course of events. At such moments, it was better not to torment yourself with thoughts and just stay away. When Tatiana met Karina, her joy knew no bounds. She hurried to greet her friend, doing it sincerely and warmly, as if she was seeing her for the first time in a long time. Karina was genuinely surprised by the unexpected meeting. Tatiana, without wasting time, told that she and Daniel were going to visit a new cafe on the weekend and invited Karina to join them. Karina calmly replied that she already had her own plans, and therefore she would not be able to go. Tatiana thought about it. Her intuition told her that Karina might be referring to meetings with Andrew. Tatiana said goodbye to Karina, and after that, people could be heard whispering about how Andrew looked like a gigolo. They couldn't figure out what was holding everyone together, but their comments continued to spread. Andrew, noticing the whispers, turned around, and frowning asked why people were no longer embarrassed to express themselves so frankly and rudely, as if they were not afraid of being heard. Karina caught Tatiana's gaze lingering on Andrew. It seemed to her that her friend was planning to steal her boyfriend away from her again, despite their past and all their promises. But Karina tried to convince herself that it was impossible. After all, Andrew wasn't the main character in their story. Everything had to remain normal, and that reassured her. She decided that it would be enough to simply avoid crossing paths with Tatiana in the future. However, Karina still expressed doubts. It still won't help to cope with what's happening. Andrew, listening to her words, did not fully understand what exactly she meant. Karina only clarified that it was impossible to silence everyone, and it was not a matter of their capabilities. Andrew noticed that rumors, no matter how ridiculous, spread quickly. Even if he decided to remain silent, it would only make the situation worse and make him the object of even more ridicule. Although the rumors continued to multiply, Andrew noted that in the end, it was just idle gossip. The truth always remained between those who knew it personally. Karina agreed, believing that it was important for them to simply hold on to what they knew. Andrew suggested that they try asking people to stop spreading false rumors. Karina looked at him and thought that he probably thought that she hadn't even tried to use this obvious and simple way to solve the problem. She said that if even her word as a princess was not enough, then how could he be sure that his intervention would change anything? She asked what Andrew could do as a simple viscount. If it were that easy, everything would have been resolved long ago and would not have led to this situation. Karina confidently added, "If everything could really be resolved with words, everything would have turned out differently long ago." However, their situation is completely different now. She continued, Andrew can pretend all he wants that he is the main character in this story, but in reality, they are both just extras supporting players in someone else's game. Karina thought about why she was saying things that were so obviously hurting Andrew. She realized that she didn't really mean it that way and didn't want to hurt him. Andrew suddenly said, if he were not a simple viscount but became the crown prince, would their situation change? His question sounded unexpected, making one think. Karina answered doubtfully that she didn't know. Perhaps things really were different for the imperial family. Andrew nodded as if he accepted her answer. After this conversation, Andrew began to spend more and more time alone. He almost completely withdrew from everyone, immersing himself in his thoughts and plans. After some time, he confessed to Karina that his feelings had changed. Andrew said that he liked Tatiana, and having apologized, decided to end their relationship. The one who once promised never to leave her under any circumstances has now gone, leaving her alone. Karina is left alone with her experiences. It was then that she realized one simple truth: eternal love does not exist. These words became a bitter but inevitable realization for her. After that, Karina stopped believing in love. For her, it was no longer something real, only an illusion that could not be trusted. She turned to His Majesty and openly said that his proposal to be together was not based on love, but only on his political ambitions. But Karina admitted he had always been kind and supportive of her, and for this, she sincerely wanted to repay him with kindness, becoming useful to him. Although it was not easy for her to talk about everything, she almost realized her plan of revenge on Tatiana. Karina decided to move on and put an end to her fight. She offered His Majesty an honest, mutually beneficial relationship. After all, in their situation, there was no point in pretense or illusions. Karina proposed marriage to Aster, emphasizing that he already possessed enormous power, the strongest military and political support in the empire. 9. Despite the fact that the emperor, having taken the throne, was forced to resort to harsh measures, the initial stage of his reign left a deep imprint on the people's minds. Because of this, his popularity level remains low, which causes mistrust among citizens. Karina believes that the current situation requires immediate action. She understands that in order to strengthen his power, the emperor needs the support of the powers that be, namely, the aristocracy, which has influence and resources. To solve the problem, the emperor could use the resources of her family, which had considerable authority in secular society. This would provide an opportunity to establish connections and strengthen his position through this important social channel. So his proposal to her on the first day they met seemed deliberate and strategic. The emperor made it clear that he was ready to begin a relationship that could lead to marriage. Karina, having carefully weighed everything, decided to give her answer. She proposed to him to form an alliance, proposing to get married in order to formalize their potential union. The emperor, however, seemed surprised by this move. He removed his hand and noted with a slight smile that Karina seemed to be truly certain that their first meeting had taken place on that very day. Karina listened to his words with bewilderment, which seemed strange to her. She did not understand why Aster was making such hints. At first he was silent, as if he was about to say something important. Then he dropped that there was nothing terrible in her proposal, but he added that his words spoken at their first meeting might have seemed too sudden to her. Karina noted with restraint that of course she was stunned, especially on that day when she was drunk and allowed herself to behave inappropriately, which later made her feel embarrassed. The emperor, despite her behavior, did not leave her without help. Apparently, she really lost her measure with alcohol and behaved inappropriately, but he did not let this ruin her reputation. Aster noted that the princess had many virtues. He praised her intelligence and beauty, adding that she was an interesting woman who could be a worthy partner. However, despite all her positive qualities, he said that he had to refuse the engagement proposal. These words confused Karina, since the initiative came from him. Karina tried to understand the situation. She was puzzled by the fact that the emperor was refusing what he himself had proposed, since he was the one who first spoke about their possible marriage. The emperor explained that they did not know each other well enough. Yet he suggested that she take her time in making decisions and return to the issue together later. Having said this, he decided to end the conversation. Turning around, Aster began to leave, leaving Karina to ponder the meaning of his words and actions. Karina took his words calmly and went to the carriage. She decided not to dwell on her thoughts, although what was happening still remained strange to her. Sitting in the carriage, she pondered the events. No matter how much she looked for logic in his actions, everything seemed confusing. There were more and more questions than answers. Nothing in her social position had changed since their first meeting, which reinforced Karina's suspicions that the emperor's proposal had originally been purely political. She believed that his initiative was dictated by strategic motives. But why then has his behavior now become so inconsistent? Karina refused to believe that his recent meeting with Tatiana could somehow influence him. She preferred to think that everything was connected with his personal beliefs. She regarded Aster as a typical representative of his sex. But suddenly, he interrupted her thoughts by turning to her with an unexpected gesture. He handed Karina an exquisitely decorated box. She accepted the gift with a smile, immediately noticing how easily he did it. The emperor mentioned that it would be good if she came to the hunting festival with this thing. His words made her slightly confused. When she opened the box, an elegant butterfly-shaped brooch appeared before her eyes. The decoration was so beautiful that Karina could not hide her admiration. She thanked him, noting that the brooch was incredibly beautiful, and assured him that she would definitely wear it to the festival as he suggested. Aster replied that it was a trifle for him. However, Karina could not look him in the eye, feeling awkward from his attention and generosity. She tried to understand his actions. If he was willing to give such gifts, then why did he refuse her offer? It seemed inconsistent to her. Karina's thoughts kept returning to the emperor's words and actions. She did not understand what really motivated him and what his true intentions were. With such mixed feelings, the day of the hunting festival arrived. Lily, her maid, showed genuine interest in the upcoming event, recalling past hunts. She was looking forward to visiting the imperial forest, which was rumored to be stunning in its beauty. Lily couldn't hide her admiration at the prospect. Karina smiled and noted that she hadn't been to this forest for a long time. Her words made Lily envious, because you can only get there on special occasions like a festival. Despite her mixed feelings, Karina decided to wear the brooch. She knew that her actions were dictated by a desire to understand what motivated Aster, and she simply wanted to know the truth. She assured herself that she did not attach any special significance to this gesture. Karina only wanted to understand how interesting she was to the emperor, and then take off the brooch so as not to attach any more significance to it. Lily turned to the lady with concern, noticing that Karina seemed agitated about something. Her words sounded like an attempt to find out what was hidden behind her mood. Karina denied that anything was bothering her. She assured the maid that everything was fine, and that she had no reason to be sad or worried about anything. She reminded Lily that there was a boutique opening and a festival coming up. Karina tried to appear carefree, noting that life gives many reasons for joy. Lily decided not to insist. She expressed hope that the lady would cope with any difficulties, adding that she had nothing to worry about. Karina agreed. Even though she was still tormented by Aster's refusal, she realized that there were other important matters that required her attention and action. Soon everyone gathered at the entrance to the imperial forest. The opening time of the festival was approaching, and the participants were eagerly awaiting the start of the ceremony. The announcement of the emperor's imminent arrival heightened the excitement. An atmosphere of anticipation filled the air, and everyone's attention was focused on the approaching moment. Finally, His Majesty appeared. Aster made a lasting impression on Karina when she noticed that he was wearing the same brooch as she was. Their eyes met, and Karina felt that this gesture contained a special meaning. She began to guess what the significance of this brooch was. The realization of the gift's significance overwhelmed her. At that moment, Karina realized that there was more hidden behind his words and actions than she had assumed. Lily said it was a symbol of their love and growing relationship. She also noted that this is a kind of announcement. He shows everyone that they are together. The gentleman asked her to stop speaking with such a strange intonation, but Lily noted that she was simply voicing her own thoughts. The emperor was glad to have the opportunity to be with them in this legendary territory. This land, called the Golden Weight with a try, according to legends, is the birthplace of the god of the creator of their world. This forest is a unique territory where it is impossible to use magic because the purest magic stones found here suck the magical powers out of a person and, therefore, everyone will be able to demonstrate their true skills, which is the whole point of the Imperial Hunt. After today's celebration, in honor of the opening of the festival tomorrow, there will be a competition for gentlemen, and the day after tomorrow for ladies. There is a feast planned for the last day, and he hopes that everything will go well, and he wishes good results to everyone. Lily turned to the lady and said that she would take the suitcases to her tent, and she could look around here for now. Aster must be busy organizing the hunt too, so she'll go look for where the doctor's tent is. She has one important matter that needs to be resolved during this festival, namely to meet with Allison Tatiana's attending physician and win her over to her side. Everything is as she expected. It is the symbol of the Archduke. Of course, such a noble family could not miss the Imperial Hunt. Simply weddings. Andrew and Tatiana provided the working staff of their estate for every official event of the Empire, as if they wanted to contain the growing powers of the Emperor. Therefore, it was easy to assume that they would provide medical personnel at the hunting festival as well. Karina came up and said hello, and also asked if there was a hospital here. She feels unwell, so she wants to get help from a female doctor. The man said that the Imperial Hunt had not yet begun, so for now the only doctor present was the Duchess's attending physician, Lady Allison, and he could give her a painkiller if that was enough. Karina asked if it would really be impossible to get a doctor's consultation. The servant said that it would not work now, unless of course urgent help was needed, and she could be examined by a male doctor. As she thought, meeting Allison would not be easy, so she said she would come next time. At least she knew that Allison was here, that was enough. And in order to meet with her, and at the same time seem intrusive to me, it turns out that she will have to get injured in front of everyone during the competitions. Suddenly, someone called her, and when she turned her head, she saw Raymond standing there. Karina sold that. He came and he was surprised that she greeted him so dryly. He said that she seemed to be making fun of him, because thanks to her, he didn't have a minute to spare. She didn't even know how hard it was for him, because of her order to finish developing the product before the Imperial Hunt. Judging by the way he waves his arms vigorously, there is no need to worry about his health. In any case, it checked all the developed products yesterday, and now Raymond has one last promise to fulfill. During the Imperial Hunt, he must present the prey to Karina. Raymond said that of course he remembered everything, and as soon as the hunt was over, this absurd contract would also come to an end. Karina said that, although she wasn't even sure that with his mediocre abilities, he would be able to catch at least one, but since he was waiting for the end of the agreement, he would have to try. She wished him luck, and Raymond was horrified because he really hated her. In the medical staff tent, Allison sat next to Tatiana and said that the Duchess had been complaining of headaches lately, and so she decided to ask if Tatiana was sure she wanted to participate in the event. Tatiana said that she wanted to participate. The Archduke had been waiting for this event for a long time, and she did not want to make him worry just because of her headache. Allison noted that if they were bad, she could speak up right away because she would be ready at any moment. After that, Tatiana said goodbye to her and left the tent. Willem immediately met her and began to ask how she was feeling. As soon as he finished his business, he immediately ran here. He was very scared when he found out that she missed the opening ceremony and was here. Well, Tatiana started to leave and said she was fine, and assumed Andrew had come with him. Willem noted that the gentleman had said he still had things to do, so he had joined a little later. He also noted that he had told him something. He was so looking forward to the Emperor's departure that he looked like a child whose parents had promised to take him on a picnic, and it seemed that he would at least leave the position of the Master of the Knightly Order and become a commander of toy soldiers. Wilhelm noted that only they knew what a bad character the Archduke had. Others would also benefit from seeing his essence, but suddenly he wondered what an article was. Raymond and Tatiana met eyes, and she was surprised when she saw him. Tatiana grabbed his hand and said that they needed to talk urgently. At the Archduke's tent, she told Raymond that she had put on the ring he had given her, but was not sure in her tone that she would be able to use it. They say that in the Golden Forest, the leg works. Raymond said that she can still use it. It is true that the Golden Forest sucks out the magical powers of a person, but it cannot block the functions of artifacts made of magic stones. Tatiana realized that in this case, if she killed the knee with the ring, it would be the perfect crime. Raymond turned to her and told her to return the ring to him. He thinks it's too dangerous for her to do this on her own, and it's better for him to do it, and she doesn't have to worry anymore. Tatiana turned to him and asked if he really thought she was a fool too. He promised to help her, and then he disappeared and doesn't tell her about his plans, and now he wants to take the ring away. Raymond started saying that he didn't understand what she didn't say, that he was making efforts only for her sake. The chart showed that there was 50% affection between them. He initially contacted Karina to get closer to her, and Tatiana was surprised that he actually said this. She believed that the problem was in his feelings, which faded so easily as soon as they were separated for a while. Raymond said that she was the mistress of his heart and that he would do everything for her, but in the end, he also left her. The man immediately began to say that this was not so, and that he was always sincere with her. For the sake of her happiness, he agreed to everything, and because of this, affection began to grow. Only Tatiana was in tears and said that he should help her because she would be able to find happiness only when Karina disappeared. Raymond noticed that after that day, when he first saw her tears, she was the only mistress of his heart. However, he asks for forgiveness, and then he abruptly snatched the ring from her. He said that he could not allow this. The entrance to the Golden Forest was accompanied by an unusual silence and a hidden magic that seemed to hang in the air. Instead of the traditional hunt, all eyes were on Karina. She was trying to figure out where Aster was now. Karina looked for an opportunity to talk to him, but suddenly she was surrounded by a group of women. They were animatedly discussing the scents of the perfume she used. Her attempts to start a conversation were again unsuccessful. Yesterday, the situation was even stranger. A crowd of people gathered around her, preventing her from even approaching Aster. This was unusual because usually at such events, people tried to avoid her. Karina began to wonder if this was due to the weakening of the original plot that controlled their destinies. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by a voice addressing her. It was Her Majesty, who clearly wanted to discuss something. The Emperor asked why she had arrived so early for the event. Coming closer, Karina respectfully explained that she had not been able to greet him properly the day before due to the unexpected bustle surrounding her. She added that this was why she decided to meet him now, before the competition between the men began. Her voice was full of sincerity, and her eyes reflected the desire to show respect. The Emperor thanked her for her attention, noting that he appreciated her efforts. Karina, taking advantage of the moment, mentioned that she would like to convey something important that she had prepared especially for him. It was a small gift compared to the exquisite brooch he had given her earlier, but Karina had put all her skill and magic into it, growing a beautiful flower that she had cast a preservation spell on so that it would never fade. Karina honestly admitted that her magical abilities are not great, so the result is not as impressive as she would like, but she promised that in the future she will definitely create something more worthy. The Emperor, however, assured her that the gift was wonderful and that he was truly pleased. The flower seemed perfect to him, reflecting her inner beauty and diligence. The Emperor's words confused Karina, and she noticed that he was once again wearing the same paired brooch that had been part of their secret relationship. Her face flushed slightly. The Emperor explained that the brooch had a special magic. When they both wore it, he would instantly know if something important or dangerous happened to Karina. It gave him a sense of security for her. He assured her that if there was a threat, he would come to her aid. Karina felt the warmth of these words spread through her soul, and she was able to relax a little, enjoying the atmosphere of the festival. Last night, things took a different turn. Raymond, with unclear intentions, grabbed the ring and threw it into the distance. This caused real horror in Tatiana because the ring was very dear to her. She rushed after him, ignoring the objections of the young man who tried to stop her. However, Tatiana shouted that the ring belonged to her since he himself gave it to her. Last night, Raymond, in a sudden fit of rage or despair, took the ring he had given her earlier and threw it into the darkness. The gesture was abrupt and unexpected, as if he wanted to prove something or destroy something. Tatiana was horrified. Her ring, her property, flew away, jumped somewhere to the side, and disappeared into the grass. Her heart froze from fear and indignation, because for her, this decoration was not just a trinket. When Tatiana rushed after the ring, Raymond tried to stop her, grabbing her hand and begging her not to make a fuss. but she, shouting at him, declared that the ring was her personal thing, her right, and she would not allow him to do this to her. Tatiana, not paying attention to his attempts, ran with determination for the decoration. She loudly declared that she would never give up her own, because her things belonged only to her and to no one else. Luckily, her search was successful. Tatiana caught the ring before it could disappear. But when she looked up, her husband, Andrew, was standing in front of her, his expression unreadable. Andrew, holding back his irritation, asked how he should understand what he had just seen. Tatiana, meeting his gaze, experienced real horror. She did not expect to encounter him in such a position. His voice was full of sarcasm as he noted that his wife had rushed after a gift from another man, like a loyal dog. Every word cut into Tatiana's ears, filling her with a mixture of shame and anger. He demanded an explanation, trying to understand why she had done this. Tatiana, blushing with excitement, began to justify herself, feeling her heart pounding, as if she had been caught red-handed. She tried to explain that Raymond had given her a ring, and then suddenly tried to take it away, which had made her angry. She admitted that she had not been able to accept this because of her natural greed. Andrew chuckled and said that if the ring was so important to her, he would buy her hundreds of others much better with larger diamonds. He said it as if to emphasize how meaningless the ring was to him. He then declared that since it was only a trinket, he would step on it and break it. But Tatiana screamed sharply, begging him to stop, and rushed to defend her ring. She put her hand on the ring, protecting it from her husband Andrew. Crossing his arms, said with a cold grin that such scenes had become habitual for him, so he couldn't even be angry. His gaze hardened as he said that this situation proved how important the ring given to her by another man was to her. It was humiliating for him, and he did not hide it. Andrew noticed that her attachment to other people's gifts could hurt feelings that he had not felt for her for a long time. His words sounded like a cold sentence. Tatiana began to explain in tears that she had not wanted to offend him at all, but the Duke merely interrupted her, saying that if she continued to behave so vulgarly, they would have to get a divorce. Tatiana screamed in despair that the ring could not be simply broken, because it was not a simple decoration. She claimed that it had a special value and purpose. She explained that the ring was a rare artifact with a magical stone that had unique properties. It was created to use consciousness-altering magic. Tatiana added that even in the Golden Forest, a place where magic is limited, this ring can change reality. Her voice trembled, but she spoke with obvious fear of losing it. Andrew frowned clearly, intrigued by what he heard, and asked why she needed such an artifact. His gaze became suspicious, and he waited for an answer. Tatiana, looking down, admitted that she wanted to use the ring to get rid of Karina. Her voice was quiet, as if she was afraid of her own confession. Upon hearing this, Andrew said he would confiscate the ring immediately. Her actions and motives only made him more determined to take control of the situation. The ring with the ability to alter consciousness was now his. He stated this with such certainty that he left no room for objection. Taking the ring, he thought that perhaps his dream would come true sooner than he expected. The power of the artifact opened up new horizons for him. Andrew fired at the same time as the Emperor, but with a cold smile, he noticed that his shot was faster. The Emperor, albeit for a split second, hesitated. After that, another shot rang out, and the Emperor noticed that this time Andrew himself slowed down. Their competition seemed endless and tense. Aster, observing this, noticed that he felt something strange that day. His brother asked him what he meant, trying to understand what was bothering him. The Emperor answered thoughtfully that he could not explain it exactly, but this feeling reminded him of something old or completely new and unfamiliar. He added that his face was usually distorted with fear when he met Andrew, but today it was different. His words sounded mysterious and meaningful. The Emperor turned to Andrew, aiming his weapon at him. His voice was accusing as he said that Andrew's eyes reminded him of the dead prince who dreamed of the throne. Andrew, unperturbed, merely remarked that it was sad. However, he reminded that the throne had never belonged to the dead brother. Aster couldn't believe his ears and called it nonsense. But Andrew said with cold certainty that without killing their father, he would not have been able to gain power. The Emperor, astonished by these words, asked him if he understood their consequences. Andrew, with a cold smile, promised to improve, but his gaze remained firm. Andrew used the ring to show how far he was willing to go. The emperor felt his body fail him, and he fell to his knees. The emperor's gaze clouded over, and he realized that the ring actually had mind-altering magic. He was shocked by the artifact's power, but he couldn't help but wonder where Andrew got such a powerful artifact from. He blamed his brother for finally revealing his true nature. Aster remembered Andrew's face, blaming him for destroying their family. Andrew deprived them of their mother, and later their father and brothers, leaving nothing. He called him the Blood Emperor, but that was too much of a name. Andrew was simply a murderer whose life had been soaked in blood since birth. Andrew stated with composure that the imperial throne and Karina had originally belonged to him. His eyes were shining with confidence that he was right. Without further ado, he threw the emperor off the cliff, bidding his brother farewell in cold blood. His voice sounded calm, as if he had completed a long-planned plan. Andrew, looking after the falling body, only wished for his brother to reunite with his forefathers, ending this bloody drama. Lily noticed that the stories about the Golden Forest, where the sunset turns it into a magical place, were true. The nature around was ablaze with shades of gold and scarlet, creating an impression of fairy tale grandeur. It seemed to her as if the trees and grass were covered with scarlet gems. Everything sparkled as if the world around them was decorated with jewelry, shining in the last rays of the sun. Karina agreed that the place was truly amazing, especially at that hour. She reminded that sunset was a sign that the competition would soon be over, and it was time to think about returning. The girl suggested that they leave already, but the maid noted that they needed to take one important thing. This was due to the custom that required the emperor to present her with a trophy. According to tradition, His Majesty must give her a demonic beast that he himself captured. In gratitude, she will kiss him, expressing her appreciation for his feat. Sunset in the Golden Forest is considered a symbol of love, which only increased her interest. Lily wondered how many demonic beasts the emperor had managed to obtain. It seemed to her that His Majesty's heart, filled with feelings, could be compared to a cart loaded to the brim with captured creatures, evidence of his strength and passion. Karina mentioned that she had heard about the difficulty of this task. Catching even 3 large demonic beasts is incredibly difficult because they have enormous power. The maid suddenly reported that something strange was happening to the lady's brooch. Everyone noticed how it began to flicker with an unusual light. Karina realized that what was happening was not accidental. The unexpected glow of the brooch indicated something important, arousing anxiety and curiosity. Andrew looked up to the sky and asked his father defiantly if he could see that his son had finally accomplished what he had dreamed of for many years. His face twisted into a mad smile, and he burst into loud hysterical laughter. This was the long-awaited victory to which he had dedicated his life. Andrew finally got his revenge for his father. He remembered how, every year during his childhood, it rained heavily at this time, bringing back painful memories. The heavy sound of rain penetrated every crack in the room, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Along with it came strange, frightening sounds. These sounds were so strange that it was impossible to understand their nature. Every night they prevented him from sleeping, turning rest into a struggle. The sounds repeated over and over again. His younger brother tried to explain to his father that it was a misunderstanding and begged forgiveness for what he could not understand. However, the boy decided that it was better to find out the truth, even if he was scolded for it. With a candle in his hands, he quietly left his room, heading towards the prince. He walked nervously towards the room where he sought answers to his fears. The flickering candlelight cast shadows, adding to the mystery. He was scared and begged them not to harm him, promising to fulfill any request. He sincerely hoped that they would leave him alone. But when the emperor looked at him, his face was distorted with rage. He shouted that the son had no right to ask, because he had killed his own mother. His voice was full of contempt as he rejected his son's pleas. How dare he talk of mercy after all he had done? The emperor called him a non-entity and forbade him to be seen. He ordered him to live as if he were already dead, until he himself had finished with him. At that moment, the candle fell from his hands and fell to the floor. Seized with horror, he realized that he had to run, but his legs seemed to be rooted to the spot. His body was paralyzed with fear. He couldn't move, and panic filled every cell, turning what was happening into a living nightmare. The emperor noticed him, and looking at him with disdain, asked why he was wandering around at such a late hour. The father's anger was relentless. Aster, in despair, shouted that it was he who called him. He did not expect his father to come, but wanted to talk to his brother in his room. Hearing this, the emperor asked with disbelief whether they had really tried to make friends behind his back, despite the fact that he had strictly forbidden such a thing. Aster admitted that he had always been afraid that friendship with an illegitimate son could damage the emperor's reputation, so they tried to remain inconspicuous. The father approached Andrew suspiciously, demanding confirmation of the truth of his words. The boy felt that this was not just a test, but a trap. However, Aster called on his brother to take his hand and support him. Andrew, after some hesitation, confirmed the words to protect them both. Deep down, he knew that this closeness could be used against them to make Aster's life even harder. The father praised his son for his desire to be friends, but added that it was already late today, and it would be best to go to their rooms. He hinted that a smart boy should know how to do the right thing, and the hint was too obvious to be missed. Aster, feeling that this was the only way out, told his brother that everything was fine and told him to go. It was an act of self-sacrifice. That evening, his father left, holding Andrew's hand. It was the first time he had felt the warmth of his father's hand, but it was deceptive. His father's hand was damp, and his brother's voice was barely audible. The evening had left a strange, unsettling feeling that he couldn't explain. After that, a lot changed. His father began to take Andrew for walks, giving him warmth, but this could not erase the fears of the past. However, his brother never spoke to him again after that. He even avoided eye contact, leaving him in the dark. Every time their eyes met, the expression on his brother's face seemed to scream that his father's love would not change anything. Aster's appearance reminded him that he was just an illegitimate child who would never be able to become a true heir. When Andrew's father asked him what he wanted, he felt a vague excitement. His father assured him that his request could be fulfilled. Then Andrew gathered all his courage and asked for the impossible. He wanted to become the crown prince, taking the place that belonged to Aster. The reason for the severe punishment that the father imposed on his son was his desire to raise him to be a strong and determined man. He believed that only by overcoming difficulties could the son become a great emperor. Therefore, the son should be grateful to his father for his care and lessons, which, although they seemed cruel, strengthened his character and prepared him for his future role. Aster, gritting his teeth in resentment, nevertheless expressed gratitude to his father, realizing that his intentions were dictated by concern and high expectations. However, hiding behind a tree, Aster accidentally overheard his brother talking about their father, who wanted him to be the crown prince. Aster found it hard to believe. Despite his affection for his brother Andrew, he remembered his father's words, who always claimed that Aster would be the future emperor. Andy noticed Aster's presence, but pretended not to care, saying that, even if his father approved, he still wouldn't become the crown prince. His father asked him in surprise what exactly he meant. Andy explained that the aristocrats would never accept him regardless of his father's wishes. Andy added that he had heard talk that as long as Aster existed, he would remain the main contender. No one would support an illegitimate heir. Moreover, some argued that an illegitimate child was not worthy of representing the empire. For them, he would always be an outsider. His father lifted Andy high and told him that what people thought didn't matter. He was his son, and there was no height Andy couldn't reach. But if the problem is with the legitimate heir, then the easiest thing to do is to eliminate Aster himself, so that there are no obstacles left. A few days later, an important Senate meeting took place. Father gave Aster the order to go north to fight the border tribes. These lands were considered abandoned, and the aristocrats did not understand why they would risk the life of their heir for the sake of insignificant territories. Many thought that the crown prince was too young for war. The battle in the north was difficult even for experienced warriors. The emperor sarcastically suggested that the aristocrats go instead of him, but quickly clarified that he was only joking. However, he was sure that Aster was underestimated. His son, in his opinion, was capable of proving his strength to everyone. Despite his young age, Aster was blessed with a noble lineage. The emperor believed that his victory in the war would bring glory to the entire family. Victory on the battlefield, or a dignified death. These were the words that Prince Aster left before his departure. The fire of determination burned in his eyes, and peace reigned in his heart. These words were remembered by everyone who stood nearby at that moment. Aster in turn confidently declared that he would definitely return in triumph. Her voice was firm, but there was a slight tremor in it, betraying her excitement. She believed in him with all her heart, as if it were not just faith, but a conviction reinforced by fate itself. When my brother left, there was not a single wrinkle on his face. He looked so young and confident that it seemed as if the war was just another test that he would easily overcome. His calm inspired a strange mixture of hope and sadness in those around him. Andy's father had told him sternly to say goodbye to his brother because this might be the last time he saw him alive. The words hung in the air, searing with their brutal directness. Andy couldn't believe that this moment might actually be their last. Those first battles on the border were easy and boring, not worth the Crown Prince's attention. However, 5 years passed, and people still discussed how long Aster had been at the front, defending the lands from enemies. So much time passed that people started to talk about his death. In all these years, not a single message came confirming that he was alive. Soon the idea of his return began to be considered a stupid fantasy. But news of victories came regularly from the north. However, mentions of the Crown Prince himself were rare. The country could not afford to leave the throne without an heir. And this question increasingly stirred the minds of the capital. The ministries and the top counselors were worried. Too much time had passed since the last news from Aster. They could no longer postpone the decision on this issue because the future of the kingdom depended on clarity in the succession to the throne. At the meeting with the ministers, the final decision was made to appoint the third Prince Andrew as heir. This decision was not easy, but it seemed the only possible one in this situation. Andy was overjoyed. His dream had finally come true. But the joy was short-lived. A Lukoil servant entered the room, interrupting the solemn moment. He looked worried, and this put everyone on guard. The emperor, frowning, asked what had happened. Lukoil hesitated, not knowing how to report what he had learned. However, he gathered his courage and blurted out the news that made everyone freeze. His Highness Aster has returned. This announcement caused a storm of emotions from shock to joy. No one could believe that the Crown Prince, who had not been heard from for many years, was actually alive. The rumors of his death turned out to be a lie. He actually returned alive from the north. Everyone was amazed because no one had heard about his fate for so long. However, another problem arose now. The third prince had already been declared the heir. No one knew what to do in this situation to maintain order and justice. Following the council, it was decided to postpone Andrew's inauguration ceremony as Crown Prince. With Aster's return, this issue required a new discussion and decision. Aster walked up to his father and calmly stated that he had followed his orders and returned. His voice was firm and his gaze was full of confidence, as if he had just won the most important victory of his life. The news of his exploits on the northern battlefields was no exaggeration. His achievements became part of a great story that will be passed down from generation to generation. At such a young age, he accomplished what seemed impossible. Aster turned from a young prince into a real hero worthy of respect and admiration. Andy was furious. He loudly declared that he would prove himself worthy of the title of Crown Prince. His determination was genuine, although everyone knew how difficult this path would be. The only way to prove it was to win on the battlefield. The father listened in silence, showing neither approval nor disapproval. Only a slight nod indicated that he was ready to listen to his son's plan. Soon the emperor proposed a solution. Demonic monsters had appeared on the western border, and each of them must go there to show their abilities. The one who proved himself the best in combating the threat on the western borders would become the new Crown Prince. That was the order, and no one could dispute it. The lands of the dead in the western wasteland presented a new challenge. Andrew, unused to combat, knew that this place could become his grave. But Aster remained close by to protect him. After one of the battles, Asta sternly instructed his brother that he must not lose concentration on the battlefield. He patiently explained how to control magical power and strengthen the sword in battle. Magic concentrated on the fingertips could make the blade unimaginably powerful. Andrew thanked his brother, but his inner feelings were still mixed. He felt that Aster was only helping him to demonstrate his superiority. Andy believed that his brother was simply lucky to be born with such talents. In a fit of emotion, he took the sword and swung it at Aster. However, at the last moment, instead of his brother, his blade found a target in the form of an approaching monster. Andy proudly declared that he could fight too. It was the moment when he first felt that he could prove his strength. Aster smiled and praised him, but quickly turned away. Andy frowned, missing the recognition he so craved from his older brother. Andy had accomplished an incredible amount of things in the last few days, things he had never imagined before. It was as if he had found a second wind, and he acted quickly and decisively. It seemed that just a little more, and his efforts would bear fruit. If he continued at the same pace, he would have a real chance to achieve the victory he had dreamed of for so long. He imagined how he would become better than his brother, who was always held up as an example. His brother would no longer be able to boast about his achievements and humiliate Andy. Andy was already building pictures of the future in his head, where he would achieve more than his brother and prove his worth to everyone. However, suddenly, late at night, Andy heard strange sounds. They were unusual and completely out of place in the silence of that time of day. He became wary, not understanding what it could be and where these sounds were coming from. Andy began to think that this might be the demonic beast that had been rumored so much. And if it was true, then this was the perfect opportunity to test himself and improve his skills. Perhaps this was the chance he had been waiting for. But then he accidentally noticed that Aster and his father were there. This sight confused him. Why were they here at such a late hour? Andy did not find an answer, but his inner uneasiness grew. They were walking somewhere together, and Andy was instantly overcome with curiosity. He couldn't believe his eyes and thoughts. Why would his father and Aster be together, and what were they up to? He desperately needed answers. Andy suddenly imagined his father confessing to Aster that stupid Andy should have been his successor. All this time, the Emperor had been pretending to be a caring father, but in reality, he had simply been mocking him. This thought made Andy furious and sad. Horrible images appeared in his head, where Aster suggested that his father get rid of Andy as a useless boy. But deep down, Andy hoped that this was just a figment of his imagination, and his father would never treat him so cruelly. Andy was determined not to let that happen. He was determined to find out the truth. He needed to know where they were going and what was going on. He couldn't stand by and wait any longer. Meanwhile, Aster entered into an open confrontation with his father. The Emperor, finding himself on the ground, asked with anger and surprise how he dared to do this to him, his father and the Emperor. But Aster responded coldly, not hiding his contempt. The Emperor probably thought that Aster would meekly take the blows as before. But now everything had changed. Aster was no longer a weak child. Now he was strong, hardened by years of pain and struggle. All of this was the result of his father's cruel upbringing. It was because of him that Aster found himself at the edge of the world, where he was forced to fight for his life. This harsh land hardened his spirit and body, turning him into an invincible warrior. There he experienced many trials, learning to survive in conditions where weakness meant death. Now the battlefield was filled with the sounds of clashing blades, thunderous blows, and cries of despair. In this dark chaos, everyone fought for their own survival, leaving no chance for weakness. To win, you had to go straight ahead, forgetting about fear and doubt. This is how Aster learned to survive and become stronger. This cruel school of life formed his character. After many battles, where he swung his sword over and over again, there would be a moment of silence that felt like death. This silence brought a strange peace that he had never felt before. At these moments, Aster even hoped that the war would never end. It became a part of him, the meaning of his life. But at the same time, these thoughts gave birth to an inner monster in him. Every time he thought about it, he felt like a monster. These memories reminded him of his father, the source of all the suffering and conflict that had become part of his being. He longed for answers from his father. Why did he do this to him? What did he do to deserve this fate? These questions burned inside him, depriving him of peace. The father stood up and suddenly said that he liked Aster's look because it had become the same as his own. This confession only increased his anger. Aster demanded that his father stop saying horrible things and just answer his questions. His patience was at its limit, and he could not contain his emotions. The father agreed, but noted that he had always known this moment would come. He asked if Aster knew about the ancient curse that had always haunted emperors. The emperor explained that in gaining great power, he lost the ability to love and be loved. It was because of this that he became a magician and his wife, Selene, died. The curse seemed inevitable, as if fate itself had created it to test every person who bore the title of emperor. It tore apart families and left only pain. But even knowing this, he still behaved this way towards his son. This realization only increased the pain and guilt that was deeply embedded in his soul. The emperor laughed, adding that he was simply looking for a way to vent his anger. This admission shook Aster to the core. Aster, shaking with rage and with burning eyes, could not believe what he heard. His father had caused him so much suffering only for his own benefit. In anger, he screamed that his father was a monster. He grabbed him, shouting insults that were bursting out as if they had been locked in his heart for too long. The emperor calmly told Aster to look at himself. He pointed out that his son was now the same as himself, the same damned monster who had inherited his blood. He added that you can't be loved all your life. The only people who stay with people like him are those who want to take advantage of them. It was a bitter lesson he wanted to pass on to his son. The emperor emphasized that there will never be anyone around who truly cares about his heart. Instead, he must surround himself with people who can be used. He advised pretending to give your heart, telling people what they wanted to hear, and manipulating them for your own benefit. This was the way of the emperor. This way, he says you can subjugate the entire world. But Aster has already decided that he is not going to follow this path. He has decided to break this vicious circle. With his magic, Aster killed his father because his hatred and desire to end this evil became stronger than his doubts. He continued to spout some meaningless nonsense, clearly unaware of what was happening around him. And this led to the decision being made to get rid of him completely, without any hesitation. Andy, approaching his brother, saw that he looked shocked, and as if in shock, he asked with surprise and fear in his eyes what exactly had happened to their father, not believing what he heard. Andrew realized with horror that his older brother had caused their father's death. The thought struck him like a hammer, leaving only despair and fear. He rushed to his father's body, hoping to do something to save him. But all his attempts were in vain. Life had already left the one he loved so much. Torn apart by pain, the boy began to sob loudly, expressing his grief. Aster, on the contrary, coldly said that there was no point in continuing the fight, and it was better to go back. Andy screamed, telling his brother to be quiet. It wasn't enough that Aster had taken their mother, now he had taken their father, leaving no room for forgiveness. In desperation, he called his brother a murderer. This angered Aster, who used magic, and added in a cold tone that it seemed Andy wanted to follow his father. Andrew, horrified, screamed and begged his brother to spare him, reminding him that they were bound by blood and that he should not kill his own brother. He begged, promising to keep everything a secret. He knew that his chances of survival were practically zero, but he still hoped to evoke at least a drop of mercy in Aster. But suddenly, he noticed that Aster had frozen. An expression appeared on his face, reminiscent of how it had been in childhood, full of something incomprehensible. Aster, with a cold grin, noted that his brother had always been such a coward. If he wanted to live a long life, he should know his place and not be greedy. After this, the elder brother retreated. They returned to the palace together, announcing to everyone that their father had died in battle, a victim of a demonic beast's attack. After the funeral, despite the resistance of his brothers and aristocrats, Aster was crowned, securing the throne for him. The rebellion was quickly suppressed. Aster showed his power by subjugating all those who dared to oppose him, thus establishing his rule. During the days when the palace was permeated with the smell of blood, Andy was restless and saw the same nightmare every night. In his dream, he cried and swore that he would find a way to avenge his father's death, no matter what it cost him. One day, he grabbed the sword and, with a burning desire for revenge, rushed to search for Aster, driven by hatred and pain. But something terrible appeared on his way. His dead father, who had turned into a skeleton, grabbed him by the leg. In a panic, Andy called out to his brother for help, but he did not respond, and his father continued to pull him deeper and deeper. The father, despite his terrible appearance, said that his son would become the heir, but only the one who could restore justice. Andy would wake up from these dreams in a cold sweat, horrified to realize that the nightmare had returned again, like a curse from which he could not escape. Each time he was at a loss to guess how long this would continue and what this terrible vision would turn out to be. At one of those moments when he woke up, Tatiana appeared in front of him and brought him a book. She, seeing how tired he was, suggested that he rest, noting that it was just about lunchtime. Andy, surprised by her words, hastened to remind her that Karina would be waiting for him, and he needed to leave immediately. Tatiana, grabbing his hand, stopped him and anxiously asked what he was going to do with his revenge. Andy was confused and didn't understand what exactly the girl was talking about. However, she hinted that in his dream he mentioned revenge on Aster, which surprised him because he didn't remember such conversations. Despite this, the girl assured him that she was not going to reveal this secret. She understood the importance of the situation and did not want to create unnecessary worries, promising to keep silent. She also added that she was ready to help Andy in the search for the lost imperial family if he decided that he needed her support in this important matter. In conclusion, she emphasized that she would always be there ready to support him if he felt down or needed words of comfort in a difficult moment. In the Golden Forest, meanwhile, they were discussing that night was already approaching, and His Majesty had still not returned from hunting, which caused a certain amount of anxiety among those present. In the camp, they began to speculate that something unpleasant could have happened to him because dangerous creatures lived in these places, which made them worry. Andrew, as the Emperor's official representative, tried to reassure the people, noting that despite his fatigue, he was confident of a good outcome of events and saw no reason for alarm. He reported with confidence that he had heard from the messengers about the safe return of the participants of the hunt, which confirmed the absence of incidents at this event. After this, Andrew declared the hunting competition over, but the men in the camp immediately began to express their concern, noticing that the Emperor had still not returned. They recalled that the absence of the Emperor at the final stage of the competition raised doubts about the completion of the event, which became the cause of new worries. The knights began to explore the surrounding area, trying to find out what had happened to the Emperor, but so far they had found no traces or signs that he was in trouble. The Archduke tried to calm the people down, assuring them that there was no need to worry. He claimed that the Emperor was not the type to get into trouble even on such a holiday. The Archduke also suggested that perhaps the Emperor was simply enjoying solitude, reminiscing about his childhood, and relaxing away from the worries of the palace. He added that sitting at a desk and deciding government issues was a heavy burden, and he needed a break in nature to regain his strength and take a break from his duties. Andrew agreed with this opinion, adding that it was better not to disturb the Emperor at such a moment. After all, the opportunity to relieve stress and restore strength is important for the ruler. However, inside Andrew, there was anxiety because he knew that no matter how much they searched, the Emperor would not return until he himself wanted to return, despite all their efforts. Karina, making her way through the dense undergrowth of the forest, could not understand how far the Emperor was ready to go in his intentions. She did not know what he had planned, and this worried her. Tatiana asked with concern in her voice what had happened, noticing the worried faces of those around her. She suspected that something bad had happened and immediately asked if everything was okay with the Emperor. Andrew sighed and answered briefly that the Emperor had died. These words shocked Tatiana, and horror overcame her. She could not believe what she had heard, losing the power of speech. Andrew explained that everything that had happened was connected to the magic ring she had given him. His voice sounded mysterious, as if he knew more than he was saying. Tatiana was confused as to how things had gotten this far. She had only wanted to get rid of Karina and had no idea what it would lead to. Her dream was to be loved by everyone, but Andrew's words were harsh. He declared that he would soon ascend to the throne, leaving her hopes unfulfilled. This meant that her desire to win the Emperor's heart would remain a dream. This thought caused Tatiana unbearable pain. Tatiana couldn't stand it and burst into tears, but she realized that if the angel saw her tears, he could leave her forever. She was overcome with fear of losing him. She didn't want to lose Andrew. She gathered her strength and threw herself into his arms, telling him she was so happy for him, hiding her true feelings. Tatiana consoled herself with the thought that she had helped him realize his dream. even if it cost her her own desires. However, Andrew was sure that the duty of gratitude was his. He noted that Tatiana had kept her promise, which deserved respect. Now he offered to give her a gift, but Tatiana, frowning, could not understand what he meant. His mysterious words confused her. Tatiana sincerely answered that his warm embrace was enough for her. But Andrew did not agree with this, hinting at something more. He stressed that it was important for their common future to get rid of all the lies. Tatiana could not deny that she was also tired of this game. Andrew offered to start over, leaving the past behind. His words sounded like an invitation to freedom, but Tatiana did not immediately understand their meaning. When she asked the question, he clarified that from now on, she could do as she pleased. Flirt, buy cheap rings. However, there was a condition. Andrew loudly declared that she should divorce him. His abrupt statement shocked everyone around him. People hearing this began to whisper, believing that they had misheard. But Andrew's intonation left no doubt about the seriousness of his words. The Archduke confirmed with surprise that they were indeed talking about a divorce. Many assumed that unknown circumstances had occurred between them. Raymond was furious. It seemed unthinkable to him that Andrew would allow himself to humiliate Tatiana in front of everyone. His anger was uncontrollable. Meanwhile, Karina was in deep thought. She wondered what to do next, feeling anxious about her future. Her thoughts returned to the Emperor's words. Those who wore the bracelet would instantly know if another was in danger. This discovery troubled her. Karina noticed her brooch suddenly began to shine brightly. She wondered what could have caused such a strange reaction. Deep in the forest, she thought that perhaps the Emperor was in trouble. Her intuition told her to return. She turned her attention to Lily, who also looked worried. Deciding to move on, Karina suddenly noticed something unusual. A cave appeared in front of her, with glowing butterflies pointing the way. It looked like a magical clue. As she came closer, she saw the Emperor, whose body was emitting a faint light. He was lying motionless, which alarmed her. Karina hurried to him and tried to bring him to his senses. Her voice sounded pleading, reflecting all her anxiety. The Emperor opened his eyes and saw her face. He barely heard her begging him to wake up, and he was touched by her concern. Hearing Karina's explanation of the brooch's glow, he realized that she had found it through this magic. Her resourcefulness surprised him. The Emperor remembered that he had given her a brooch so that she could call for help in case of danger, but the situation turned out differently. He chuckled, realizing the irony. This time he was the one who needed help, that got the picture talking about what had happened. Karina could not understand what had brought the Emperor to such a state. To her persistent questions, he grimaced and replied that he had a conflict with the Archduke. He had difficulty remembering the events, his head was splitting, and there was a huge void in his memory, as if this moment had been deliberately cut out. Karina immediately assumed that the Archduke was to blame for everything. She said that this was treason, and they needed to bring him to trial. Astor noted that they had no evidence, and that starting such a case without grounds was pointless. It would only arouse suspicion. He added that the Archduke enjoys the love of the people. It is dangerous to oppose him, especially without good reasons and evidence. Astor recalled that their relationship with the Archduke had been neutral up until then. Any ill-considered step could lead to accusations of abuse of power. Karina couldn't hold back her tears. She convinced the Emperor that they had to find evidence. She promised him her help no matter what. She suggested that they return to the castle so that he could receive medical attention. The Emperor tried to object, but she insisted. When he said he was too heavy, Karina replied with a smile that she was stronger than she looked. She would do her best to help him. However, their path was not easy, and having lost their balance, they fell. Karina tried to lift him again, but her strength was leaving her. The Emperor suggested that she return alone so as not to expose herself to danger, but her look showed that this option was unacceptable. Karina firmly stated that she would never leave him alone. His condition was too serious for her to leave. She knew that if she left him here, he could be in even more danger. It was out of the question for her. The Emperor tried to assure her that he would be fine, but Karina pointed out the likelihood of encountering demons in these places. She asked if he really thought she didn't know about the threats when she came here. She had to fight demonic beasts along the way. Karina said that she had asked the maid in advance to call for help if she did not return by evening. They would only get out of here together. The Emperor reminded her that if they moved together, they would be easier to spot. This would increase the risk for both of them. He tried to convince her to come back for help before it got dark, but Karina, raising her voice, declared that she would not leave him. She added that the demonic beasts could attack him at any moment. If he did not go with her, she would remain here. The emperor had a hard time understanding why she was so stubborn about leaving him, but Karina believed that he should accept her help. He asked her in bewilderment if she thought he was joking now. She firmly replied that she was more serious than ever. Karina made it clear that she had not come all this way to return alone. Her concern for him did not allow her to do otherwise. She couldn't understand why he was refusing help when she had been through so much. Tears prevented her from speaking. The emperor, noticing her emotions, turned to her, but she asked with despair in her voice if he really had nothing to say. Karina hoped that he would agree to go with her, but instead he snatched her weapon, asking to borrow it for a minute. She stood there in bewilderment, watching the emperor stagger to his feet, which left her with mixed feelings. A pack of wolves suddenly appeared around them. Karina realized with horror that they were surrounded, not understanding where the predators came from. The emperor turned to the lady with a serious expression, explaining that at his signal, she was to run as fast as she could. It was an order, not a request, and his tone left no room for doubt. When the lady tried to object, the emperor cut her off abruptly. He clarified that if she wanted to help, she had to listen to him and follow his instructions. These wolves were creatures of a different kind, not like ordinary monsters. However, the lady did not share his concern. For some reason, it seemed to her that these creatures would not harm them. She felt an inexplicable calmness near them. The emperor, seeing her behavior, asked in bewilderment what she was doing, but the lady only confidently asked to trust her. She was sure these wolves were not dangerous for them. The lady sensed something familiar in their presence, an energy reminiscent of her mother. Feeling the call, she boldly approached the creatures despite the emperor's fears. It turned out that her intuition was right. The wolves recognized her as a chosen child. One of them even noted her extraordinary intelligence and courage for a human. The she-wolf confirmed that their intentions were good. Moreover, her children once saved a dying child, showing their care for people. The emperor was puzzled, trying to comprehend the meaning of her words. The she-wolf calmly explained that everything was much simpler than it seemed. She explained that it was her children who had brought them here. They had used a magical season stone to help a child who needed protection. The lady realized who was in front of them. These wolves, capable of speaking and using magic stones, were ancient creatures she had heard about. The wolf mentioned that she had much to tell them. The life of one of them was in danger, and they had a long conversation ahead of them. When she addressed the emperor, the lady felt alarmed. Karina was apparently afraid for his condition, but did not interfere. The she-wolf noticed that the emperor had used up almost all of his magical energy trying to protect himself from her. This had weakened him greatly. Then she called Fio, a little wolf cub who looked so cute that he resembled a puppy. He brought a shining magic stone. The wolf cub gave the stone to the emperor. This stone was filled with life energy and was supposed to restore his strength. The she-wolf explained that it was enough to absorb the energy of this stone, to restore health and return to one's previous form. The emperor, however, doubted whether they could be trusted. The she-wolf replied with surprise that there was no point in her harming the son of her old friend. Aster, still wary, asked what she meant. The wolf explained that she was a close friend of his mother, Elena. She added that she understood his questions, but promised to answer everything as soon as he recovered. The main thing now is his recovery. After some thought, the emperor made up his mind and absorbed the magic stone. Feeling the changes in his body, he realized that something unusual was happening. Karina screamed in fear, calling his name. However, the she-wolf calmed her down, explaining that this was just the body's recovery process. Karina hoped that when the emperor came to his senses, he would learn the truth about what was happening. Her heart was full of anxiety and anticipation, but the she-wolf said there was no need to wait. She decided to talk to Karina right now, which caused the girl to have even more questions. The she-wolf asked if Karina was familiar with the legend of the Golden Forest. The girl answered affirmatively, understanding where the conversation was leading. The legend tells of a creator god living in a golden forest and controlling the magic of this world. But as it turned out, the reality was different. The she-wolf explained that in fact, she is often called a god, but she is only the keeper of this forest and magical power. However, her power is so great that it would be a mistake to compare her to demonic creatures. She is something completely different. She is able to see the flows of magic throughout the world, their beginning and end. This makes her a unique being. Moreover, her bracelet allows her to control the minds of others. It is a powerful artifact that carries with it a huge responsibility. Karina was stunned and did not understand how the she-wolf knew about her bracelet. The answer soon cleared up the mystery. The wolf said that the friend who used to have this bracelet was an old friend of hers. It was Aster's mother. Selena Aster's mother was the only guardian of the bracelet for a long time. Under her, the magic remained stable. But later, a new owner appeared. With her arrival, distorted magic entered the world, upsetting the fragile balance. This magic turns small creatures into demonic beasts, and in the human world causes strange, dangerous phenomena. The she-wolf pointed out that they now needed to focus on the girl who had caused these disasters. Karina instantly understood who they were talking about. She was overcome with the realization that she might be more connected to this than she thought. She wondered if she should use the bracelet at all, but the she-wolf assured her that it was necessary in this case. After all, the true owner of the bracelet, chosen by Selena herself, is Karina, and only she is able to stop the chaos. Selena always hoped that the bracelet would end up in the hands of someone who could use its power for good. Her dream was for the owner to be an intelligent, honest person who would never abuse this magic for personal gain. If the wolf's words were true, then Karina was clearly not suited for this role. She did not have the strength of character or fortitude to bear the responsibility of such a powerful force. Karina preferred to avoid problems rather than solve them. It seemed easier for her to close her eyes to difficulties than to stand up for herself to fight for the truth or to defend her own beliefs. When she first learned that Tatiana was using the bracelet solely for her own interests, Karina felt a strong sense of indignation. She was enraged by how easily she played with such a dangerous power. But at the same time, she felt a strange joy. She had a bracelet, too, that meant she could respond to Tatiana and perhaps even take revenge, taking control of the situation. Karina saw the bracelet as a way to assert herself. She wore it today to understand the Emperor's feelings. She was tormented by curiosity and anxiety at the same time, because everything could go differently than she planned. The she-wolf turned to Karina, explaining that she should not blame herself for what happened. She saw her pain and understood that Karina had suffered for too long, but her strength of spirit was still alive. She reminded Karina that she had gone through many trials. The she-wolf urged her not to hide from problems, but to come out of her inner confinement and fight for herself. Karina was never meant to be the owner of the bracelet. The piece of jewelry was not originally intended for her, and its magic brought only suffering and confusion to her life and the lives of others. Those whom Karina had charmed with the bracelet were to be released. The she-wolf emphasized that no one should be bound to her against their will due to the influence of the magical artifact. Karina began to understand that she was about to face a serious test. She realized that now only she could cope with this task and free everyone from the charm of the bracelet. But she also knew it wouldn't be easy. The wolf confirmed her thoughts, calling her to action. The bracelet had great power, and Karina had to learn to control it. The bracelet's power was incredible, but dangerous at the same time. It gave its owner enormous powers that could influence not only Karina's fate, but also the fates of other people. Karina realized that she had not used such a power for a long time. She felt tired after the last use of the bracelet and realized that she needed rest to regain her strength. The wolf turned to Fio, asking him to help Karina. She believed that he would be able to support her as she dealt with the trials that befell her. Then the she-wolf spoke to the Emperor. She admitted that she would not be able to say goodbye to him in person, but asked him to convey an important message that concerned his past and his mother. She wanted him to know that his mother, Selena, lived for his future. Her life was dedicated to his happiness, and she did everything she could to make it happen. The she-wolf assured that Karina would be able to change her destiny. Her goal now was not only personal salvation, but also to change the destiny of the world, making it better. After that, everyone disappeared. Karina thought about what had happened for a long time, trying to understand whether it was reality or just an illusion created by the magic of the bracelet. When she noticed that the Emperor had come to his senses, a feeling of relief came over her. Karina was genuinely glad that he had finally woken up and looked better. The Emperor seemed to feel much better. The signs of fatigue had disappeared from his face, and his strength was returning. The stone really did have healing properties. The Emperor turned to Karina, suggesting that she move on. But before that, he suggested making a fire to warm up and signal the others. Karina wanted to stop him at first, but then decided not to argue. She realized that this might actually be the best solution and agreed with his proposal. Once the fire was burning, it became much warmer. Karina sat by the fire and thought about how things could have turned out differently if she hadn't taken the bracelet with her. She felt awkward in front of the Emperor because of the current situation. She was so ashamed that she could not even look up and look him in the eyes. The Emperor, noticing her condition, threw his jacket over her so that she would not freeze. This gesture caused Karina to express sincere gratitude for his care. The Emperor suddenly asked Karina if the bracelet was really capable of mind control. His gaze was serious, and the question caught her off guard, causing her to feel very embarrassed. Karina quickly pulled her hand away, slipping out of his grip, and nervously said that she didn't understand what he was talking about. Her voice trembled slightly, betraying her inner excitement. The Emperor, however, did not give up. He asked Karina to be honest with him and tell him what this bracelet was, and how it could be connected to his mother and her past. His gaze was intense, and his voice was firm. He wanted to know what Karina was going to do next and what plans she had with this magical object. When he mentioned the Archduchess's bracelet, Karina was completely at a loss. She did not know what to answer him and only muttered that she knew nothing about it. Trying to hide her nervousness, Karina said that perhaps the Emperor had simply dreamed something, but her attempt to avoid the conversation looked unconvincing. The Emperor sighed and said that he had hoped that at least this time Karina would be able to be honest with him. He had expected her to be frank, but he could see how hard it was for her. Karina suddenly realized that the Emperor had probably heard her conversation with the wolf while he was unconscious. She realized that she could no longer pretend that nothing had happened. She looked down, feeling deeply ashamed. Her thoughts were in a tangle, and she didn't know where to start the conversation. A battle between fear and the desire to explain flared up inside her. Karina wondered if the Emperor would trust her. She was afraid he would think she was crazy or disappointed with her actions, especially the fact that she had worn the bracelet today. As she gathered her thoughts, she noticed a cold expression appear on Aster's face. It made her even more doubtful of her words and their possible reaction. However, to her surprise, he asked her for forgiveness. His voice was quiet but sincere. He said that perhaps he had caused her too much trouble over all this time. The Emperor also added that if Karina did not want to tell the truth, he would understand. He did not want to force her to say something that she was not yet ready to say. Karina was surprised by his words. The Emperor suggested ending the conversation, as it was already very late and they were both very tired. He suggested lighting a fire as a signal. Karina wanted to object, but at the last moment she changed her mind. She realized that it was better to agree with his proposal. The fire could really be useful. As the fire blazed, Karina felt a warmth that enveloped her. She thought about how her life had turned out and regretted taking the bracelet with her. Her thoughts returned to what had happened earlier. She was ashamed of her actions. Karina could not look at Aster and sat with a thoughtful, almost lost expression. The Emperor noticed her condition. He addressed her warmly, saying that it was getting chilly at night, and carefully draped his jacket over her shoulders, caring for her comfort. This gesture touched Karina deeply. She thanked him for his attention and care, feeling slightly awkward. A new feeling of trust and respect for him ignited inside her. Karina understood that their journey was far from over, but at that moment, for the first time, she felt hope that together they could overcome any challenges. Karina noticed that the gentleman had scars as his shirt was unbuttoned, allowing her to see the marks of wounds left behind from hard battles. The Emperor said that he got his scars on the Western Front, where he fought enduring brutal battles and losing many soldiers and friends. Karina realized that this war was pointless because tens of thousands of people died because of a small territory. She realized how many victims this struggle brought. Despite the constant battles, the war brought neither great victories nor serious defeats. Everything was in a state of endlessly continuing conflict. Only when everyone was already on the verge of exhaustion did the emperor achieve his first victory beheading the enemy, but the price of this victory was too high. Even though everyone knew he was coming back, they still celebrated the victory. It was a long-awaited moment, and they couldn't ignore it. The atmosphere was so relaxed that people almost forgot about the possible danger. Alcohol flowed like a river because the tension needed to be released. It's best not to go into details, but everyone said the prince was their hero. He became a symbol of victory, even though he had his own internal battles. They insisted that he drink with them. It is important to learn from elders, and so they encouraged him to drink to share the joy and strengthen their bond. But the man refused, saying that he was still too young and should only drink milk. The commander said that even the younger soldiers had already drunk it. Things had gotten too relaxed, and he asked them to stop. It was all happening on the edge, and it was important to him to maintain some order. For the first time in a long time, everyone was so happy. Even those who were usually in a bad mood were now laughing and having fun without worries. They finally looked their age. It was a relief, and despite everything, Karina felt that the moment was even a little good. They approached the prince, thanking him for all he had done for the army. They were grateful for his efforts and understood how difficult it was for him. Karina was shocked to see the corners of the emperor's lips lift. It was a barely noticeable smile, but it was unexpected and surprising to her. The emperor said they could enjoy the evening. He gave them permission to relax, and they began to drink more beer, letting go of their worries. One of the men joked that he needed to drink milk to keep his bones strong because he was still growing, which brought smiles to the faces of those around him. Karina thought that maybe he should relax and have some fun too, because after everything they had been through, everyone deserved some rest. Suddenly, everything changed. The senior soldier, who always treated him to milk, was on the ground, and everything that had happened before lost its meaning. The soldier who always took care of the prince died. He was the youngest, but he dreamed of more of peace and pleasure in life. But he could not survive. People he once felt safe with died because of his stupid decision. It left a heavy mark on his soul that never went away. The scars that remained on his body were nothing compared to the pain of losing so many of his comrades. It was a bitter realization of his guilt. He felt he had to make amends somehow, even though he knew it would be extremely difficult. But he couldn't forget that his decisions had led to losses. Wounds were a common occurrence on the battlefield, and they had already healed. Now he had to deal with the mental pain that would not go away even after time. Karina expressed her sympathy, noting that, although he spoke so calmly about the scars, she thought about his inner pain and the suffering he had gone through. Karina felt a pain in her heart. It was hard for her to see him like this, and she knew it wasn't just physical pain, but something much deeper. His expression did not indicate anger, but rather that he was hurt. It was sadness hidden behind his outward calm. Like her, the emperor suffered. He was alone, and although it was hard for him, he pretended that everything was fine, trying to console himself with the words that the pain would pass. Karina decided that she didn't want to hurt him. She didn't want to hurt him, so she asked him if he wanted to know how she had survived those events. She was ready to share her story, trusting him, and looked at him with a smile, showing that she was open to communication and was not hiding anything important. She apologized for not telling everything earlier, and her story lasted all night because she wanted to share all the important moments. He learned how she got the bracelets and how she understood the power behind them. It was her journey to understanding her path. Now the emperor understood why she started her perfume business and why she needed to meet with medical workers, including Mr. Robert. Time flew by as she told her story, and he became increasingly aware of how much was hidden behind her words. The emperor finally realized what was happening, and Karina realized that what the emperor had just told her was so incredible that it was hard to believe. Aster noticed that it was true, too hard to believe, but he sincerely believed Karina. He did not doubt his words and trusted her that her story was true. He trusted her so much that it surprised her she could not understand how he believed her words so easily, and what followed from this, because she did not know what awaited him next. Karina admitted that she felt a huge relief as she was finally able to tell the whole truth. She was glad that her words were heard, and now she could relax. She knew she should have talked to him earlier, but now that everything had been said, She decided to tell him one more important thing that had been tormenting her for a long time. The emperor did not object and said that he was ready to listen to her request. Karina, feeling that the moment had come, took his hand and gently but firmly asked for an important favor. The emperor was a little confused by her request. He did not quite understand what was being discussed and began to wonder what she wanted from him, what serious thing she was going to ask. He asked what exactly she meant, not knowing that Karina realized everything after her encounter with the deity, which became a defining moment in her life. The past continued to weigh on Karina, no matter how hard she tried to cope with it. She tried not to pay attention to it, but every time she heard only negativity in response. People constantly reminded her how angry she was with Tatiana, considering her reaction excessive. In this situation, no one saw Tatiana's fault, and Karina was always the only one to blame. Karina felt very sorry for Tatiana, but at some point she stopped caring about what was happening. She accepted it as a given, and it seemed to her that she could no longer change the situation. Karina reassured herself by saying that everything was fine and that she had already gotten used to this state. She tried to come to terms with what was happening in her life. She thought that the reason for all this was her stubbornness, her desire to control and change everything. This prevented her from finding inner peace and happiness. Karina hoped that when she got older, all these painful memories would go away. But in reality, she continued to blame herself for all the troubles, just like in the past. Every time she opened up to someone, that person ended up leaving her. This further reinforced her belief that she couldn't trust people, and her fears became reality. These situations made her lose trust, not only in others, but also in herself. She often worried about insignificant things, which only increased her internal tension. She created the bracelet thinking it would help her, and now she wanted to test her feelings, and the emperor's feelings. Then she planned to take it off, as she was unsure of their future. Karina wondered if the emperor was truly okay. She knew he had lost many friends on the battlefield, and it continued to hurt him in ways he might not have spoken about. She was sure that he was still suffering despite his silence. The emperor did not answer, but his look betrayed that these memories of the past were indeed bothering him heavily. Karina could not remain silent any longer and asked him again if everything was okay. She continued to worry about him because despite his outward fortitude, she knew that inside he felt pain. The emperor was very confused by her question and did not know what to answer her. He was not used to openly talking about his feelings, especially in such a personal situation. Karina knelt down next to him, hugged him, and smiling said that he was a good boy for holding on for so long, despite all the difficulties, and that she was proud of him. She knew how difficult it was for him, and that he had to cope with a heavy burden of pain and loneliness. She could not allow him to remain in this state. She wanted to support him. Karina said that he should not give up. She will always be there for him as before, and will support him in the most difficult moments, as he always was with her. She asked permission to protect him, because now she felt that she had to be his support, and this became an important step in her relationship with the emperor. He was shocked by such a proposal. The emperor said that he had never heard such words before. It was strange because she offered to protect him, which for the emperor sounded very unusual and unexpected. Karina smiled and didn't understand what was strange about it. She asked him to listen to her request because her intentions were sincere, and she didn't see anything abnormal in it. The emperor began to understand what it was like to have someone who was ready to support and protect him, who would be there in difficult times. This was new to him and very important. He agreed, saying that she was truly like his comrade in arms, ready to stand by his side in any situation. For him, this was an important recognition of her loyalty. They imagined how it would be. The emperor saying, "Leave me," hears in response the words of Karina, that comrades in arms do not abandon each other, but survive together or die together. The emperor said that in that case, he had a counteroffer. Karina asked in surprise what he meant, because she had not expected him to offer her something important. He suggested that she use the bracelet on him, so that she could test its power. Karina was shocked because she did not think that he would be ready to try it. Karina asked again, not understanding what he was talking about. She couldn't understand what he meant or why he needed to do this, but she wondered what the emperor had in mind. The emperor said that perhaps there was no point in using this bracelet on him, since he himself did not believe in its power. But Karina decided to try, ignoring her doubts. Karina grabbed his hand and said that since he had suggested it, she was willing to try. She was sure that if it was possible, she should act. Aster said that if that's what she wants, then of course she can do it. The main thing is that everyone is happy with the result, and her actions benefit everyone. Karina said that since she had his permission, she was ready to use the bracelet and see what would happen. She was determined to try everything he suggested. She tried to use the bracelet, but was confused, as she did not understand how this was possible. Something was wrong with the bracelet or with her actions. The emperor asked what exactly was going on, seeing her confusion. At this time in the base of the Golden Forest, everyone was excited, waiting for news of the return of the emperor and the duke's daughter. Everyone was in an uproar as His Majesty and the duke's daughter had not yet returned. This caused general uneasiness and tension as their absence dragged on. Tatiana needed to find them everywhere safe and sound. She sat on the floor, and in her head, the thoughts that she had to go back to fix everything sounded tirelessly. She knew she had to start over, go back to square one to get back what she once had. That was the only way she could hope to succeed and achieve her goal. Tatiana's whole body was covered in tears, and her voice kept repeating that she needed to go back. She took the bracelet, deciding that this time she would keep everything she needed. Tatiana promised herself that she would not make any mistakes. She prayed that everything would work out, confident that this was her last chance to change everything. Suddenly, there was a burst of magic, but the bracelet went out, and Tatiana could not understand why this happened because she had so hoped for success. Tatiana screamed in despair and began to ask why nothing was working. She fell to the ground, feeling her strength leaving her. She was terrified, not knowing whether to ask for help from that person, because it would be an admission of her powerlessness. But an inner voice said that help was still needed. Of course he would help her, but in exchange, she would have to sign this contract, which made her heart clench with anxiety. Tatiana thought again that if only she could fix everything and come back, her life could turn back on track. She didn't understand what purpose all these contracts were pursuing, but if she managed to return to the past, she would take the emperor for herself. The news that His Majesty the Emperor was returning astounded Tatiana. She was shocked that this was the emperor they were talking about. Tatiana realized that this was her chance, an opportunity to change her destiny. She knew that Aster and Andy would be necessary to her sooner or later. Indeed, Tatiana was sure that she was the main heroine in this world, and the emperor wounded in battle needed her help. The emperor encountered a demonic beast and was apparently on the verge of death. Enemies and friends said his life was hanging by a thread. However, rumors said that the emperor was saved by Lady Karina, who showed miracles of courage and determination, turning out to be a true heroine. Lady Karina went into the forest full of demons to save the emperor. She was like the main character of a romantic story, combining beauty and courage. When a fire broke out on Berry Street, Lady Karina was not afraid to go to the very epicenter. She saved people, risking her life, which impressed everyone. Karina was truly a heroine, and many believed that there was no one more suitable for the role of empress than she. They approached Tatiana and asked her if she really agreed with this opinion. They wanted to know her point of view on what was happening. Tatiana turned around in horror when she heard a woman's voice, but she saw no one behind her. It seemed strange, and she couldn't understand what it was. The man approached her, apologizing, saying that he thought something had happened to her. He was concerned about her condition, trying to figure out what had happened. Tatiana asked where those who stood behind her were, but the servant seemed not to know what she was talking about. He did not understand what was being discussed. Tatiana was sure that she had not imagined it, and continued to feel that someone was behind her, although the servant denied it. The man, like everyone else, continued walking. Tatiana decided not to argue with him, asking him only to tell her where the emperor and archduke were. The servant reported that they were in His Majesty's tent, and Tatiana immediately ran in that direction, hoping for a quick meeting. Lily noticed that Lady Karina was a bit strange, because she went into the forest without saying a word to anyone. Even the knights did not listen to her. She held the puppy in her arms, not understanding where it came from. The knights did not listen to her when she asked them to give the lady back. Lily was worried about Lady, but she couldn't explain her worries to her. When Lady returned, she asked her to look after the puppy. Lily noticed that the puppy was very angry and expressed regret for her words. She promised to fix the situation. Lily apologized to Karina and offered to bathe the puppy. She decided to wash him thoroughly so that he would be as good as new again. Karina thanked Lily and promised that when she returned, she would definitely apologize and thank her for her help. This morning, Karina tried to use the bracelet on Aster, but nothing happened. The bracelet showed that he was a new character and asked if she wanted to register him. Karina was puzzled, not understanding what this meant. She decided to try again, but felt that the goal remained unattainable. At that moment, the knights appeared and immediately asked if everything was okay with the lady. Karina did not know what to answer because everything was so strange. Confused, Karina began to think that maybe Aster wasn't the main character. Maybe it was all about the bracelet's previous owner, Selena. The mystery remained unsolved. After trying to figure it out, they returned to the base, hoping to find answers to their questions. Fortunately, the rescue team quickly arrived, and everyone found themselves in His Majesty's tent, ready for further action. Andrew asked if His Highness really didn't remember what had happened to him, because everything had been so strange that it was hard for him to believe what was happening. The Emperor recalled moments of hunting with Andrew, but the memories were cut off, and all he could feel was an emptiness that prevented him from understanding what had happened. Andrew noticed that they had separated before sunset and had not seen him since, so he was very worried when he learned that his brother was missing. That's why the brother is glad that everything is okay. The Emperor noted that, thanks to his beloved, everything ended well because it was she who saved him. The Emperor took Karina's hand, kissed it, thanked her for her protection for not leaving him in trouble. Andrew was absolutely horrified as he watched this scene. Everything that was happening seemed so unpleasant and ridiculous to him. It was extremely unpleasant for him to watch Karina smilingly communicating with the Emperor, and this only worsened his condition. Andrew intervened sharply and shouted that there was no need to worry about the treatment, assuring that everything could be resolved without any extra effort. A rescue team from his archduchy had already arrived, and he would call them immediately to help with the situation. The Emperor noted that there was no need to bother everyone at once, and that to begin with, one doctor would be sufficient to provide the necessary assistance. Andrew was shocked, not understanding how this was possible, and tried to explain that everything should be different, but Karina agreed with him. She said that she also wanted to get tested, just in case, and if possible, she would prefer to be treated by the best specialist. Karina asked to call the Archduchess's personal physician, Lady Allison, so that she could examine her and make a decision regarding her condition. Andrew, having calmed down a little, said that he agreed and would work on it to fulfill the request and provide the necessary assistance. Andrew reported that His Majesty was in urgent need of medical attention and that Lady Allison needed to be brought here immediately for examination and treatment. The servant noticed that Andrew's hand was bleeding again and asked worriedly if he was all right and whether he should seek help himself. Andrew looked angrily at the servant and replied that he was fine, and now he only needed him to go after Lady Allison. The servant hastened to reassure Andrew, assuring him that he would immediately go for a doctor and that he should not be disturbed anymore on this matter. He thought that someone who could fall off a cliff and survive couldn't be an ordinary person. This bastard was like a real devil. His chest was constricted with anger, because he was sure that the Emperor was only pretending to be good, hiding his true intentions. In reality, everything is not at all as it appears at first glance, and only Andrew knew what the real situation was. It was completely incomprehensible how he could desire what was rightfully his. He was a pathetic bastard who was not worth attention. Andrew remembered again how his brother had threatened to send him to his father if he continued to behave like this, and it filled him with anger. He saw this nightmare over and over again. No matter whether his eyes were closed or open, he could not get rid of these memories. Andrew thought it would be strange if his father's killer had died so easily, and in that he could agree with the idea. It would be too boring and uninteresting. So soon he will return his beloved and take his rightful place no matter what the cost. So the Emperor could live peacefully until the moment came when everything would change. Meanwhile, his wife approached him. The Emperor felt a pain in his head, and at that moment Tatiana appeared, which added to his anxiety. Tatiana said that she had been looking for her dear husband for a long time, and now she had finally found him by showing care. Andrew realized that this was some kind of curse, Her appearance had caused him inconvenience again, and he was prepared for another disturbance. However, Tatiana came up and grabbed his hand, whispering that everyone had already heard about the incident and was discussing his failure. Andrew turned to her and asked why it should matter to her, since he didn't understand what she wanted from him. Tatiana asked if he really thought it didn't matter to her, adding that she was the only one who could help him. She rushed into his arms, and Andrew felt fear at her swiftness, not understanding what she was going to do next. The man asked what she was doing, and was surprised that she was behaving like that without caring about his feelings. Tatiana replied that he should think it over carefully, since she was also in a bad mood and was not going to remain silent. She added that if he removed her hands, she would immediately run to the emperor and tell him everything she knew without hiding the truth. Andrew realized that she was threatening him, but Tatiana explained that it was not a threat, but simply a way to give him a second chance to fix the situation. She took his hand and said that it was all because she loved him and wanted to help him despite everything that was happening. Andrew pushed her away, but she came back claiming that it was proof of her love. Andrew thought her words were meaningless, but he still held back. Tatiana said that he himself must understand that she is the only one who can help him achieve what he so badly desires. She reminded him that it was thanks to her that a viscount from the outskirts unknown to anyone became an archduke, and he should remember this. Tatiana said that he could just look at the faces of these people and see how much she had done for him. Everyone was very happy to see them together and enthusiastically discussed the event. They could not hide their pleasure at how harmoniously they looked together. It was nice to know that they were together again, and everyone said that arguing in marriage was like trying to cut water with a knife, useless and unnecessary. Tatiana asked him if he had seen it, as she was sure that after that, everything would get better, and they would be able to overcome any difficulties that they encountered along the way. Everything happened the same way as 3 years ago, when he managed to return to the palace and restore his title, which seemed incredible and unimaginable at that moment. But now everything was different. He himself would become the emperor. Karina sat next to him and thought that her bracelet was broken, which caused her anxiety and many questions. Aster was interested in what she was talking about, and the lady explained that it was indeed strange, since she and the Archduke had not even maintained contact after graduating from the academy. However, his sympathy scale for the Archduke showed 90%, and this remained completely inexplicable, not fitting into the framework of logic. The emperor remarked that perhaps she simply sympathized with the Archduke, but Karina believed that this was impossible, since he was the first to abandon her. Moreover, now he and Tatiana were together, and his sympathy scale was completely different, which clearly showed that her feelings for him should not be connected with sympathy. The emperor decided to inquire about her, and it seemed that his scale showed a lower percentage than the Archduke's, which was an unexpected discovery for him. Karina replied that she had not seen her, and therefore the emperor at first did not understand what exactly she was talking about, not connecting it with some unusual phenomenon. The girl explained that for some reason it was not displayed, and the emperor was surprised, because this had happened before, but the lady assured that this was the first time. Perhaps it was all connected with his mother, but the gentleman did not understand what was being discussed, which further aggravated the situation and created confusion. Karina noticed that the control of the bracelet's power required the magical power of an archmage, and its owner was Selena, which further complicated her thoughts. The emperor noted that his mother was spoken of as a talented magician, a candidate for the post of head of the magic tower. But because of her marriage to his father, she never became great. She was indeed among the candidates for the post of head of the tower, and perhaps she was a competitor of Karina's mother, which further complicated their relationship. Aster had heard that they had attended the same academy, so it could very well be true. So Karina decided that she would need to talk to her mother about it. It's strange that when she showed her mother the bracelet, she claimed that she was seeing it for the first time, and now it turns out that she and Selena knew each other, which has raised a lot of questions. In any case, worrying wouldn't solve the problem, so Karina decided to relax a little and lay down on the emperor's chest to calm down and think. The girl said that she was a little tired, and since he called her his girlfriend, she thought that it was a completely normal gesture on her part. She hoped that she could lie on him for a while, feel his support and confidence, that everything would be fine in their relationship. But the emperor noted that it was not that she could not, but that she needed to find a more comfortable place to rest in order to feel comfortable. Karina stood up, feeling that his body was very hot, and immediately thought that he might have a fever, which made her worried. Soon they announced that Dr. Allison had arrived, and Karina anxiously asked the emperor why he had not immediately informed her that he was feeling unwell, worrying about his condition. Astor calmly noted that she should calm down, because he was fine, and she shouldn't worry so much, because everything was under control. Allison thought that the rumors about the emperor's cruelty and whims might be true, and she understood that if she showed the slightest disrespect, she would disappear from the face of the earth. She decided to be as careful and polite as possible, so she respectfully said that it was a great honor for her to meet His Majesty. Dr. Allison introduced herself as Archduchess Tatiana's attending physician and explained that her name was Allison, after which Karina asked him to explain why he continued to resist. Allison decided it would be better not to interfere and said that she did not want to disturb, but they immediately began to stop her, not wanting her to leave. The emperor said that there had been a misunderstanding and that Allison should return to continue the inspection without creating unnecessary obstacles. Allison apologized for the misunderstanding that had arisen, but the emperor felt that she had nothing to apologize for since the situation could indeed be misunderstood. The woman thanked him for his understanding and asked to look at his wounds, clarifying that in addition to his right foot, there may be other areas where he feels discomfort. The emperor said that this was not so, and she examined his leg, deciding that if it was so damaged, she could not even imagine what condition the rest of his body was in. She reassured him that everything was fine. He might have some pain issues, but the situation was not as serious as it might seem. When she touched his leg, he said he was just choking, and Karina immediately offered him some water so he could recover a little and feel better. As expected, Allison had remarkable skills. Karina had heard that she had once been active in medicine and had great prospects in this field. Her achievements attracted attention. Allison was a little embarrassed and said that her skills were not as outstanding as they said. She admitted that the Archduchess had kindly lent her the remaining amount so that she could complete her unfinished research. Allison noted that everything is now ready, but the process will be painful for a while. Therefore, she is going to give the patient a painkiller to ease his pain. Karina asked if Allison had ever thought about going back to her unfinished research and continuing his work. Allison thought about it, but did not immediately answer. The woman was shocked and replied that not everything depends on her desire. She explained that there are circumstances that prevent her from returning to this study despite her desire. Karina noted that she had invited her here for a reason. She had a proposition for Allison. She wanted to discuss an important issue that could change her future destiny. Karina invited Allison to join her hospital to continue the research. She promised not only financial support, but also a higher salary and social benefits. Robert and Eric were also invited. Allison was surprised to ask if Karina had really met Robert. She was excited and wanted to know how he was feeling now, because she hadn't seen him for a long time. Karina said that Robert had been having problems. He was being pursued by loan sharks, and it had become a real nightmare for him. Allison was shocked by such news. Allison was horrified, and her eyes filled with tears. She felt guilty for leaving him in such a difficult situation. She couldn't believe that this had happened. Karina took Allison's hand and confidently said that she was ready to help Robert. She asked Allison to tell her the details of the incident so that she could understand the situation. Allison recalled that it was an unpleasant story, and that was the moment she first met the Archduchess. They began working on research into restorative methods. Their research was aimed at restoring damaged areas of the body. This gave a chance to exclude possible diseases and scars, and various treatment options were considered. However, their scientific efforts were met with severe skepticism from other doctors. After Professor Gregory, a student of Allison's, became very ill, everything went wrong. When the situation worsened, all attention was diverted from them. Sponsorship ceased, and the study had to be closed. But at that moment, the Archduchess appeared and offered her help. The Archduchess offered the necessary sum for Professor Gregory's treatment and the means to continue their research. However, in return, she demanded the right to all the results of the work. Allison and Eric agreed to the Archduchess's terms, but Robert was categorically against it. He refused to sign such agreements, not wanting to give up the results of his work. Robert shouted that he would not agree to such conditions, despite his friend's attempts to convince him otherwise. He was sure that such deals should not be agreed to, even for the sake of help. Robert was adamant, and although he was offered help, he continued to refuse. He claimed that his opinion of the Archduchess's proposal would not change under any circumstances. Robert said that if they needed funding, they could use a private loan, but they should not agree to such assistance. He thought it was wrong. Karina gave them time to think, assuring them that her offer was based on a sincere desire to help. Allison was grateful for this concern, but she could not accept everything so easily. Allison was very grateful to the Archduchess for her offer of help. She was genuinely touched by her concern, and it increased her respect for her. The atmosphere in their group was becoming tense. It was becoming increasingly difficult to convince Robert to agree to the proposal. Allison and Eric tried desperately to persuade him, but Robert was determined. At one point, Robert produced enough money to last a month. He insisted on not discussing the Archduchess any further, although no one knew where he got it from. Robert did not change his mind and insisted that the question of the Archduchess's help not be raised again. Allison and Eric were puzzled as to how he could raise such a sum. Soon news broke about Robert's private loan debt. All the money they had raised for the research had been spent, and the situation was hopeless. Robert was put on trial, and his friends, the common people, could not help him. It was a difficult test for everyone, and no one knew how to solve the problem. After that, Robert disappeared. He was kicked out of school and home. Archduchess Tatiana took Allison on as her attending physician, giving her a new chance. Archduchess Tatiana also visited the research institute where Eric worked. Allison thought that if Robert had accepted the offer, then everything would have been different. But now Allison had to go. She left the painkillers for the Emperor to take later. She felt grateful for the help she had received. Allison thanked Lady Karina for the offer, but at the moment her work was tied to the Archduchess, and she could not take on any other commitments. Karina knew she had to somehow convince Allison to agree to the proposal. She was wondering how to approach this issue and how to convince the woman. The Emperor noted that Allison had mentioned earlier that the research could help with the study of temples, and he had many of them. He would like to undergo treatment if possible. Allison didn't know what to say because the research was never completed. She didn't think it was worthy of the Emperor's attention, and she couldn't offer him anything worthwhile. Astor understood her doubts, but promised that he would not blame them if the research was not successful. Allison promised to fit this into her schedule, and the Emperor in turn promised that he would definitely contact the Archduchy in the near future to discuss all the issues. Karina was taken aback by the Emperor and couldn't help but ask if his scars were really okay, as she had noticed his recent condition and was worried about him. With a smile, Astor confirmed that he was fine. He noted that one should not get stuck in the past and that it is important to move forward despite past experiences and difficulties. Astor added that the main thing was the opportunity to meet Allison again. He asked Karina to try to convince her next time to meet as soon as possible. Karina was deeply grateful to Astor and felt great joy that there was such a person next to her who was ready to support her in difficult times and would always provide assistance. Karina, feeling guilty, turned to Lily with an apology. She admitted that she was very worried and could be overly emotional, which is why she behaved somewhat restlessly. Lily, in turn, said that all that mattered to her was that the lady was safe and healthy. She was a little upset, but overall nothing terrible had happened since Karina was alive. Lily, smiling kindly, suggested taking a look at the puppy. The maid was sure that the cute animal could cheer Karina up and help her relax after all her worries. While the lady was not around, Lily carefully looked after the puppy. She washed him and trained him. He already knew several commands and was obedient, ready to help in any situation. Karina was in complete shock when she realized that the maid really thought it was an ordinary dog, not even noticing that in fact there was something more hidden in the animal. In any case, Karina promised that if someone irritated her, she would take on the training of the pet, and if necessary, simply say the word so that the puppy would bite that person. Lily reminded that the long-awaited banquet would take place tomorrow, so Karina should have a good rest before the important event. The maid wished her good night and left the room. When Lily left, Karina sighed with relief. The dog also sighed heavily, since he had to endure all the worries and worries of the lady for a long time. Karina was truly stunned when she realized that the dog could talk and even became human. It was so unexpected and incredible that she could hardly believe her eyes. She noticed that the creature before her was no ordinary dog. It addressed her, stating that it was in fact the body of a wolf, not a dog, and told her of its true nature. Karina couldn't hide her surprise when she learned that the wolf could speak. She wondered with interest what his true appearance was and what he was like in his true form. The man transformed into a wolf replied that his true form was the one she saw before her, as he used it to interact more easily with people. This appearance was specially chosen to penetrate the human world without obstacles and not attract unnecessary attention. The wolf could change its form depending on its needs and the situation. The wolf was an entity of divine order and high rank, allowing it to easily transform into various forms. This allowed it to be much more mobile and stealthy. Despite his abilities, he couldn't understand why everyone called him a dog. It was strange to him, since he was a much more powerful being. He remembered that even the woman from his past called him a dog, which only added to the confusion in the perception of his true nature and strength. He proudly declared that the person standing before him was a high-ranking divine beast, and even in his wolf form, he looked impressive enough to impress those around him. In the end, he decided to stay in the wolf's body, despite the strange names people gave him. Karina was glad that they were able to agree and understand each other. The wolf asked Karina what her plans were for the future, and she was surprised, deciding that now it was time to share her intentions and plans for further development. Karina expressed the idea that it is important to move forward following your desires. She understood that it is not worth wasting time to do what is really important to her. Karina, discussing her plans, noted that her business in the perfume industry and caring for sick people are all connected with those whose destinies changed due to Tatiana's actions. Karina said her first priority was to find a woman named Tatiana, who she believed was responsible for everything that had happened in Karina's life, and that of others. Karina noticed that she always kept men around, as being alone in this world could be dangerous. She was not used to showing her vulnerability and preferred to be prepared for anything. The wolf did not understand the difference, because the men she spoke with were ordinary people. One of them was a master of the sword, and the other was the future owner of the magic tower. She also mentioned that her husband is Andrew, the hidden protagonist, who she did not know about until she met him in person. Her knowledge of him was limited since they were not close. Karina suspected that Andrew could use magic, since members of the imperial family usually had considerable power. She couldn't say for sure, but she intuitively felt it. The wolf was stunned to find that there were only strong people around. It became clear to him that it would not be so easy to cope with the task here, since he would have to face great forces. However, the wolf reassured Karina, saying that there was no need to worry. In any case, he was sure that his powers were superior to those of ordinary people, and he could handle any situation. He even joked that he smelled so good that Karina could smell him. He noted that even though she wasn't a dog, her sensitivity still allowed her to smell him. Karina felt calmer now, and her confidence had returned. She went to the banquet with confidence and was in a great mood despite her past experiences. At the banquet, she happily met the emperor and asked how he had spent the night. She sincerely hoped that he had had time to rest and was feeling well after all his work. Aster looked amazing, and he noted that it was thanks to Karina, who inspired him and helped him overcome difficulties. He was grateful for her support and care. After a short conversation, Aster suggested that Karina go to the banquet, and she happily agreed. He always knew how to offer her something that she would not refuse. Karina presented Aster with a gift and declared that it was for him. She decided that the banquet would be the best time to give him this surprise. The emperor was surprised when he saw that the box had a picture of a butterfly on it. He asked with interest what kind of gift it was and what exactly was hidden inside. Karina explained that she is opening her perfume boutique next week and that this perfume is exclusive, intended only for those who truly appreciate art. It was made especially for the emperor, and he was very grateful. He promised to use it for its intended purpose, as suggested, because the gift was so important to him. The emperor also asked Karina to show him how to use this gift correctly. so as not to make a mistake and not to miss a single detail, since this was important for effective use. Karina showed him how to spray the fragrance on his wrist. After that, the emperor could smell its persistent and pleasant scent, which immediately attracted his attention. Then Karina suggested another detail. The scent had to be applied to the neck. She did this, and asked how the emperor liked the smell of this special perfume. The emperor declared that the scent was truly magnificent. Karina felt her heart flutter slightly at the compliment as his words touched her deeply. Karina explained that this scent was prepared according to a special recipe which guaranteed its durability. It did not disappear quickly, which should please the emperor in the future. An unfortunate incident occurred, but with the help of God's protection, he was able to return safely. This event made him realize how important this festival was for his future. He believed that the hunting festival was of great significance. Each participant received paper flowers, red, white, and green, depending on how many demonic beasts they had caught. The flowers were not ordinary paper decorations. Red meant a large demonic beast had been captured. White meant a medium-sized one, and green meant the smallest one. Flowers were not just symbols, but part of a magical ritual. If they were given to a person chosen by the hunter, a spell would transport the captured animals to that person's home. He hoped that after the last night of the festival, they would be able to express their deepest feelings and emotions to each other, which would make this moment even more meaningful for both of them. Suddenly, Karina heard someone calling her. Turning around, she saw Raymond, who had come to keep his promise and fulfill his part of the obligations to her. She thought that he wouldn't be able to catch anyone, but it seemed like luck was on his side, and he was still able to catch several demonic beasts which surprised her. Karina took the bracelet with her, just in case, hoping to see what changes would occur after Raymond gave her a gift that was related to his dexterity at the festival. Karina noticed that he had to be polite and remember that he was hunting for her. This was an important point that she expected to see in his behavior. He had to remember that the contract could not be terminated until all conditions were met. Karina understood that he needed to quickly hand over the flowers and end this moment. Karina was shocked by his behavior when he insisted that she accept his gift. She asked that the gift be a symbol of his devotion and respect. Raymond was extremely angry and said that she had already tormented him enough. He insisted that she accept the flower quickly and not prolong this moment. Karina did not believe that Raymond would obey, and wondered whether she should accept his gift sincerely or not, since his behavior put her in an awkward position. She thanked him for his work and decided to take the gift. At that moment, the emperor came up and said that if she didn't mind, he would like her to accept his gift first. Karina turned to the emperor and took a large bouquet from his hands, which made Raymond very angry. He immediately came up and grabbed her hand, demanding that she accept his flowers first. Raymond insisted, saying that he had come first, and she should take his gift first, not the emperor's gift. This behavior greatly angered Karina. Karina couldn't understand what was going on. She thought Raymond was crazy because he had never behaved so aggressively towards her before. Karina asked if Raymond was going to let her go, but he still insisted that she accept his gift first, despite the fact that the emperor had already approached. The emperor was surprised to see Raymond Carcel, who immediately became frightened when the emperor lightly touched his arm, showing his displeasure. Raymond pulled his hand away and asked what he was doing. The emperor reassured him, saying that he had only touched his hand with a light gesture and had no bad intentions. The emperor stressed that despite his friendship with Raymond since childhood, this did not give him the right to behave so familiarly with the lady and interfere in her decisions. Raymond promised to be more careful in the future. The emperor turned to Karina and apologized, stating that he had not meant to cause her any inconvenience or worry with the incident. He said that Karina could first accept a gift from Raymond. Karina thanked the emperor for his understanding and flexibility in this situation. She approached Raymond, asking him to give her the flowers, but was surprised when he said he was not going to give them to her right away, despite her request. Raymond said that it was all right, since the emperor wanted to give the gift first. He was willing to wait, which again showed his selfish nature. Raymond went to meet Karina, but she noticed that he had no pride at all, and he was ready to give the flowers only at the direction of other people, and not of his own free will. Karina thought that no one would be happy with a gift if it turned out to be so small and insignificant, And in this, Raymond was no different from her. Both were selfish. Remembering her mother's words, Karina realized that Raymond was named after her, and he became Raymond. This name was still connected with her personal choice. She told him that she was disappointed in him, and it was a difficult moment for both of them. He had not lived up to her expectations, and she could no longer trust him the way she had before. Karina believed that Raymond was not worthy of becoming the head of the Magic Tower. He had only one way: to remain a successor without ever taking the post, or to leave forever. The tears in his eyes were a witness to his despair. He knew that he was facing a difficult choice, and this threat to leave the Magic Tower was a real blow to him. They wanted to take him away, and then they threw him away, and now only bad memories pop up in his head, leaving a feeling of emptiness and regret. He realized that he needed to see Tatiana, because as soon as he met her, her sparkling eyes would give him relief and allow him to forget about all his problems for a while. Approaching Tatiana, he was very glad to see her, but his attention was drawn to the fact that she was standing with a bouquet, and Wilhelm also dedicated his flowers to her. Of course, his bouquet was not as majestic as the Archduke's gift, but Tatiana said that, thanks to him, she would have the largest number of flowers at the upcoming banquet. She expressed her gratitude to both men, emphasizing how happy she was and how much it meant to her. Andrew was a little surprised, but replied that he was genuinely glad that she was happy and felt better seeing her joy. Raymond was shocked by what he saw, feeling a strange uneasiness that he could not explain. He remembered their terrible relationship during the hunting festival, and he couldn't understand what had caused such a change in their behavior. They were now friendly. Approaching Tatiana, Raymond expected to hear some words from her, but she only coldly said that he was a traitor. Tatiana turned and walked away, joining her husband and Wilhelm, leaving Raymond bewildered and disappointed. As Raymond approached Tatiana again, hoping that she would listen to him, but her gaze was cold and menacing, which caused him even more confusion. She said that he could still be of use to her until the moment came when her patience ran out and invited him to go dancing. These words were not addressed to Raymond, and he, not understanding the reason for her anger, continued to guess what could have caused it. It all seemed suspicious. Perhaps the reason for her anger was that he ran away, but he couldn't understand why it affected her so much. He remembered that the ring had originally belonged to him, and now this situation seemed even more ridiculous. All this irritated him very much. He could not understand why he felt so empty and dissatisfied. At that moment, a woman approached him, who seemed to want to ask something, but he, losing patience, shouted out a question, asking what she was talking about. She said that the people from Pioneer asked her to give him a note saying that if he wanted to terminate his contract, he should go out into the courtyard behind the banquet hall. He was incredibly tired and decided to quickly deal with this issue in order to quickly go home and take a break from everything that was happening. The emperor announced that the moment had now come to begin the award ceremony, and all present eagerly awaited its beginning. Raymond stood in the street, hearing the winners being announced one by one, but he couldn't concentrate on what was happening. Karina appeared behind him, holding a sword in her hands, attracting his attention with her appearance. Karina Pioneer won first place in the competition. Raymond, hearing her name, felt that something strange was happening. Karina hoped that the award ceremony would go smoothly, and there would be no unpleasantness or surprises, but something made her wary. The emperor announced the results of the women's competition, and Lady Philia Gwen, of the Marquisate of Gwen, took third place, surprising her friends. The friends were amazed when the emperor pronounced her name, considering it an incredible event, because no one expected such a result. Second place went to Lady Helen Enrique, of the Marquisate of Enrique, and Karina suddenly remembered the name, but couldn't figure out where she knew it from. Helen Enrique was a famous figure, a new knight who had passed the exam and defeated her strongest male competitor, which confirmed her worthy place. Everyone congratulated her on her success, knowing that she truly deserved second place, and everyone was confident of her victory. If such outstanding people take second place, it was difficult to imagine who would end up in first place. Karina, closely following the ceremony, thought that someone really strong would take first place, but she could not predict who exactly. The emperor announced that Lady Karina Pioneer of the Pioneer Duchy had won first place with 100 points, leaving her in shock. Karina, stunned by the news, could not believe that she had won because she had hardly taken part in the hunt, and did not expect such a result. According to the rules, the person who saved another during the hunting competition received bonus points equal to the points for 10 large monsters, which became the deciding factor in her victory. At the hunting festival, Tatiana, as the main character of the novel, saved another participant, which allowed her to take first place, thanks to the help of the heroes. Igor thought that this was funny and absurd, because who could have predicted that such an honor would befall her? Karina was not prepared for this outcome, and felt that everyone would again judge her for not deserving this award. She assumed that people would say that she was cruel and unworthy of this victory, and that all this was unfair. However, the emperor whispered that everyone needed to hurry, handed Karina a huge bouquet, and she felt relieved. She realized that now she did not need to pay attention to the judgments of others, because now she was not alone, and her life took on new meaning. In this situation, where she was constantly faced with contempt, the emperor presented her with flowers and honors, recognizing her feat and merits. Karina was deeply grateful and admitted that she did not deserve such generous awards, but would accept them with gratitude and humility. She heard the sounds of applause and could not believe it, thinking that she had simply imagined it all and could not understand what was happening. Everyone began to congratulate Karina, noting that her act was worthy of respect. Saving the emperor was the highest achievement that could be achieved at this festival. Everyone admired her act. It seemed that no one doubted that Karina was the main heroine of the hunting festival. Her feat became the center of discussion, and everyone recognized her merits. She clearly stood out from the rest. For him, Karina was also the main character, but he did not say it out loud. He simply kept this thought deep in his soul, considering her special. He admired her, but kept his feelings to himself. When it was finally over, Lady Enrique approached Karina. Karina was a little surprised, not expecting such attention, but she received her kindly, not suspecting that she wanted something important. Lady Enrique asked if she could ask Karina a few questions. Karina agreed without thinking. She was open to communication and could not refuse, realizing that this was an important moment for both of them. Karina began to think that Lady Enrique might be unhappy with her victory, but that was not the case. Suddenly, she felt a strange remark about the emperor's scent, which was unexpected. Karina was surprised by Enrique's words. She immediately felt that it sounded a little strange, but the lady hastened to explain that she simply liked neutral scents, and she especially liked this perfume. Enrique explained that she loved exactly these kinds of smells, and that this perfume was something new and unusual for her. Karina was glad that the emperor left a good impression on those around him. Although Karina was glad that the emperor had made a good impression, her heart was heavy. For some reason, she couldn't shake off the unpleasant feeling, even though everything seemed fine. Lady Enrique heard that Karina was opening a new perfume shop and asked her to help her choose this perfume. She was in the mood to buy and wanted to buy that very scent. Karina replied that the perfume had been ordered especially for the emperor, so she could not sell the same one. However, she offered to help in choosing another scent in their store. Enrique was amazed by this offer, and Karina confirmed that it was indeed so. She was glad that she could help and offer such services, especially for such connoisseurs as Lady Enrique. Enrique was delighted, and it was a great honor for her. She did not expect such attention and was flattered by Karina's offer. This pleasant event pleasantly surprised her. Karina noted with a smile that it was she who should say thank you, since she herself had accepted the lady's invitation. It was interesting and pleasant, although unexpected for her. Enrique turned out to be much friendlier than Karina had initially assumed. Perhaps a friendship could develop between them. This discovery was a pleasant surprise for Karina. Karina began to wonder where Raymond had disappeared to. His things were still in the barracks, and she couldn't figure out where he could be. She felt a little uneasy about it. Perhaps Raymond left without terminating the contract. Karina couldn't believe that he could leave everything without an explanation, because he wasn't unconscious like last time. It was strange. Karina came to the conclusion that Raymond was probably fine, and that he simply wasn't in a bad state at the time. He didn't look like someone who would collapse from illness. Karina decided that if she stayed there too long, the others would start to worry. But when she returned, her gaze fell on the bloody Raymond. It was an unexpected and shocking sight. Raymond was taken to bed and woke up completely stunned, not understanding what was happening. He did not know that he had been brought here and was in a state of confusion. Karina asked him how he was feeling. It took Raymond a moment to look up, and when he did, he was in complete shock, not understanding why she was there. When Raymond looked up, he was in complete shock, not knowing what Karina was doing next to him. This left him confused, and he couldn't understand what was happening. Karina gently reminded him not to yell at his rescuer. Luckily, Allison agreed to help him, and Karina was grateful for that. That was the important thing. Raymond continued to ask what she was doing and shouted loudly for her to back off. His words were harsh and insistent, which surprised Karina. She did not know how to react. Karina couldn't understand what was going on. The doctor explained that Raymond was still not fully recovered and that he needed time to come to his senses. It was understandable, but still unsettling. Magic cannot be used in the Golden Forest, and Raymond was left without help. Karina realized that he needed to be pulled out of this place urgently. He could not stay here risking his condition. But Raymond was stopped by the Emperor, who also did not understand what was happening. The Emperor tried to understand the situation, but everything was confused and folded into one big riddle. Astor believed that Raymond should say goodbye before he left, since his duty was not yet complete. The Emperor was sure that the boy was obliged to give Karina his last words. Raymond actually remembered that he had to give Karina his lute and immediately began looking for it. This was important because he had to fulfill this obligation to her. Raymond searched for his prey but could not find it. He felt lost because he did not know where it could have disappeared to. He continued to search, although it became increasingly difficult. The Emperor noticed that Raymond was probably referring to the sprout. He wanted to find out what was going on and immediately offered to help find it. But Raymond had other ideas. Raymond insisted that the Emperor give him the sprout and was ready to do anything to get it. The Emperor said that it was possible, but only if Raymond answered all the ladies' questions. Karina warned Raymond that if he wanted to break the contract, he had to come back quickly. Her shop was opening soon, and she didn't want any unnecessary fuss at that moment. Karina had to find out what had happened and what was behind it. Raymond, in turn, did not know how to answer her because he was completely confused. Karina asked him what happened, why he was unconscious on the street, and what was the connection with it. She couldn't understand why her name was involved in this incident. Raymond said he received a note telling him to go outside to the courtyard behind the banquet hall to get out of his contract. It was an odd request, but he couldn't ignore it. Karina was horrified when she heard this. She definitely didn't send him such a note, and the handwriting was definitely not hers. She was sure that someone was trying to set her up. The Emperor noticed that the lady's handwriting was much more refined and elegant. It became obvious to everyone that the note clearly could not belong to Karina. Raymond said that, anyway, he got the note and immediately went out, and then encountered a situation that was similar to what happened with Karina. They took advantage of the fact that magic could not be used in the Golden Forest, which is why Raymond was caught when he was alone and were able to act in their interests. Karina was shocked when she learned that this method had been used. On reflection, she remembered that something similar had happened before, and it had left her perplexed and worried. The knight said that he needed to give the lady information about the assassins who were around Raymond. It was an important matter concerning the situation she had asked for information about last time. After careful research, they found out that most of the killers were related to the Carcel family. This discovery shocked Karina, as the Carcel family was known for its power and influence. Karina noticed that the Carcel family was indeed trying to kill Raymond, and she was interested in the answer to the question, what did he do to deserve their attention and become the target of their revenge? He turned to Karina, wondering why she always assumed he was the problem. He tried to understand what made her think that way, and it irritated him. Karina didn't understand why he looked so offended. She said that his behavior style was the reason for such thoughts. She couldn't figure out what exactly was causing his displeasure. Remont exclaimed that it was precisely because of his style that Tatiana preferred him. At least she trusted him, unlike Karina, and this made him feel more appreciated. Karina didn't understand what was happening. The Carcel family had always been known for their honesty and virtue. Even the idea that they might try to kill him seemed absurd. For the Carcel family, murder and other illegal activities were commonplace. In their eyes, such actions were part of everyday life and did not surprise them. The emperor was there, but his words sounded like something frivolous. He couldn't believe that Raymond could say such nonsense, but it was nothing less than a real threat. Raymond threw himself abruptly on the bed, saying that Karina should pretend that she had not heard anything. He was ready to act alone, without counting on help. Karina was ready to hit him, but Raymond said that despite her displeasure, he would deal with the situation himself. He did not want to discuss it further with her. The emperor noted that the situation was not that simple. He had already received information about the illegal project of the Carcel family, and this news could change many things. The project involved the artificial creation of mages' orphans with little or no magical potential were subjected to experiments using alchemy. The experiment was to find out whether it was possible to create a magician artificially by imposing magical power, created by alchemical methods on people with low potential. Raymond apologized, but it was important to him that everyone pretended not to know what was going on. He wanted to take revenge on the Carcel family for everything they had done. Raymond was determined he wanted to take revenge on the Carcel family with his own hands and not rely on outside help or interference. The emperor asked if Raymond was going to collect evidence and submit it to the court to begin a formal trial of the case. Raymond replied that he could not trust anyone. The Carcel family's alchemical business flourished thanks to the patronage of the emperor's father, who ignored their illegal activities. The emperor's father, turning a blind eye to the crimes, ensured that the Carcel family was able to establish a monopoly on the alchemical business, which was beneficial to his own position. Because of this, Raymond could not trust the emperor, since he was connected with the same people who turned a blind eye to everything that happened in his business. Raymond noted that the emperor was the least trustworthy figure for him. He did not believe that the emperor could do anything significant for his struggle. The emperor understood that his predecessor had rigged the laws to maintain power and further his own interests. This was no secret to those who knew how the empire worked. In order to stabilize the empire, the previous emperor changed the laws, which helped him maintain control and prevent its disintegration, but led to a number of problems. After Astor became the emperor, many aristocrats suddenly began to express opinions against imperialism, which could be due to the influence of the past emperor. Perhaps these aristocrats were supporters of the previous emperor, and now that he was gone, they were looking for an opportunity to return to the old order. The emperor knew he couldn't do much, but if evidence came to light, he was willing to help. It might be a chance to mend the situation with the Carcel family. Astor promised that he would definitely punish those who broke the law and confiscate the assets of the Carcel family so that their crimes would not be repeated. Those guilty of committing so many crimes could not go unpunished. The emperor was sure that traces of the crimes had to be clearly visible. Raymond reported that he had destroyed his laboratory and all documents related to it long ago. Everything was burned and the evidence was destroyed. The emperor was sure that it did not matter, since he had already been informed of the illegal activities of the Carcel family. Traces of their crimes still existed. This meant that there was evidence of the damage done to Raymond, and it could be used against the Carcel family in the future. Raymond could not understand who could have informed the emperor of these events. The emperor replied that it was the mistress of the magic tower who was watching the Carcel family. Karina was shocked to learn that her mother was the source of the information. This made her frown, as she did not expect her mother to be so involved in this conflict. The emperor noticed that Karina seemed unaware of how long her mother had been spying on the Carcel family. This surprised her, but she could not argue with the fact. However, since Carcel's lab was classified, finding evidence would not be easy. This created additional difficulties, but Raymond was determined. It was a chance for Raymond to get revenge on his family, and for Astor to right the wrongs of the past, which was connected to his father and his decisions. Raymond, having thought it over, said that he was ready to offer his hand for further cooperation. He understood the importance of the current moment. The emperor replied that he would not receive Raymond's hand, as he was not sure of his intentions. Raymond said with a smile that he had not expected this. At that moment, the emperor remembered that he had an important task: to hand over the sprout that belonged to him. He realized how important this moment was for the future. He noticed that he had forgotten about it, but now he calmly gave the sprout away, realizing its significance. He felt satisfaction from performing this action. Tatiana saw Raymond's conclusion, thanks to the symbol of fidelity, which became significant in this situation, becoming the key to ending everything. And if Karina receives this sign, then perhaps she will see the same ending with Raymond, which will be associated with a symbol of fidelity that changes everything. Raymond Carcel offered Karina a symbol of his loyalty, which was an important gesture for both of them. Karina expressed her gratitude for this gift. She accepted the bracelet, hoping it would give her an answer, but nothing happened. She waited for a reaction, but nothing happened, and Raymond was happy with the contract being broken. Nothing happened, and Karina realized that the true ending does not come from superficial connections. It can take longer or have other reasons. Raymond was sure that the issue was resolved, but Karina did not understand what he was talking about and could not understand what was really going on. If so, he would continue to act, and despite everything, the feeling of affection grew stronger, and the favor increased. The rate had been much lower before Raymond didn't understand why Karina was looking at him so intently, as if she was about to say something. Karina said that nothing special had happened, and that Raymond could go. He began to argue, saying that he would have left without her permission, but Karina only wanted him to leave. If it weren't for that useless contract, he wouldn't be in this situation. He reminded Karina that he suffered because of her emphasizing his sacrifice. He kept saying that everything that was happening was her fault. He used to say that if he fell, it would be her fault. His paid schedule left no time for research, and even his mana was not restored. He could not use magic, and this greatly worried him. He often repeated that all the problems were her fault, and that if she had listened to him, none of this would have happened. This was her unforgivable omission. He blamed her for her stupidity, claiming that she should understand how pathetic and weak she looked compared to Tatiana. He suggested breaking up, blaming Karina for the destruction of their relationship, claiming that it was done solely by her hands. He constantly believed that she should blame herself for all the events that had happened, and for what had led to their current state. Karina didn't understand how much longer this would go on. He said that he was about to leave, but she only got irritated. Karina asked how long he was going to continue living like this, blaming everyone around him. She couldn't understand his behavior. It seems he is ready to blame others for his troubles for the rest of his life. Or perhaps he will continue to blindly follow Tatiana. Raymond sarcastically asked if she had said everything, and Karina, angry, began shouting, claiming that this was far from all. She said that if she started remembering how many times he had hurt her, this conversation would never end. All her feelings accumulated during their conversation came out. And it wasn't just her worries. Karina reminded him of Nevaeh, asking what was wrong with her, since he hadn't forgotten her, and what had happened to the girl because of him. Karina asked what happened to Nevaeh because it was all because of Raymond, and it was supposed to be the solution to her problem. She felt she needed an explanation. That day, because of the fire, Nevaeh lost her charm, and now it was difficult for her to work in the perfume business. But despite everything, she did not give up and continued to move forward. Neva said that she does not want to get caught up in emotions and ruin her life, because the most important thing now is to build a successful business, which is very important to her. She promised that she would try, and together with her daughter, she managed to achieve success despite all the difficulties. This was her main priority in life. In contrast, Raymond continued to complain about his inability to use magic and his miserable situation. He looked ridiculous and pathetic in his complaints. Karina asked him if he had any conscience to shut up and stop blaming everyone for his problems. Her patience was running out. A few days later, Karina visited Nevaeh, bringing her daughter with her. It was a long-awaited visit, and they all felt like they hadn't seen each other for a long time. It felt like an eternity since they had last met. Karina hoped Nevaeh had enjoyed the hunting festival. Karina said that the festival was wonderful, and she was grateful for the kind words. It was truly a rich and interesting experience. They noticed a puppy running around, happily. Lily noticed that the lady had decided to take him for herself to look after him in the future. They discussed how cute he was, but expressed doubts about whether it would be okay for a puppy with a sensitive nose to end up in a perfume shop. Karina reassured them, explaining that this unusual dog was from the Golden Forest, and there would be no problems with him. Everything would be fine. She hoped that all preparations were complete, and invited the lady to look at the result, confirming that everything was ready for further steps. When they entered, everyone was in shock, including the mistress, the maid, and even the dog, who was completely confused by what she saw. The atmosphere in this shop was amazing. On the first floor, residents could not only try a variety of products, but also enjoy a cup of aromatic tea while waiting for their turn, thus creating a cozy anticipation. Inside, there was a huge range of products neatly arranged on the shelves, allowing customers to easily navigate and find everything they needed while creating a pleasant experience. On the opening day, they also planned to offer exclusive perfumes that could be purchased. This would add a special charm, making the event even more meaningful and memorable for visitors. The stock of products was sufficient to start sales, but all that was left was to organize a massage room so that clients could enjoy not only pleasant smells, but also complete relaxation. Karina was happy to learn that her mother would soon be arriving from the Magic Tower to help with the preparations. This gave her confidence, and she felt that everything was going perfectly as she had hoped. The people who helped Karina expressed their gratitude, sincerely asking how they could repay her for everything she had done. This touched Karina, and she felt how important her support was for these people. Karina didn't immediately understand what was being discussed, but Nevaeh explained that, thanks to Karina, she was able to become a worthy mother, and her daughter can now be proud of the fact that she continues to do what she loves. These people received hope for a better future from Karina. Their gratitude was sincere, and they expressed their appreciation for everything she had done for them. Karina gently asked them to get up from their knees and offered to hold hands. It was a gesture symbolizing unity, the power of joint efforts, and mutual support on the path to a common goal. She invited Lily to join them. Now they were one team, and Karina believed that only in unity would they be able to overcome all the difficulties that lay before them. Karina confidently stated that they must now rely on each other, work together, and support each other throughout the entire journey that they must go through. Nevaeh noted that with the opening of the store, there will be many customers, and it will be important to work hard until the entire range of perfumes is sold out. She reminded that success depends on each of them. Karina turned to the maid and reminded her that she had already spoken during the day about the need to conduct training for the employees. This was important to ensure a high level of service. Lily was a true professional, and Karina was confident that she could handle the task. She trusted her and knew that with her help, the training would be successful. Karina decided that this time, Robert would take her side despite previous disagreements and difficulties that could arise between them. Robert met Karina with displeasure, not hiding his indignation. He asked why she came to him again, not hiding his displeasure and bewilderment. He was especially attached to dogs, and this was immediately evident when he saw a puppy and picked it up. His love for animals seemed genuine and deep. Karina told Robert that she had a lot to talk about with him, including the situation with Eric and Allison. It was an important discussion for her, and she hoped he would understand. Robert expressed the opinion that Eric agreed to the proposal, but was concerned about the situation with Allison. He could not understand why she was showing such a strange attachment to the matter. Allison, in turn, said that she wanted to repay the Archduchess's favor, considering herself indebted to Tatiana. This surprised Robert, but he could not help but agree with her desire. Hearing these words, Robert began to laugh, and his laughter was so infectious that the puppy, frightened, ran away. It was a real moment of relaxation in the midst of a tense situation. Karina was concerned about Robert's condition, asking if he was okay. He explained that the situation was so absurd that he couldn't help but laugh despite its seriousness. Robert admitted that he had hoped for changes, but it seemed that Allison still held on to her strange beliefs, which put him in a difficult position. Like Nevaeh, Robert did not speak positively about Tatiana, which indicated that he did not like her. He was worried that such a relationship was complicating the situation. Karina handed Robert the envelopes and explained that Allison had asked her to give them to him. Now she had to help him, making this step important for their further communication. On the last night of the hunting festival, Robert, despite being saved, left, without even thanking Karina for her help, leaving her perplexed by his actions. Karina apologized to the woman for the misunderstanding, but she assured her that everything was fine. It was her job to help the wounded, and she did not feel offended. The woman also asked Karina to give Robert a message if she ever met him again. This was her request, and Karina agreed to fulfill her wish. When Robert read the letter, His reaction was shock. He could not believe what was written there, and for a long time he could not understand how to react. In the letter, Allison explained that, although her actions were unforgivable, they were all in a difficult situation at the time, and this was their only solution. She sent Robert the money she had saved during her time working for the Archduchess. It was her wish to share what she had earned as an expression of gratitude. Robert, after reading the letter, asked if it was true that Allison had given it to Karina. He could not understand why she had done so, and was not sure of her motives. Karina explained that she learned of the situation from Allison, and described how Allison mentioned that Robert had taken out a loan to help him cope with financial difficulties. After the failure to raise funds for the research, the situation worsened. Karina heard that Robert had appropriated private loans and money allocated for the management center. However, this turned out to be untrue. Allison seemed to genuinely believe these rumors, which only added to the misunderstandings and put their relationship into question. Robert, unable to bear it any longer, tore up the letter declaring that he had not stolen anything and did not understand why it was necessary to write such things if they did not correspond to reality. In fact, it was Allison who informed the Duchess of these events, which caused all the misunderstandings and further problems between them.